Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. My Hero Academia. Nimbus Part 1 Chapter 1 Son Goku, Origin. Kaioken was the only word uttered before every robot in the vicinity exploded. The onlookers looked shocked before many of them ran forward to destroy any other robots that had somehow managed to survive the initial onslaught. These heroes were highly efficient, some more than others. Yet none was more efficient than the hero coated in a red light and leaving the salvage of his robot victims behind him. Okay, it's been about 10 minutes. Only 5 left until the practical exam is over. I've got to speed up. Wait, what was that energy drop? The young man with black hair spiked up at different angles asked himself. He wore a tracksuit which was beginning to rip under the pressure of the power he was emitting. Turning to face the direction the disturbance was coming from, the hero had a look of concentration on his face before rushing forward in a burst of speed. Closing in, he saw a giant arm lift into the air before preparing to punch down at its target. Damn it. I've got to speed up. Here goes. Kaioken times 2. Yelled the individual whose energy, speed and power increased exponentially with him arriving at the imminent danger within seconds. Skidding to a halt in the city square, the hero looked up at the gigantic robot in front of him before seeing what it was targeting. Beneath a pile of rocks lay a young girl with short violet hair and what appeared to be headphone jacks coming from the bottom of her ears. Her leg appeared pinned under the debris and she was struggling to get free. The young man noticed that everyone else was running away and that not one of them appeared to consider helping her. On instinct, the hero rushed forward before crouching and leaping straight into the air. Suddenly a yellow ball of energy appeared in his right hand and he aimed it behind him. Before any of those who fled had time to blink, a beam of energy erupted from the hero's right hand and he blasted himself forward, crashing headfirst into the robot which toppled over backwards. As he landed to the ground, the hero was quick to remove the boulder that pinned the girl's leg from its resting position. He helped her to her feet before a voice rang out through the city. Alright, time's up, well done for your work today, kids. Your results will be sent to you soon, good luck, screamed the extremely joyous person on the other side of the microphone. All people in the city turned to the giant metal door that was slowly opening up to reveal a completely different area. Everyone within the city walked towards the gap in the wall, with each of them looking strangely different. Some looked human, others looked like animals. Yet in this world this is normal for all of society. This is a superhuman society after all, where 80% of the planet's population has some form of uncanny superpower. These powers are called Quirks, and in this society, there are heroes and each of them has to pass an entrance exam to be trained to be a hero, such as the one that just finished. The young man deactivated his quirk and gasped in pain as the muscles throughout his entire body strained. The girl he saved from before looked up at him from where she was standing and moved her hair out of her face before nervously holding her hand out for him to shake. So, thanks for saving me. You're pretty strong, dude. I'm Kyokujiro. What's your name? She asked. The spiky-haired boy childishly smiled and took her hand with a firm grip before quickly shaking it without stopping. Hi, my name's Son Goku, but please just call me Goku. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jiro. He cheerily exclaimed while Jiro was struggling to keep up with how fast he was shaking her hand. Eventually Goku let her hand go before taking a step back and pushing his hair back, which almost immediately returned to its original spikiness. Jiro's mouth opened in pure confusion before closing it and giving a small smile. The pair turned around and made for the door. As they left the exam area, the pair gave each other their regards and the best of luck with their results. Jiro walked towards a car which she entered and she waved to Goku as the car drove off. Goku raised his right hand and waved. He then proceeded to turn on his heel 90 degrees to the right and started to jog away from the examination area. After about 40 minutes he arrived at a small house on the outskirts of the city. Pulling the key out of his pocket, he put the key into the keyhole and unlocked the door before opening the door and entering his house. The house was eerily quiet with not a single peep of noise being made. Closing the door, Goku removed his tracksuit jacket and hung it on the door leading to the living room. Entering his kitchen, Goku quickly got out some ingredients and whipped himself up a buffet of ramen, dumplings, sushi and steak. Sitting down with his chopsticks, he made quick work of his meal with the dishes piling up higher and higher. Once he had finished, Goku cleaned up and made his way to his bed, which, in his one-floor house, was just through a doorway in the living room. As he undressed and got into something more comfortable, Goku passed by a mural for 3 individuals. There were 2 framed photos above it. In one photo there were 2 individuals. One male and one female. The man in the photo was the spitting image of Goku, albeit slightly older and with a X-shaped scar on his left cheek. He had a small smirk on his face. The woman in the photo had shaggy black hair down to her shoulders with bangs and a gentle-looking face. She had a smile on her face and was holding onto the man's right arm. The pair looked happy. The other photo showed an elderly man with a white mustache in a martial arts uniform with a green hat on his head. Goku looked at the mural and a feeling of sadness fell over him. He turned and made for his bed before jumping and lying down on the bed, facing the ceiling. Slowly his weary eyes began to close and he drifted off to sleep. Flames arose all around Goku. Screams echoed everywhere throughout the city of Musutafu. Goku heard a familiar scream and turned to his right to see the woman from the photo, his mother, be impaled on a protruding object while he saw his father be vaporized by an orb of plasma. Suddenly someone cried out his name and he turned to face the old man from the other photo. He was trapped in a house similar to Goku's, and before Goku could react the house collapsed and the old man perished in the debris and flames. Goku looked on in terror before spotting a figure raise his hand towards him with a strange glow radiating from it. As the figure neared, Go began to scream in terror. Goku awoke with a start and was soaked in sweat. Sitting up, he heard the door go and quickly went to open the door. Instead of someone standing there, all Goku could see was a letter on the ground. Looking out the door both ways, Goku shrugged and bent down to pick the letter up before walking back inside and closing the door. He placed the letter down on the table in the living room and sat down to look at it. His eyes widened as he noticed the insignia of UA High School. Immediately opening the envelope, he placed the holodisc on the table and sat back in his chair as the disc activated. All of a sudden, the video began with a tall, muscular man with blonde hair in a suit appearing in front of Goku. No way. That's All Might. There's no possible way the #1 strongest hero of all time is going to be teaching at UA. Oh my god, I can't wait to fight him. He must be crazy strong. Haha, this is gonna be great. Goku loudly cheered before calming down and once again sitting back in his chair. Almost instantly the video began. Hello young Goku. I am here to give you your results for the UA entrance exam. Ahem. As you are fully aware young man, the entrance exam was split into a written and practical exam. In regards to your written exam, you passed, but you have a long way to go if you wish to improve your academic score. Now on the other hand, your practical exam is clearly where you shone. The power and technique you showed while using your quirk was outstanding and you are definitely an incredibly powerful person. This means you have instantly been accepted into UA. You earned the second highest villain score behind only one student who scored 5 points more than you. However, you also risked your life for a fellow examinee. The young Kyoka Jiro, I believe. You should be extremely proud of yourself. Which is why we took this into consideration during the exam. You see, heroes risk their lives every day to defeat villains, but they also save people. In showcasing selflessness and bravery in the face of an unyielding adversary, you have proven yourself to have the heroic qualities that we look for here at UA. You scored 50 of what we call rescue points. With that finally out of the way, there is only one thing left to do. All Might explained to Goku, who was aware that this wasn't a live video but rather a recording. Goku smiled and paused the video before quickly ran to the mural of his parents and his grandfather. I've done it, Mom, Dad. You too, Grandpa Gohan. I'm going to be the hero that makes you proud. He thought to himself before quickly making his way back to his seat playing the video. All Might looked towards the camera with an image of UA appearing in the background and with his signature smile held his right arm out facing Goku with his right hand open. Son Goku. Welcome to your Hero Academia, Chapter 2. Limits revealed this was it. The day he had been waiting for. The day he started UA High School to train to become a hero. Goku awoke early and went about his day as usual. A 20-minute jog, a hefty breakfast, cleaning up, changing, brushing teeth and finally walking out the front door for school. Today was different though, as he was instead walking out the house with his brand new UA school uniform. Goku tugged at the collar of his shirt with unease. He had never really liked school uniform and much preferred training attire, but with his future as a hero on the line he had decided to suck it up and not complain. Besides, he wanted to impress his teachers and peers. Arriving at UA was the easy part for Goku. The hard part was finding his homeroom, which was part of the hero course designation class 1A. After much searching and getting lost, one of the reasons he intended to arrive earlier than other students, he eventually spotted a familiar figure walk down one of the hallways and stand at a door. Using his quirk to sense their energy, a goofy smile appeared on his face as he ran down the hall towards them. Jiro, it's me Goku. Man, am I glad to see you made it into UA as well, he shouted with clear joy in his voice. Jiro looked to her left and was greeted by a pair of arms wrapping around her in embrace and lifting her into the air before being spun around once and plopped back down to the ground. Jiro looked bewildered and a little flustered before pushing her violet hair back off her face and smiling at her enthusiastic assailant. Hey Goku. Nice to see you here too. No surprise though after what I saw at the exam, she said while silently laughing at how naive and innocent Goku appeared. Goku didn't appear to notice and continued smiling. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. All that work and I got in. Though I can't seem to find my homeroom. Hey? He chuckled awkwardly and Jiro smirked before turning back to the door and directing Goku's attention to what it read. When Goku saw it, his eyes went wide with shock, embarrassment and excitement, as right in front of him in bright red was the insignia 1A. He turned back to Jiro, who nodded and proceeded to open the door. What they saw was a handful of people, each with their own appearance and personalities established just by Goku looking at them. He always saw himself as a good judge of character and he could tell that he would get along with everyone in his class. His only concern was a blonde-haired boy with his feet on his desk. His eyes were red and he had a villainous aura surrounding him. This would have been easy to ignore had he decided to not have an arrogant and evil smirk on his face as he was being reprimanded by a tall, blue-haired boy with glasses. The tall boy was shaking his hand up and down incredibly fast and Goku mentally admitted that not even he had a chance of telling how fast it was being done. Goku saw that Jiro had already claimed a desk as her own, so he decided to as well. He noticed a seat at the front that hadn't been taken and decided he would perch there. As he placed his bag on the ground and sat down in his chair, he sensed two pure-hearted energies at the door and looked over to see a boy with green curly hair and freckles blushing and talking to a girl of similar height with shoulder-length bobbed and slightly curled auburn-colored hair. The girl herself had a perpetual blush on her cheeks. Before Goku even had time to introduce himself, a voice spoke up from behind the two latecomers. If you're going to just stand there, then you may as well leave, came the solemn voice. Both the green-haired boy and cheery girl turned around and looked down before screaming out in shock. Goku wanted to move to see what it was, but after the previous comment decided it was best if he just waited. The rest of the conversation was blocked out by Goku as he started to daydream about being a hero. Alright class, listen up. My name is Shota Aizawa, but you'll just call me Mr. Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher and I won't take any annoyances lightly. With that said, get your gym clothes on and meet me outside in 5 minutes, the voice from before, now standing at the front of the class, bluntly stated. Goku snapped out of his daydreaming at the word gym, and as Aizawa finished speaking, Goku jumped out of his chair and bolted for the changing room. The rest of his class looked shocked and confused but quickly followed after him. By the time they had arrived at the changing rooms, Goku was already leaving clad in his brand new UA gym tracksuit. Ah, that's way better. Time for some training. This is gonna be fun, woohoo! Goku triumphantly yelled, causing all classmates save for the blonde-haired boy and a boy with both white and red hair to look dumbfounded. Eventually everyone in 1A arrived outside and were greeted by Goku and Aizawa, who were waiting for them. Aizawa seemed slightly disturbed by Goku's enthusiastic attitude, but what did he really care? The sooner this was over, the sooner he could go back to sleep. Alright then, apart from that, when you took too long. Imagine if someone was in danger, you would have been too late to help. Regardless, it's time you knew why you were out here. I don't care about the introductory talk. I'm holding a number of exercises. You can use your quirks in them. The goal is to get the best result in each of them. There will be a leaderboard at the end and you will see where you are placed so you can know your limits and how much you have to improve, he stated with a lack of enthusiasm. The class, besides Goku, looked relieved until a sinister smile appeared on their homeroom teacher's face. Did I forget to mention? Whoever scores last will be instantly expelled. Don't be that person, he evilly chuckled. The majority of the class went into panic mode, with each of them arguing how that was unfair. The response was that life was unfair. Pissed. Goku. Why aren't you nervous about all this? Jiro whispered. Goku turned and gave a small grin. I've trained my whole life. Plus, if we can use our quirks, then I can show all of you plus Mr. Aizawa what I'm capable of. I'm sure we'll both do great, he replied while holding his hand out for Jiro to high-five. She rolled her eyes, smiled and high-fived his hand. With that, the exercises began. The first couple of exercises were basic. Long jump, sit-ups, press-up etc. were all relatively simple for Goku, who was expecting more exciting events. Eventually, when he had to do 100 meters, he felt his blood begin to flow faster. He readied up at the start line next to the green-haired boy from before. Hey, I just want to say go all out, okay? Goku cheerily said to his competitor, who looked nervous and just simply nodded. As Aizawa prepared to yell, start, Goku decided to power his body up. Kaioken was yelled before he was enveloped in an aura of red. Start, came the holophrastic sentence from Aizawa. In a flash, Goku pushed off the start line and was at the finish line almost instantly. He depowered and was really excited until he saw his competition just normally running. Aizawa read him his time, but Goku was so busy thinking of why the green-haired boy hasn't used his quirk that he failed to notice. Eventually the time came for the final exercise. A ball throwing challenge. Your goal is to throw the ball as far as you can. Bakugo, in junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Aizawa asked the blonde-haired boy, now identified as Bakugo. Bakugo gave zero effort and responded bluntly. 67 meters, then, try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa suggested. Bakugo took the softball from Aizawa, walked up to his serving position and prepared himself. He pulled his right arm across his body and readied his throwing arm before launching the ball forward into the air with an explosion. The gust of wind caused Goku's hair to flow in the wind, but he simply had a goofy smile plastered on his face. Bakugo arrogantly turned to Aizawa, who held out the distance measuring tool to show 705.2 meters. The class was in shock. One by one they took their go at throwing. Some did way better than others. The cheery girl from earlier got infinity as her quirk appeared to have some control over gravity. Eventually it was Goku's turn. Taking the ball, Goku couldn't help but get giddy at the prospect of finally showing off his full power. Body, don't give out now. I've only got to do this once, he quietly told himself. He looked at the softball in his hand before getting into a throwing stance. When he was ready, he closed his eyes and prepared himself for the next part. Kaioken times 4. He yelled at the top of his lungs before the red aura from before appeared, albeit this time it was more ferocious and rose higher into the air. Using all his power, Goku launched the ball into the air with a force so great many of Class 1A fell either onto the floor or stepped back to cover the faces. As the dust cleared, they could see the red aura fade and Goku standing there with a visible look of pain on his face. Aizawa was in shock, however. He held the distance measuring tool up to Goku and the entire class, and their eyes, except Bakugo's, whose narrowed in anger, opened wide in disbelief. The reading for Goku's throw was an incredible 897.5 meters. The highest result under the Gravity Girls. What shocked them even more was Goku's goofy laugh and smile that followed. The final thrower was the green-haired boy. He looked nervous but finally threw the ball only for it to go 46 meters. He looked confused, as did 1A, until they noticed Aizawa's hair had risen into the air and his scarf was levitating around his upper body. His eyes glowed a piercing red. I erased your quirk. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you intend to become incapacitated again so that you can be saved? Aizawa menacingly berated. That's not my intention, yelled the green-haired boy before the scarf wrapped him up and drew him into Aizawa. There was clear fear in his eyes and Goku's brow furrowed as he realized what was going on. That's Eraserhead. Got to be, he said loud enough for those in the imminent vicinity to hear. What? No way. The underground hero who can erase quirks just by looking at someone, gulped a blonde-haired boy with a black lightning bolt in his hair. Goku nodded and the class slowly turned to face Aizawa with fear in their hearts. Though in fairness, from what he's saying it makes sense that guy didn't go all out. His quirk must break his body. Which means he must be crazy strong, Goku excitedly said. Jiro just facepalmed. Goku. Never change, she chuckled. The class, -2, nervously chuckled as well. They all looked back to see the green-haired boy take back up his position at the pitching post before launching the softball into the air. The distance measuring tool pinged up and Goku managed a peek. He read 705.3 meters. Goku, along with his classmates, was in awe. Goku was actually more excited to spar with this guy. One person on the other hand wasn't too pleased. Damn Deku. You've been holding out on me. Make a fool out of me. I'll kill you orc, yelled Bakugo. Aizawa was holding him back with his scarf and was erasing his quirk. Bakugo. It would be wise not to make me angry. Get back to the rest of the class. Now, Aizawa threatened as he pulled his scarf back and Bakugo tumbled backwards onto the ground. He stood up, growled and walked off but not before glaring at the green-haired boy now known to Goku as Deku. The leaderboard lit up with the results and Goku found himself in the top 3. Nothing new for him really. It was last place that concerned him. It didn't take him long to figure out who it was. Deku was visibly shaking and appeared on the verge of tears. His dream had been crushed. By the way I was lying about the expulsion, Aizawa piped up. The class faces looked surprised yet slightly horrified at the same time. While everyone but Goku, Bakugo, the half-and-half boy and a rather attractive girl with dark hair and a questionable chest size that was. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks, Aizawa bluntly said. What? Yelled the majority of the class in response. Of course, it was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through, the dark-haired attractive girl said. The class looked at her with an expression of, wasn't that easy to tell. That's today finished. Have the rest of the day off. I expect to see you tomorrow on time please, Aizawa said while shooting a glance at Deku and Gravity Girl. With that he walked off and the school day for 1A came to close, even though it hadn't really begun yet. Goku walked with Jiro to the gate as they discussed their first day at UA. Goku made clear his desire to improve his Kaioken technique while Jiro wished to develop her abilities as well. Yo Jiro. Kakarot. Wait up. Came a voice from behind them. Jiro turned around to greet the boy with the lightning streak in his hair from earlier as well as the attractive dark-haired girl as well. Goku however turned around with a glare before picking the boy up by his collar and threatening him. What did you call me? He growled. The boy had gone into panic mode and was sputtering over his words. Kakarot. Why are you threatening Kaminari? Questioned the dark-haired girl. Goku's sights immediately set on her and he dropped the boy known as Kaminari. He walked over to the girl before slamming her against the wall by the gate of Ua. Where'd you hear that name? He violently asked as the girl stayed defiant but showed visible trembling. On the leaderboard it said Son Goku/Kakarot. We thought Kakarot was just a nickname of sorts. Like carrot due to how spiky your hair is, she explained. Goku started to calm down and backed away from the wall allowing her to go free. She moved to Jiro's side as she helped Kaminari onto his feet. Sorry about that Yaomomo. He's never been like this before, Jiro explained. Let me guess. Yaomomo is a nickname formed out of your first name and your surname, isn't it Momo? Goku growled with the trio in front of him looking more nervous by the second. Goku breathed in heavily once and then out again before looking up with a sad expression. I'm sorry for how I reacted just then. Please call me Goku. The name, Kakarot, is reserved for only 2 people. People who are long gone now, he sadly said. Momo and Kaminari felt guilty. Momo placed her hand on Goku's right arm and Kaminari placed his hand on Goku's left shoulder. No, we're sorry. We should have asked first if we could call you that. We won't now, came Momo's response. Yeah sorry bro. Won't happen again. I promise. You okay Goku? Kaminari asked. Goku looked at both with grateful eyes and lifted his head to show his signature grin. Yeah, apology accepted. Now let's train to be heroes and fight strong opponents, he happily shouted with Momo and Kaminari agreeing. Jiro just smiled and closed her eyes. Seriously Goku. Never change who you are, author's note. Hi guys. Welcome to My Hero Academia. Nimbus. This chapter has been re-uploaded due to me screwing up the publish procedure. Couple of things to go over. Goku and one other DB character will be placed into the MHA universe. Goku and his parents are humans with quirks so no Saiyans. Goku will have a love interest though I won't say who yet. Goku has replaced Ojiro, tail quirk guy, in class 1A as his quirk is essentially useless. It was him or Mineta but Mineta is way more popular. Publishing will work with me slowly releasing each season, 2 chapters at a time. Story will go Season 1, Season 2, 2 Heroes, Season 3, Season 4 and due to current manga arc not being finished yet I will skip straight to Heroes Rising so beware for spoilers. Copyright claim. One don't own any Dragon Ball media or My Hero Academia media. All I own is this version of the story and all changes to it. Finally there will be power scaling huge thanks to JK-sama who is also on this site. He is reviewing and proofreading each chapter for me and his own work is great. I highly recommend it especially his current ongoing story Dragon Ball. Governed. Check him out. That's all for now. As an apology for the upload mishap I've uploaded chapter 3 as well. Enjoy, till next time. Ethan chapter 3 hardly a challenge the day started as usual. Class 1A arrived at their homeroom before Aizawa as they weren't particularly keen to get on his bad side after the events of the previous day. However, what they didn't expect was to go through the entirety of their morning homeroom with not a sign of Aizawa. until the door suddenly burst open and a tall, muscular blonde-haired man with a large smile barged into the room with his cape waving behind him. "I'm coming through the door," he yelled with the entire class, except Bakugo in half and half, going nuts at the prospect of the #1 pro hero and symbol of peace, All Might teaching them. He appeared to be in his Silver Age costume and Goku noticed Deku fanboying out. He simply smiled before turning his attention to All Might. "Great, now that you're here All Might, we can go a few rounds." He yelled loud enough for the entire class to hear and stop screaming themselves. They all looked at Goku bewildered, as did All Might, whose smile was still on his face but appeared more awkward. "I'm afraid that there will be no sparring with me today, young," All Might stumbled. "Goku sir, Son Goku," came the reply. "Oh yes, the second highest scorer in the practical entrance exam. I remember you. Ha ha ha," he laughed. Goku slumped back in his chair looking disappointed. He was unable to go up against the strongest hero in the country and that bothered him. He knew it shouldn't, but his body yearned to fight All Might. It was at that moment Goku came to an epiphany. He would get stronger and then All Might wouldn't be able to turn down a fight. It would test Goku's strength but also allow him to gauge just how much worker would have to be in. He sat up straight, straightened his tie and had a determined look upon his face. "Alright, get your costumes on, we're going to be doing some hero training today," All Might shouted, causing the class to get excited. Goku immediately snapped back from his mature form he had just presented and felt his heart pounding faster and faster. He reverted back to his somewhat childish and naive self. All Might pressed a button and the left of the wall in the room opened up with some holders coming out of it. Each holder held about 5 suitcases, each with a number on them. "These are the costumes. After you submitted your design to some of the best over in the support course designed your hero costume with the specs. The numbers are the designation of your seats in the class. Please grab your case and we will make our way to the training site known as Ground Beta," explained All Might. On instinct the class made for their respective cases. Goku picked up case number 6 feet and took it with him to the door where Jiro, Kaminari, Deku and Gravity Girl were already standing. Goku took the opportunity to introduce himself to the latter too. "Hey, I'm Goku. What's your name?" he asked with a smile. Gravity Girl looked at him, blushed red and then opened her mouth to speak. "Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Goku," she cheerily responded while having a grin on her face. Goku laughed. "That's a nice name. Do you mind if I call you Ochako? Wait, no, even better. I'm going to call you Choco, cute little nickname for a cute girl, am I right?" he naively said. Uraraka's eyes went wide and she blushed even more while getting more flustered and stumbling over her words at the cute comment. Goku looked at her with curiosity as he was unsure of the implications of what he had just said. Yeah. Never really been given a nickname before. I like it. Choco it is then, Goku," Uraraka responded with a nervous yet cheery laugh. Goku smiled once more and gave her a thumbs up. He then turned to Deku. "Yo Deku. As you know I'm Goku. I want to see you at full power this time, okay? That cool?" he asked. Deku immediately looked shocked at being called Deku. "Wah, where did you hear the name Deku?" he stuttered. "That's what that Bakugo guy called you, isn't it? I thought that was your name, is it not?" asked Goku. "Yeah, what's wrong with that, Deku?" Uraraka asked as both she and Goku looked at each other with puzzled looks. "Oh, it's just that Deku is an insult made up by Kachan. It means weak and useless. Goku, my actual name is Izuku Midoriya," he nervously said, thinking he would be insulted. Goku just simply placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and smiled. "No, it doesn't mean weak and useless. I think it actually means strong and brave," he encouraged. Midoriya's eyes brightened up and he felt tears welling in them. "Yeah, I think it's the name of a hero," cried Uraraka, who jumped up and down before fist-bumping Goku. Both smiled at Midoriya, who simply wiped away his tears. "Deku it is. You can both call me Deku," he finally cheered. The trio of friends laughed together. However, out of the corner of his eye Goku noticed Bakugo glare at Deku and scowl. "Okay everyone. Let's head for Ground Beta," said All Might before Class 1A followed him to the changing rooms located at the training site. As they entered, the boys and girls went off into their respective changing rooms. Eventually all heroes in training walked out of the changing rooms into the open and were greeted by a massive city while All Might stood before them. As he walked into the light, Goku's costume became clear to those around him. He wore an orange martial arts GI with a blue undershirt. The top of the GI had blue ridges and was tied around the waist by a blue martial arts belt. On his feet he wore blue martial arts shoes which appeared taped from his ankle to his shins. They also had a yellow outline on the top of the shoe which went around the top of the sole and one down the center of the top part of the shoe. On his hands he had blue wrist wrap that ran from his hand to just above his wrists. He wore no headgear. When compared to his classmates' costumes, his looked rather simplistic, but that was the way Goku liked it. He'd never wanted his fashion sense to be flashy and he much preferred to wear something that not only was he comfortable moving about in but also honoring all his martial arts training he had undertaken throughout his life. The final person to show up was Deku. Goku silently chuckled at his friend's costume which, besides the color scheme, had features that bore a resemblance to their current teacher. Deku looked over at Goku and Uraraka, who were standing next to each other, and gave a nervous smile. The pair beckoned him over to join them. "Okay, glad to see you all here. Today we will be doing simulation battles. You will each be split into teams of 2. 2 teams will go head-to-head in a crisis situation, with one team being heroes and the other being villains. I will organize the teams now," explained All Might. The teams were relatively good. Deku was paired up with Uraraka and Goku was paired up with Momo, which both were pleased with. Eventually the time came for All Might to draw the first teams to undertake the simulation. Okay, so Team A will be the heroes and will be going up against Team D, who will be the villains. Take your positions in that building over there, instructed All Might. Goku noticed Team A was Deku and Uraraka and wished them luck before noticing Deku's nervousness. It was then that he realized Deku and Uraraka were going up against the blue-haired boy, who Goku found out was called Tenya Iida, and Bakugo. Considering how Bakugo reacted to Deku's softball throw the previous day and all the glares he aimed at Deku, Goku knew for a fact that this simulation wasn't going to go well. All Might led the remaining students to the viewing area while Teams A and D got into position. On All Might's command, the battle simulation began. Bakugo immediately broke away from his duty to defend the weapon with Iida and made his way downstairs. Goku knew where he was really heading, straight for Deku. Eventually Bakugo came across Deku and Uraraka and immediately attacked the former. Deku's response wasn't meant to fight back, not yet anyway, it was to distract Bakugo so that Uraraka could make her way to the weapon. Goku smirked and looked to Momo, who was deep in thought, possibly analyzing the battle. I have an idea for how Deku can beat Bakugo, he whispered to her. She turned to him with curiosity. Really? What's that? She asked. Goku smirked in response before looking back at the screen. Look at how Bakugo is fighting. He's extremely aggressive and arrogant, which Deku can exploit. Considering the way Bakugo has been acting around Deku, I'd say they share history, which means Deku may know all Bakugo's weaknesses in fights. Also, since Deku's quirk is so powerful it breaks his body and Bakugo has probably been fighting with his quirk for years, I'd say Deku knows how Bakugo fights, he explained with Momo looking at him in awe. What? I've been training in martial arts my whole life. You pick these kinds of things up? Goku chuckled. Momo just smiled before looking back at the screen. Her face went dark. Goku's face followed sweet. Bakugo had his finger through the pin on one of his grenade-looking gauntlets and was slowly pulling it back while talking with an evil grin. Deku looked worried. Young Bakugo, don't pull that pin out. You'll kill him, All Might commanded at the top of his lungs. Goku's body tensed and he was disgusted by the comment Bakugo made in response. Only if he doesn't dodge, he said before pulling the pin out of the gauntlet and unleashing a concentrated blast of explosions straight at Deku, who had barely any time to get behind cover. Goku's body tensed in anticipation and fear for the end result as the dust cleared. He started to visibly shake with anger. That bastard. He tried to kill Deku. How dare he? How dare he? He said with the anger in his voice rising by the second. His fellow classmates looked at him and looked nervous. What they saw was Goku's aura growing larger. The aura kept flashing golden, as did his hair. It looked like he was about to explode in energy. Hey guys. Midoriya's okay. He got to cover in time, yelled a red-haired boy. Goku's rage dissipated, as did his golden aura. He looked up at the screen to see Deku preparing to punch with his right arm. His arm began to light up with energy and both he and Bakugo lunged at each other. The class and All Might looked in shock as Deku took Bakugo's blast with his left arm and performed an uppercut with his right arm. Yet he deliberately aimed away from Bakugo. The air force from the punch destroyed the upper levels of the building and the class watched as Iida struggled to keep his footing. This gave Uraraka the opportunity to grab the weapon, and with that the battle simulation ended. The heroes win, came All Might's booming voice and the class relaxed. Recovery bots entered the building and transported Deku to the infirmary while Bakugo, Iida and Uraraka made their way back to the viewing area. Bakugo seemed despondent, which slightly unnerved the class. All Might broke the silence swiftly. So who can tell me who the MVP of that match was? He asked. Momo immediately put her hand in the air and began to answer. It was clear that Bakugo had no intention of working with Iida from the moment the battle started. His desire to split off ultimately lost him the match. Midoriya's plan worked, but he put himself in the danger zone and ended up getting seriously injured in the process. Also, the maneuver he performed with Uraraka was dangerous and had a high chance of not working. In the end, it was Iida who ultimately won the title of MVP today, as he played the part of the villain, defended the weapon and adapted to each of Uraraka's attacks. With that, Iida is the man of the match, Momo explained while All Might looked shocked and slightly embarrassed. I totally agree with you, although I probably wouldn't have gone into as much detail. With that, let the next match begin, All Might exclaimed. The next two teams were picked out and moved to their separate building. The rest of the training carried on this way, and eventually it was Goku and Momo's match. They were the heroes and were put against Kaminari and Jiro, who were the villains. The match started as normal, but moments after the match began, Goku had already placed sensors that Momo had created using her quirk around the building. Using a detection unit, she had also created the pair located the bomb and the locations of their adversaries. Goku was excited to fight his friends, and once the detection unit went off he picked up Momo in a bridal carry, which she yelped at, and ran for the villain's location. When they arrived they saw Jiro and Kaminari standing prepared for them. Goku put Momo on the ground and she organized her hair, which had been blown out of its original position. Goku got into a fighting stance with his right leg behind his left and his left hand was out in front of him with his index and middle fingers in a claw as well as his thumb. Momo prepared herself as well but was suddenly blown backwards by the force of Goku launching himself at Jiro and Kaminari. Before Momo could comprehend what had happened, she saw Goku with his hand on the weapon and both Jiro and Kaminari on the ground unconscious. Goku looked disappointed and walked away from the weapon. Oh man, that wasn't much fun, hardly a challenge. Chapter 4. Do your best, class president chosen. You're going to choose a class president, Aizawa said. The class looked at him with interest while Goku just looked bored. He slumped back in his chair, folded his arms and closed his eyes. The majority of the class was going ballistic and Goku listened carefully to what Aizawa was inevitably going to say. I wasn't finished. He threatened the class, who immediately sat down and went silent. Aizawa continued with his explanation. You will decide yourselves who will be the class president. I'm going to have a nap and I expect you to have decided by the time I wake up, he explained before yawning and zipping up his sleeping bag before laying down on the floor. The class once more erupted into chaos, with each attempting to explain why they'd be the best choice for class president. Silence! Yelled Iida at the top of his lungs, catching the entire class attention. Goku opened his right eye to see what was going on. We're heroes in training at UA. If we are to do this, we must hold a vote, that way we can be fair, he explained with maturity. Goku just smirked and closed his eye again, only to hear Aizawa sit up and speak once more. I don't care how it's done, just make sure it is before I wake up, he solemnly said before laying back down once more and going off to sleep with soft snores. Iida nodded and turned back to the class. Okay. We'll cast votes into a ballot box, count the results, and whoever had the most votes will be the class president, with the person with the second greatest number of votes being the vice president. You can only vote once and you can't vote for yourself, he explained, with multiple members of the class complaining. Goku sighed and sat up straight with his eyes open. He stood up, made his way to Aizawa's desk, picked up a piece of paper and then made his way back to his seat. After sitting down, he took a pen from his pocket and took off the lid. He then tapped his pen against his face as he thought about who would be the most efficient class president. He couldn't vote for himself, not that he wanted the position anyway, and he wasn't sure who was qualified enough. He looked at his class with beady eyes. Deku looked nervous, which meant he was out. Bakugo was Bakugo. Half and half didn't seem interested. The midget with purple balls on his head creeped Goku out. The pink-skinned girl with pink hair, black eyes with yellow pupils and horns coming out of her head looked too immature. This process continued until he laid his eyes on one particular member of the class who seemed pretty calm about the situation. He considered their intelligence, maturity and position in the class before deciding that he would vote for them. With that, he wrote their name down on the piece of paper, folded it up and moved to put it in the ballot box. He then waited for the results to be read out. Okay, so these are the results. In first place is Midoriya and in second place is Yaoyorozu. Therefore, Midoriya will be our class president and Yaoyorozu will be the vice president, announced Iida, who showed visible frustration and disappointment on his face. Deku's eyes went wide in shock and he struggled to find the words to respond. Momo herself looked disappointed until she caught Goku looking at her with a smile. A frown appeared on her face before Goku quickly made his way over to her table and leaned over to talk to her. You look upset. Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll be great. Hey, wanna know a secret, Momo? He asked. Momo looked at with curiosity. Yes, I guess. What is it, Goku? She asked with interest. Goku smiled, stood up straight and gave Momo a thumbs up with a wink. It's about your votes. One of them was me. I figured you deserved it due to how smart, mature and well qualified for the position you are. So even if you got the position of vice president, I'll support you. Got it? He said supportively. Momo blushed before returning Goku's kind words with a thumbs up. Goku gave a goofy smile and rubbed the back of his head. He then gave a little wave and walked back to his desk. It was at this moment the bell for lunch went off and the class made for the lunch hall. Aizawa continued to snore and the class chuckled as they walked past. They arrived at the lunch hall and split off into their friendship groups. Goku sat down with Jiro, Kaminari and Momo, who didn't look shocked as he walked over with trays of food. They had grown accustomed to it by now. The rest of UA on the other hand looked shocked. As Goku sped through his meal, the school alarm went off and the entire hall went into panic with the belief that it was a villain. Goku meanwhile jumped up, rushed for the exit and began to take off his tie. Woohoo, finally, a real challenge. I can't wait, he celebrated as Jiro, Kaminari and Momo ran after him. The latter three were unfortunate enough to get caught in the swarms of students making for the exits themselves. Goku rushed to the entrance of UA, kicked open the door with an enthusiastic smile on his face and got into his fighting stance. Instead he came face to face with a group of reporters being kept back by UA's staff. His face immediately dropped and he stood up straight. God damn it. So much for a fight, he sighed before walking back inside and closing the door behind him. As he walked into a hallway, he saw the students dispersing and looked behind him and up to see Iida dropping down from above. Iida. Why were you up there? Goku laughed with Iida pushing his glasses onto his face. Simple. I discovered that it was a group of reporters outside and this was the most efficient way of letting everyone know, he proudly stated. Deku and Uraraka ran over to the pair and congratulated Iida on his quick thinking. Great job, Iida. Sure is lucky that it wasn't an actual villain, Deku stated while Goku sighed in frustration, a sign Uraraka picked up on. What's up, Goku? You seem upset. Is something wrong? She asked with a look of concern. It's just that I was looking forward to some action, Chaco. I've not had any exhilarating battles yet, he complained. Uraraka just looked even more confused. Goku just smiled before continuing. Look, when you're as strong as I am, nothing really feels like a challenge. Deku wants to be number one and keep people safe with a smile. Iida wants to live up to his brother's name. You want to earn money to help your parents out, he confessed. All three looked shocked with Uraraka looking nervous at the prospect of Goku judging her. Goku just laughed before waving his hands in front of him to calm her down. I heard the conversation. You guys sure do talk loudly, and don't worry, Chaco. I'm not judging you. I think it's heroic that you're thinking of your parents' struggles and working towards helping them out, he commended with Uraraka blushing and getting embarrassed. Goku, what's your reason for becoming a hero? Is it really just to fight strong villains? Deku questioned, which caught Goku off guard. Goku turned to face his friend before sighing and losing the smile on his face. Honestly, no, it's not. I want to become a hero to protect people. I've seen firsthand what villains can do, and it led to me losing something very dear to me. I have no intention of letting that happen to anyone else, he explained, with his friends listening with sympathy and understanding. But what happens if one day you fight a villain that is even more powerful than you and you can't save the person you're protecting? Iida asked. Goku's eyes narrowed and his gaze hardened. Not an option. If that happens, I'll push my power to even greater heights than ever before. I'll beat the bad guy and save people even if it kills me, he said with dignity, resolve and strength. Deku had to admit that he admired Goku's courage. Eventually the four noticed that everyone else had gone back to their classes and they were standing there awkwardly. We should probably head back to homeroom. I bet the rest of our class are wondering where we are, Iida stated, with Goku, Deku and Uraraka nodding, and together they made their way back to class 1A. They were the last to return and walked in just as Aizawa was beginning to stir. Did he really sleep through that entire thing? Deku asked, and Pinky, as Goku had taken to calling her for the time being, responded quickly and enthusiastically. Yep, he sure has. Or my name isn't Mina Ishido, she said with a big smile. The class laughed and sat down in their seats to avoid being reprimanded. Aizawa stood up, still in his sleeping bag, looked at the class and unzipped his sleeping bag before standing at his desk. Alright, class president and vice class president, please come to the front so I know who you are, he mumbled just loud enough for the class to hear. Deku and Momo did as instructed and stood at the front of the class. There was a look of determination of Deku's face which was strange. I'd just like to say that while I'm honored for this role, I don't think I quite deserve it. The person who does is Iida, as it was his quick thinking and leadership that calmed everyone down during that mass panic. Therefore, I would like to hand the role of class president over to him, he announced, with the entire class, especially Iida, looking shocked before congratulating Iida on what he had done. Iida stood up and made his way over to Deku before shaking his hand and allowing his friend to return to his seat. Thank you, Midoriya, for this honor. I will not let you or class 1A down, he firmly stated, with the class, minus Bakugo and half, erupting into cheers. Goku smiled before glancing over to Momo, who looked upset. Using his quirk, he flicked a small ball of ki towards her, catching her attention. She looked over at him and he gave her a small smile and a thumbs up. I believe in you regardless of whether you are class president or not. Never forget that, he supportively whispered for only her ears. Momo gave him a smile of gratitude before wiping away the tears that had welled up in her eyes. She then turned to Iida to congratulate him. Goku leaned back in his chair and breathed outwards, while Jiro, who was behind him and had noticed his kind gesture, just smiled at her friend. All was as it should be for the moment. A fun and supportive environment. It stayed like this for a short time until a certain sleep-deprived hero snapped back to reality. Alright, that's enough. Go get your hero costumes on. We're going on a field trip, Chapter 5. Encounter with the villainous kind. The trip that Aizawa mentioned went rather smoothly with little tension in the air. It wouldn't last for long though. Yeah, you're not like Bakugo. His aggressiveness is kinda unheroic, said the frog-like girl who was talking to Deku. Bakugo didn't take too kindly to her words. What do you mean? He yelled, with the class laughing at his predicament. Sorry dude. It says a lot if we know you already from your personality, Kaminari snickered. Bakugo turned and glared at him. Keep talking. I could take you all in a fight and win, he threatened while preparing his hands to create explosions. Sorry Bakugo, but you would probably lose to 3 people here right now. The red-haired boy called Kirishima smiled, awaiting the reaction. Oh yeah, and WHO would they be? He yelled in question, once more causing the class to laugh at his situation. Easy. Todoroki, Midoriya and Goku. You got nothing on their power, Kirishima responded with playful taunting. It hit its mark and Bakugo erupted in fury. Goku suspected most of it dwelled from Bakugo's hatred for Deku. He was lost on the name, Todoroki, and decided to ask the person sitting next to him. Hey, who's that Todoroki person? He asked half, who didn't react in any way whatsoever. Me, he responded quickly and bluntly with little interest. Goku went wide-eyed before scratching the back of his head in embarrassment and turning away before the situation became even more awkward. Quiet. We're here, Aizawa said as the coach pulled up in front of a large building and the class disembarked with Aizawa leading the way. The doors opened and the entire class walked through to see that they were in a large dome-shaped building and there were different areas inside. Ahead of them was an astronaut suit which walked towards Aizawa, with the two sharing a short exchange. Oh my god. That's the Rescue Hero 13, exclaimed Uraraka with excitement, and Goku immediately smiled at her reaction. His eyes diverted to 13, who approached them. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Here you will be practicing disaster scenarios. We do this as being a hero isn't all about being flashy with your quirks and beating the villains. You got to save people in dangerous scenarios as well, she explained, with the majority of the class looking enthusiastic. Goku's face, however, dropped rapidly. He sensed a malicious presence and looked past 13 to see purple mist materialize with 3 figures walk through. I don't mean to be rude, but are those guys part of the exercise? I'm getting very bad readings from them, he asked 13 quickly. The two pros turned around to face the new arrivals, with Aizawa's eyes narrowing and his body tensing. The class moved forward to look, but were instead greeted with 13 holding her arm out to her side, causing them to stop. Aizawa took a step forward and removed his hand from his pockets. I thought All Might was supposed to be here. Where is he then? Asked the blue-haired figure in the middle of the group. He had what appeared to be hands all over his body, with one being placed on his face so that only his eyes were visible. To his right was what appeared to be a being of mist in a suit with a waistcoat, while to his left was a hulking creature with beak and an exposed brain. Goku reckoned he was the heavy hitter and most likely going to be extremely dangerous. Don't know, don't care. Who are you and what are you doing here? Aizawa demanded. The blue-haired man scratched his neck before his gravelly voice was heard once more. My name is Tamura Shigaraki. This is Kurogiri and Nomu. We're here to kill All Might. Now I have no issue killing some low-life heroes and their pathetic excuse for heroes in training to get what I want, he explained, with Aizawa tensing in anger and signaling 13 to back the students up. Goku wasn't going to argue. These were real villains. Now although he wanted to fight them, he knew he had to be smart and careful about it. So Shigaraki, huh? Just another villain wanting to make a name for themselves. I'll defeat you like all those who have come before, Aizawa stated. Shigaraki gave a small and villainous laugh. His eyes locked on Aizawa with evil intent. Oh, I'm not like other villains. I'm a leader, he bluntly stated. Leader of what? Aizawa asked with concern. The League of Villains, came the reply. Almost instantly the portal behind him enlarged as Kurogiri activated his quirk and turned into a literal cloud of mist. All heroes present looked on in horror as a legion of villains walked through. You said you could handle us? I don't think you're ready for this, Eraserhead, mocked Shigaraki as the League walked forwards. Aizawa lowered his goggles over his eyes and prepared to fight. 13. Get the kids out of here. Get help. I'll hold them off, he ordered before launching himself down the steps to engage in combat. 13 turned around and directed the class to the door, only to stop suddenly. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that. Tamura won't be very pleased, came the voice of Kurogiri, who materialized in front of them. The class backed up as 13 stepped forward. If you want to hurt the kids, you're going to have to go through me first, 13 defiantly said as a latch on the index finger on her right hand opened up and she activated her quirk, Black Hole. Kurogiri's mist began to be sucked into her finger, yet it appeared to have little effect on him. Suddenly someone launched forward at him to attack. Die! Yelled Bakugo, who was followed by Kirishima as the pair took the opening. No, get away from there, shouted 13. Before anyone could react, Kurogiri expanded his mist once more and enveloped the majority of the class, including Bakugo and Kirishima. When the mist dissipated, Goku found himself standing alongside Iida, Uraraka, the boy with multiple called Mezzo Shoji, and 13. He took note that they were still by the door and therefore hadn't been teleported. It was at this moment 13 activated her quirk again and began to suck up Kurogiri's mist. Iida, you need to get out of here now. Get to Ua and let them know what's happening, she commanded with urge. Iida looked in shock. I can't leave you here. As class president, it is my duty to stand by my classmates' sides as we stand against villains, he courageously declared. Goku held back a laugh at how dedicated Iida was to his position as class president. Composing himself, he put his hand on Iida's shoulder, with Iida looking back at him in confusion. You got to go, Iida. With Kaioken I'm fast, but I may be needed here. Besides, we're counting on you. You're the class president. Be a hero. He spoke with motivation. The spark of bravery and heroism reignited inside Iida and he nodded in understanding. He turned towards the door and prepared himself to run. The engines on his legs ignited as he engaged his quirk. Uraraka moved to Goku's side as she too prepared to fight. She stood up on her tiptoes to be in line with Goku's ear before whispering in it. Nice work. Got to admire your speechmaking, she whispered, with Goku's eyes widening and him blushing slightly. Uraraka dropped down to her feet and prepared to cause a distraction. Before anyone could react, Kurogiri opened up a portal behind 13, who was unable to deactivate her quirk in time. Her quirk was therefore redirected behind her and she could only scream out in pain as the back of her suit was ripped apart. She fell to her knees before falling onto her front. The 4 students remaining looked in horror at her body. Goku felt slight relief, however, as he could still sense her energy, although it was weak and fading. Iida, get out of here. Me, Goku and Uraraka will hold him off. Shoji shouted as his multiple upper limbs turned into hands which clenched into fists. The 3 of them launched themselves at Kurogiri, who in response opened up portals to throw them off. What he didn't account for was Shoji to grab Uraraka and throw her to Goku, who had jumped into the air. Goku proceeded to catch Uraraka in his arms before freeing up his left hand to blast the pair of them around a second portal using a beam of ki. As they passed it, he then used another beam of ki to blast them both forward towards Kurogiri, who had little time to react. Goku quickly threw Uraraka into the air slightly before interlocking his hands and placing them so that her feet landed on them. With all the force he could muster, he lobbed Uraraka forward with her holding her hands out. I've just got to touch him, she said loud enough for only Goku and Shoji to hear. As Shoji moved in for close quarters combat, Goku hovered in midair and proceeded to barrage Kurogiri with ki blasts. Kurogiri redirected Uraraka's trajectory through the use of a portal, with her crashing into Shoji, who luckily managed to catch her before any serious damage could be done. Unfortunately for Kurogiri, he took the full force of Goku's barrage and his portals all closed. He dropped out of his mist form and fell to the ground. Iida, go now, commanded Goku as he landed on the ground. Iida didn't need to be told twice, and with his engines firing on all cylinders, he blasted forward towards the door. Going as fast as he could, Iida generally believed he could get to Ua scot-free. However, what he didn't account for was the door being locked. All 4 students suddenly looked worried. Iida struggled to open the door. Suddenly there was a parting in the door and he proceeded to pull the door apart. As the parting became big enough to fit through, Kurogiri materialized behind him with Goku, Uraraka and Shoji being shocked at how quickly he had recovered and even more so at how they had failed to notice him teleport. Just as his mist reached out towards Iida, an explosion was let off and he went falling to the ground once more, although this time with Bakugo holding his hand down on a silver container which had become visible around where his neck should be. Got you. Knew I'd find your weak spot, Bakugo gloated as Kirishima ran up to Goku. Sorry we took so long. Bakugo wanted to take out all the villains in our area. We were all separated, he apologized. Goku nodded in understanding and heard Uraraka let out a sigh of relief. They were all relieved until Og! Came a scream from Aizawa before a sickening crack could be heard. The class turned around to see Aizawa on the ground with the hulking monstrosity from before holding him down. His elbow on his right arm appeared to have slightly decayed somehow and was visibly broken. His face was then slammed down to the ground. While they were distracted, Kurogiri teleported to the side of Shigaraki with Bakugo growling in annoyance. Kurogiri appeared to say something to Shigaraki, who scowled under the hand on his face. He then said something that filled every student with dread. I'm done waiting for All Might. Nomu. Kill them all, Chapter 6. Now I'll show you the Kaioken. This is bad, was all Goku could say as the hulking monstrosity known as Nomu stood up from its victim, who was the now out of commission Aizawa. It towered above everyone present. Goku couldn't get a read on its energy and was therefore unable to tell how strong it was. He did notice something bizarre about it though. Anyone else notice how it seems to be following his every command? Almost as if it's completely brain dead, he asked with everyone going wide-eyed at this realization. Nomu sauntered towards the main group by the USJ entrance and they could do nothing but look on in terror. Shigaraki on the other hand had noticed Deku with the frog-like girl and the purple ball-haired boy who was known as Mineta due to all the times Goku had heard the girls call him a pervert. He suddenly launched himself at the frog-like girl while outstretching his right arm. His hand grabbed onto her face and everyone's eyes went wide with horror as they expected the worst. Nothing happened. Of course. I guess you had one last bout of energy left and you didn't, you Eraserhead. He sighed before turning his head to see Aizawa with his head barely raised and his eyes glowing red with quirk activation. On instinct, Deku leapt out of the water from where he was and pulled his arm back to punch Shigaraki. He punched at the villain and suddenly there was a massive cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, everyone could see Deku, with an unbroken arm, having connected with the body of a villain. Just not the villain they had hoped it would be. Instead of Shigaraki being the receiver of the punch, the dust cleared to show Nomu had been hit. What scared Class 1A the most was the fact that Nomu appeared unfazed as if the punch had meant nothing to it. Deku's eyes went wide as Nomu grabbed his arm and began to lift him into the air. Shigaraki pulled his hand away from his intended target and stood up straight while scratching his neck. I'm impressed. But you've volunteered yourself. Nomu, kill him, was all Shigaraki needed to say. Nomu grabbed Deku's head in his left hand and began to squeeze with the boy screaming out in pain. Class 1A froze in fear. Bakugo instead just scoffed and flat out refused to move. Deku's time was about to be up except for one small detail, the red light zooming towards Nomu at speed so great that no one could keep up. Get away from him, yelled Goku as his right fist connected with Nomu's face with the monster barely moving. On the bright side, the impact had the desired effect and Deku was released from its grip. Once landing, Deku scampered away as Goku jumped back himself and got into a fighting stance. His face showed clear anger and determination which Shigaraki took notice of, as did Deku. Goku on the other hand was more focused on something else entirely. Damn it. Kaioken times 2 barely fazed him. I'm going to have to amp things up a bit more than I thought, he said to himself before stepping back with his feet shoulder width apart, his back slightly bent with his head slightly down, his arms to his sides with both his forearms forward and his hands clenched into fists. His face showed concentration and rage while his red aura from Kaioken grew as ferocious as it did when he threw the softball on his first day at UA. Class 1A looked surprised at Goku's sudden display of power, with one member in particular appearing worried. No. His body won't be able to handle the stress from that power. Jiro panicked as the class looked at her with curiosity and their own concern. Wait, so you're saying that as his power grows higher his body takes damage? Asked Kirishima. Yes, came the quick one-worded reply. The students all looked back at Goku as he continued to raise his power output. Crap, was all Kirishima could muster in response. From where they were standing, Goku looked fine, but they now knew the truth. He was in agony at the toll his power was taking on his body. Suddenly Goku yelled out as he completed his task. Now I'll show you the Kaioken, he said in a strained voice. Shigaraki looked puzzled. Kaio what? He questioned before the red aura surrounding Goku expanded even more and became a struggle to maintain for the young hero in training. Kaioken times 4, screamed Goku before launching himself from where he was standing with his target being Nomu. Nomu didn't need Shigaraki to order it around this time as it was aware of what it needed to do. It pulled its right arm back to punch Goku and as it threw its fist forward it looked over for Goku. Gotcha, he smirked as he ducked to the side of Nomu's arm and using his left arm performed an uppercut to Nomu's chin which caused him to flinch only a little. Goku wasn't done yet though as his right hand was balled into a fist and using his strength he jabbed Nomu in the chest which once again had no effect. Jumping back again, Goku had to come up with a new strategy. He started to run around Nomu as fast as he could with the monster not fazed in the slightest. Dust clouds began to appear and it stayed this way a short while before Goku launched at Nomu, punching him and flew past it before doing it again and again in rapid succession. As Goku launched himself one final time, Nomu simply raised its hand out and grabbed Goku's fist with a firm grip. Goku's attempts to pull away were futile as Nomu tightened its grip. It suddenly lifted his arm into the air, taking Goku with it before slamming its victim to the ground over and over again. Goku screamed out in pain and Shigaraki gave an evil grin at the prospect of this first casualty. Class 1A froze in fear, unable to do anything but watch as their friend and fellow classmate took the full force of the onslaught from the creature. Tears appeared in the eyes of Jiro and Momo. Eventually Nomu let go of Goku's fist midair and Goku, unable to react in time, was punched in his chest. The force from the punch sent him flying backwards and he dropped out of Kaioken just before hitting the ground. Nomu went back to standing in a neutral stance and awaited orders from Shigaraki. Goku meanwhile was fading in and out of consciousness and dug his fingers into the ground. ×4 wasn't enough. He sputtered in pain. He just hoped he had bought his classmates enough time. The odds weren't in his favor however. Nomu. Kill those kids. I want this annoyance to watch before we kill him, said Shigaraki menacingly as he looked at Goku with gleeful eyes. Goku moved his head slightly to see Nomu begin walking towards his classmates. They were going to die and there was nothing he could. No, was all he could mutter as he attempted to rise to his feet. As he stood up he hunched over in pain and exhaustion before dropping his head and not moving anymore. He had fallen unconscious while standing up. So Goku, what kind of person do you want to be? Asked an elderly man to a young Goku. Oh, that's easy, Grandpa Gohan. I'm going to be a hero. That way I can make mom and dad proud. Yelled Goku enthusiastically while jumping up and down with a huge smile on his face. Gohan smiled in response. I thought so. I know they're proud of you already, but I'm sure that whatever you do you'll have made both of them and me proud. Gohan responded with a smile. Goku stopped bouncing up and down and his smile faded. Gohan raised an eyebrow in concern. What happens if I'm not strong enough though, Grandpa? People will get hurt and I won't be able to stop the bad guys, he muttered. Gohan sighed before picking up Goku under his armpits and raising him up in front of him. He gave a warm smile. Goku's eyes lit up in awe. Well, you'll just persevere and get stronger. You'll save people. I guarantee you that, my pure-hearted grandson. My Nimbus. Goku's eyes snapped open in focus and he raised his head. His gaze set upon Shigaraki, who stepped back in shock. Goku then turned to face Nomu, who had noticed the movement from Goku in his limited peripheral vision. The creature turned to face its original adversary. Goku clenched his teeth in rage and his eyes narrowed. You won't lay a finger on them. I won't allow it. He growled in anger. Shigaraki rolled his eyes in annoyance. Doesn't matter what you say, you can't beat Nomu. He has multiple quirks, including shock absorption. Also, your last strategy at your Kaio whatever ×4 failed, so what chance do you really have? You're at your limit, hero, mocked Shigaraki before laughing with malicious intent. Goku didn't react. His body was shaking and from the viewpoint of his class and the villains it appeared like his body was giving way. They could have never known how far from the truth they were. Goku was powering his body up with Kaioken once more. Maybe I'm at my limit but I don't care. I'll break through my limits, no, I'll smash through my limits. RRRAAARRRGGGGHHHHH, he yelled as he began to power up further than he ever had before. The ground began to shake and everyone who wasn't Nomu struggled to stand up straight. Jiro and Momo's eyes widened in shock at the power output. It grew more ferocious by the second as Goku's growls grew louder and more powerful. Shigaraki looked on in fear while Class 1A looked on in surprise and awe. His powers rising higher than ever before, realized Jiro as the rest of her class looked on. You're right, yelled Kirishima in excitement, damn, that's manly. It's going past ×3. Past ×4. I'd say it's at about, was all Momo could say before Goku interrupted her. ×20. He screamed at the top of his lungs as his aura exploded outwards and upwards. Shigaraki and Kurogiri, who had been silent this entire time, stepped backwards in concern. Kaioken ×20. Screamed Goku before launching himself forward with such a force that the ground where he once stood fractured and blew apart like it was made from graphite. Before anyone could blink, Nomu had gone flying backwards with Goku using his body as a javelin to push him back. Nomu slammed its fists down onto his chest but ended up hitting itself as Goku had disappeared from view and then reappeared behind Nomu, bringing his hands down in a sledgehammer on Nomu's exposed brain. The impact slammed Nomu into the ground and a massive crater was formed. Goku slowly fell to the ground, landing on his feet and walked to the edge of the crater. His sledgehammer had caused some bleeding on Nomu's brain and the creature was spasming. Goku suddenly buckled over in pain as the effects of Kaioken ×20 took a hold. Ah! He screamed out in agony and could do nothing as Nomu slowly stood up and smacked him aside. Goku pushed through the pain to flip over midair and land on his feet. His entire body was strained and his muscles were beginning to be torn apart. The situation looked dire until Goku's eyes narrowed as a plan formulated itself inside his head. Damn, I've got to finish this in one shot. I didn't want to use it just yet but I don't have a choice. It's not been perfected and will probably drain, but regardless I've got to put everything I've got left into it, he muttered under his breath as Nomu sauntered towards him. He looked behind him and locked eye contact with Uraraka. Her eyes welled with tears and fell down her face. Goku gave her a smile and she smiled back as she wiped away her tears. He then caught Jiro's eye contact and she gave a smile before mouthing, "Kick his ass." She then proceeded to give him a thumbs up. Momo was next and she nodded, which gave Goku all the info he needed. Finally Kaminari caught eye contact and gave him a thumbs up and wink. Goku nodded before turning back to Nomu. I've been saving this one, he said aloud for the remaining villains to hear. Shigaraki scratched his neck uninterested while Kurogiri looked on. Nomu just continued its path towards the spiky-haired boy. Goku raised his power and then cupped both his hands to the right side of his body at his hip. He had already bent his knees by this point and taken up a new stance. Me, he began chanting out loud as Nomu continued to approach. All battle viewers saw a ball of blue ki energy form between Goku's cupped hands and grow larger as he continued charging the attack. Me, he continued as the energy grew larger before flashing a bright blue and the charging on it came to a halt. Goku stared down Nomu and his eyes pulsed blue for a slight second before he thrust his hands forward. He yelled with a massive blue beam of ki energy shooting out from the palms of his hands where the ball had just been. The force of the blast pushed Goku back slightly but he planted his feet firmly and using the last of his energy the beam grew larger as it approached its target. Nomu took the beam head on as Shigaraki smirked. However, what no one expected was Nomu to be pushed back slightly and its body to start singeing. The creature was being ripped apart by Goku's Kamehameha. The beam soon enveloped Nomu and it disappeared from view. The beam then dissipated and Goku collapsed, his stamina and energy being completely spent. Shigaraki was furious and began to act like a little kid. That's not fair. A kid can't beat Nomu. He cheated. Damn it. This is so unfair, he yelled as his voice cracked. Goku, with his face on the ground, gave a small smile before feeling himself slip into unconsciousness. His face soured though as he sensed the monster's energy and barely saw it stand up. It appeared to be regenerating itself. Then the door to the USJ opened and there was only one thing he heard before passing out. Sorry I wasn't here to help. Don't worry anymore because I am here, said All Might with a voice of fury. Chapter 7. In spoken vow. Goku's eyes slowly opened and he found himself laying on a bed in what appeared to be an infirmary. He looked down at his body and saw himself covered in bandages. He felt exhausted. His mouth formed a smile as three familiar key signatures arrived at his door. The door slowly creaked open and Jiro, Momo and Kaminari quickly walked through. Upon seeing Goku alive and awake they all sighed in relief before moving towards his bed. Jiro and Momo sat down on the chairs available while Kaminari stood at the side of the bed. Jiro simply punched Goku in his right arm and he winced in pain. You idiot. You just had to push your body that far didn't you? We were so worried, stressed Jiro who was struggling to hold her calm facade together while Momo just had tears in her eyes. Kaminari looked concerned but kept a smile on his face and kept himself composed. Goku simply chuckled at all the concern his friends were giving him. Don't worry about me. I'm fine really. It's you I'm concerned about. How is everyone? Goku asked with a concerned face. Deku's fingers were broken due to using his quirk when we were all separated. Kaminari is fine although we now know that when he uses his quirk too much he becomes an idiot. Jiro laughed at Kaminari's expense. The boy in question wasn't very appreciative. Oh come on Jiro. I can't do anything about that. I'm going to work on it. He whined while everyone else just laughed. Goku once again winced in pain but breathing heavily. Suddenly he felt someone kiss him and turned to find a little old woman move her lips away from him. He freaked out slightly at what had just happened. Oh stop your whinging. You're fine now. All your injuries have been fully healed. Although you may be exhausted, she explained. This is Recovery Girl. She's the school nurse. Not a fan of her healing method though, Momo explained while Goku struggled to keep his eyes open after the healing process completely drained his stamina. Alright, visiting time's up. This young man has an important guest waiting to speak to him. Shoo shoo. Recovery Girl ordered as she pushed the three students out of the tomb. All three waved as the door closed. Goku looked back up at the ceiling and before long the door reopened. Goku turned his head to see a skinny man with droopy blonde hair and blue eyes in the doorway. The man had bandages which weren't hidden very well allowing a confused Goku to see them. The key signature coming from the man was extremely familiar. Hello young Goku. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I work at All Might's agency, he explained while Goku rolled his eyes and gave a sly smile. Toshinori looked confused before sitting down by the bed. What's wrong? What did I say? Toshinori asked in confusion. You can drop the act. I know it's you, came the serious response. Toshinori's eyes opened in shock. I don't know what you're talking about young man. You should stop accusing me of being someone else, he reprimanded. Goku just smirked. Okay. I'm sorry, he responded. Toshinori sighed in relief. All Might, was all Goku needed to say to cause Toshinori to look up in surprise and horror. As he sputtered for words Goku just began to laugh. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Can't ruin the legend of All Might can I? He chuckled with All Might looking somewhat relieved before dropping his facade. How did you figure it out just by looking at me? He asked solemnly. Goku's face showed embarrassment as he nervously chuckled. Well my quirk is key manipulation. Part of it allows me to detect key signatures. Once I've met someone I can always detect their signature regardless of where they are. I can also sense key signatures of people I've never met before but that only gauges to how strong they are or how evil. The moment you walked in I sensed the key signature of All Might, explained the spiky-haired boy. All Might sighed before smiling. He knew that his secret would be safe with Goku just as it was safe with his chosen successor. You know you're the only other student that knows. The first to discover it is in your class but I won't tell you who it, he started before Goku interrupted. It's Midoriya isn't it? Goku coolly said. All Might looked flabbergasted at the prospect of two secrets being exposed by the same person in one day. How did you know? He questioned once more. Well, in fairness, I just guessed because he's like your greatest fan, came Goku's honest reply. He had sat up in his bed by this point in the conversation. All Might facepalmed in embarrassment at having exposed himself by accident. I walked into that one. What else do you know? All Might asked with bated breath. Well, I know there's something else going on between you and Deku, but I won't pry any further. What did you want to speak about? He asked. All Might sighed in relief before continuing. I wanted to talk about the USJ incident. You were badly injured against the monstrosity known as Nomu. It appeared as if your body was tearing itself apart, but we don't know how. Nomu had multiple quirks, you see, and not only of them could cause the damage your body took. Do you know what happened? He asked. I broke through the limits of Kaioken to times 20. My max is 4, but that didn't make a dent in Nomu's defense, Goku sighed. Kaioken, is that part of your quirk? All Might asked. Yeah, it's a power-up technique that I created to allow me to increase my power. The only issue is that the more I power up, the more damage my body takes. It starts with stamina at times 1, but as I move up, my muscles start to strain and then my body just begins to tear itself apart, explained Goku. All Might tilted his head in concern. So you pushed past your limit of times 4 to times 20, which enabled you to actually damage Nomu. I've got to hand it to you that regardless of the risk, that was an incredibly heroic thing to do, All Might commended with Goku's eyes welling up with tears at the prospect of being called a hero by the number 1 pro. You ignored the downside to this Kaioken technique and put yourself on the line for your classmates. You should be proud of yourself. You bought enough time for me to arrive, All Might continued. Goku blinked and tears began to fall down his face. I've already said this to young Midoriya, but I truly believe that Class 1A, as the next generation of heroes, will be the greatest heroes ever. As a matter of fact, young Goku, I believe you will be one of the pioneers of a new age of heroes and will help lead the country, no, the world through the darkness into the light once I have retired. You will be great, he said with a genuine smile. Goku's eyes were wet by this point, but he was still smiling. Mom, Dad, Grandpa Gohan, I'll keep my promise to you. And I'll do it as a hero. I'm going to get stronger and never give up. I swear. I'll find the villains who took you from me and I'll take them down to show I'm not scared. I promise. Author's note. You know what? Screw it. I couldn't wait any longer to get season 1 out there. I was literally growing extremely impatient. Every season movie from here on out will be slow releases like I originally said. I just need to say something quickly about chapter lengths. Not all chapters will be long ones. The only chapters that will get over 2,000 words will be ones I deem key events in the series. Shorter chapters will be deemed as a sort of filler to me, but they won't be like 1,000 words long. Regardless, I'll make them as good as possible. I hope you've enjoyed season 1 of My Hero Academia, Nimbus. I'm looking forward to show you season 2 and beyond. Chapter 1. Get that blood pumping. A few days had passed since the USJ incident and Goku's body had almost been destroyed by Kaioken X20. The villains that had been defeated by Class 1A were rounded up by the heroes and the police, Nomu included. From the little info All Might had told Goku at the hospital and the little info the police had, it was clear that Nomu had been given multiple quirks and the process had caused him to go braindead, with only Shigaraki being the one to give him orders. Goku had returned to Class 1A with his wounds fully and his determination to become a hero still very much intact. He also now knew about All Might's true form, and after discovering, albeit through trickery, that Deku also knew, he could now discuss the topic with his friend, but only in private. The only people who probably got the worst punishment from the USJ incident were Aizawa and 13. Luckily they were recovering and no one had actually died. Fast forward to the current situation in Class 1A and it was clear to see why the class was in shock at who their homeroom teacher was at the moment. Alright, so we're going to prepare for the UA Sports Festival. This will be your chance to shine and possibly earn a temporary place at an agency as part of an internship, explained the heavily bandaged and still heavily somber Aizawa, who was remarkably still up for teaching and showing up at UA. The class on the other hand had no idea why he was out of the hospital. What? Why are you here and not at the hospital? Yelled the pink-skinned girl called Mina Ishido. Yeah, better question is when do we get ourselves ready for the sports festival, Mr. Aizawa? Followed up Kaminari, who was pumped to get to show off his skill. The entire class began discussing their training for the festival and what they would show off should they get the chance. Goku was more concerned about resting himself and showed genuine concern for his homeroom teacher, as did Deku, Uraraka and Momo. The four of them had noticed a scar under Aizawa's right eye. Mr. Aizawa, is your eye okay? Asked Uraraka, and Aizawa turned to look at her. It's fine. Only problem is that due to the injury I can't keep my eyes open as long as I used to, he explained as the four students concerned either put their hand over their mouth in shock or just looked sympathetic. Aizawa had grown tired of the class antics and turned back to them. That's enough. We'll discuss the sports festival later. You've got English now, he solemnly muttered, and all of a sudden the eccentric madman hero that is present Mike burst through the door yelling. Alright, who's ready to learn? He screamed with enthusiasm. The class just groaned minus Goku, who cracked his neck and became surprisingly alert. The lesson passed on by with Goku answering and getting right pretty much every question asked. The class stared at him with disbelief and present Mike just looked surprised yet slightly proud at the same time. Once the lesson ended, the class made their way to the lunch hall. Hey Goku, how are you so good at English? Asked Jiro with an eyebrow raised. Goku turned his head and smiled at her. Well, it's my first language. I was born in the United States and came over here when I was about 5 years old. So, you could say I got the best of both worlds. English and Japanese. I'm bilingual. He cheered with a goofy smile while Jiro just laughed. Goku turned back to make sure he wasn't about to crash into anything. They arrived at the food hall and immediately the ritual of Goku eating plate upon plate of food begun and soon finished. Then to the shock of even his friends he took a run around the entire school and asked Momo to time him. She did exactly that. Once his run was complete he saw that his time was 38.89 seconds. He smiled and proceeded that he would call it a day for now. The four friends made their way back to their class where Aizawa was sure to be waiting for them. Goku. Why did you do that? Asked Kaminari. Hey, if the sports festival is coming up I've got to be in tip-top shape after the USJ incident. Can't let those injuries stop me. Came the enthusiastic yet natural reply for the training-loving teenager. His peers just smiled and the four walked back into their homeroom. Once they took their seats Aizawa pulled up some info about the sports festival which got everyone riled up in a good way. Alright, so this sports festival is a highly televised and as I said earlier will be a perfect opportunity to show what you are best at. Quirks are permitted of course. The order of events will be an obstacle course, then an unknown event and then a tournament where the 8 contestants who get through the second event fight it out in brackets. Don't underestimate each other, he explained as the entire class felt fired up. Goku noticed Bakugo with an arrogant smile on his face. Pissed Jiro. Bakugo may go overboard during the tournament part, Goku whispered to his friend. Jiro rolled her eyes and chuckled. No kidding, she smirked before glancing at Bakugo. One last thing. You'll be going up against not only each other but also Class 1B, the general studies students, the support course students and the business students. So you best shine because if any of those other students do better than you, they may take your place in this class, he snidely remarked with his signature sinister smile. Everyone in the class, minus Bakugo, Todoroki and Goku, had a look of shock on their faces. Goku chuckled before leaning back in his chair. He began to breath heavily as he imagined the strong opponents he would come up against. He knew this was going to be fun and he felt his heart beating faster at the prospect of fighting someone as strong if not stronger than him. Keep yourself together Goku. Sure you can fight strong people but remember why you want to do this. To be strong enough to stop villains from hurting people, he told himself under his breath. He raised his head with iron-willed determination. He failed to notice Uraraka with an extremely competitive aura. Clenching his fist in front of him Goku closed his eyes and then opened them again to look dead ahead at the board. Let's do this. Chapter 2. Raring to go. Let the sports festival commence. The day had finally come. The sports festival was here. Goku had prepared himself the best he could and along with the rest of the class begun the trek into the stadium. As they walked into the open they saw the crowds of people cheering, some were heroes and others were random civilians. Wow. Didn't expect there to be so many people, Goku muttered. Oh wow, what's this? A member of Class 1A acting like a complete buffoon. Ahahaha, remarked a blonde-haired boy with a sinister grin. Goku looked at him and saw him coming with a different group of students. He figured that the boy was part of Class 1B. Can I help you? Asked Goku to this newcomer with a confused look on his face. The boy just laughed even more which creeped Goku out a lot. Suddenly the boy's body went slack and someone grabbed him by the back of his gym shirt. Goku saw that it was a orange-haired girl who was actually rather attractive. Sorry about him. Monoma's got it out for Class 1A just because he didn't get into it himself. He's got a sort of superiority complex. My name's Itsuka Kendo by the way. Nice to meet you, she said with a heart-warming smile. Goku returned the gesture with a smile of his own. Nice to meet you too. I'm Goku. Can't wait to see what you're made of. He cheerily said making Kendo chuckle. Goku suddenly rubbed his chin in thought. Kendo just stared at him curiously. You said he has a superiority complex yeah. Guess that makes him like Bakugo, he stated. Who's Bakugo? Asked Kendo. Goku looked up at her and put his hand to his side. Oh don't worry. You'll find out soon enough, he said while shrugging and giving a goofy smile. Kendo shook her head in amusement before the pair of them wished each other luck and returned to their respective classes. Goku moved to stand beside Jiro who noticed his late arrival. What took you so long? Weren't daydreaming again were you? She snidely remarked. Goku looked at her with confusion before responding. What no, I was just making new friends. Although I'm pretty sure one of them hates me, he said with a raised eyebrow. Jiro sighed and gave a small smile. Goku remember what I said about you not changing the way you are ever? She asked. Yeah what about that? He replied with another question. Seriously. Never change the way you are. You do that and the world may just end, came the response with a laugh. Goku just laughed as well. Welcome Japan to the UA Sports Festival. Came a voice from just in front of the students. Goku turned to see a woman in what appeared to be an extremely revealing costume. The majority of the men in the audience were drooling at the sight. In her hand was a feather duster. Jiro, why has she got some weird feather duster looking thing in her right hand? Asked Goku. Jiro's eyes widened in surprise at the question. She looked at him and he saw that she was flushed. Goku. What sort of question is that? That's not a feather duster. She stammered with Goku raising an eyebrow in response. Isn't it? What is it then? He naively asked. I'll tell you when you're older, came the quick response. Goku opened his mouth to respond but decided against it when the same woman spoke once more. Okay, before we get this sports festival underway we will have an intro talk by the highest ranking member of the Hero Course practical exam. Give it up for Katsuki Bakugo. She exclaimed. Everyone in Class 1A showed visible signs of worry as Bakugo woke up to the microphone on the stage. They all prayed for the same thing. Please don't say anything that will screw us over. They weren't so lucky. I'm just going to say that I'm going to win, Bakugo bluntly stated. Almost instantaneously the air amongst every student present changed as all gazes were filled with hate and turned towards Class 1A. While his classmates stressed, Goku just shrugged. He saw this as a challenge worth taking on. He'd managed to overhear from Kaminari and Tokiyami, the boy with a raven head, that the woman was the 18-plus heroine Midnight, so his questions had all been answered. Alright, let's get the obstacle course underway. Take your positions. The first 42 students to make it back to the stadium will go through to the next round. Good luck and get ready to go plus ultra. She yelled. Everyone present, including the audience, erupted into cheers before the students took their positions at the obstacle course starting line. Everyone readied up and Goku silently whispered a word many had heard before. Kaioken, he whispered loud enough for Jiro to hear and immediately panic. You idiot, don't use it, she reprimanded. Goku, in his red aura, looked at her and smiled. Don't worry. I'm only going to use up to ×3 and if I have to ×4. ×20 is off limits, he assured her. Her body relaxed and the doors opened up as President Mike, who was commentating to the ire of Aizawa who he dragged along with him, yelled start. Everyone took off with Goku about to launch himself forward. Suddenly Goku found his as well as everyone else's feet frozen to the ground. Goku's eyes narrowed in frustration and he looked up to see Todoroki running away. Oh no you don't. Goku yelled as he blasted the ice around his feet with a ki blast before taking off. On his way out he sent a few more ki blasts to the ice around the feet of Jiro, Momo and Kaminari. He then fully took off with the aura of Kaioken burning brightly. In the lead were Todoroki with Bakugo close behind him. There was about 100 yards between Goku and the explosion-loving teen. Goku silently muttered Kaioken X2 to speed himself up and upon growing nearer to Bakugo he depowered back to X1. There was a sudden boom and all three students came to a stop. A giant robot towered above them and with little effort from Todoroki was taken down allowing all three to pass, still in the same rankings as before. I'm not losing to you icy hot, screamed Bakugo causing Goku to roll his eyes at his classmates' behavior. The race continued until both Todoroki and Bakugo suddenly slowed down. With the other students behind them Goku took the chance and passed them. All looked good until Goku found himself plummeting downwards with no way to stop his fall. Damn, now I know why they stopped. He thought to himself while criticizing his lack of foresight. He closed his eyes and the aura of Kaioken disappeared and it all looked over for Goku. Didn't want to do this yet but I've got no choice. Concentrate Goku. Concentrate. He yelled at himself before a light blue aura enveloped him and his descent changed. Instead of going straight down Goku was tilting upwards and began going in the direction he was originally going in with one clear difference. He was moving in midair. Goku had a huge smile on his face and flew upwards out of the chasm and on the other side. His sudden appearance shocked multiple people. Woohoo! It worked. I'm flying, he yelled in excitement before zooming off towards the finish line. Making sure to keep the race somewhat fair Goku flew close to the ground and eventually came across Todoroki, Bakugo and Deku. To be exact he came across Todoroki looked annoyed, Bakugo looking pissed and Deku in front of both them having launched himself off some landmines from an obstacle Goku had completely skipped due to his flight. Increasing his acceleration Goku closed the gap and as Deku passed the finish line he waved at both Todoroki and Bakugo as he flew past both of them. Todoroki looked shocked and Bakugo looked like he was about to kill someone. The crowd erupted into cheers as Goku came in second place. As he neared Deku his aura disappeared and he came to a skidding halt next to his friend who looked more shocked at the fact that he had come in first place. Goku laughed and turned to see his friends come through the finish line. He noticed Momo had passed but had Mineta attached to her. Goku rolled his eyes and walked over to his friend. He grabbed Mineta by his shirt and pulled the purple-haired pervert of Momo. He chucked him away with Momo thanking him. Don't worry about it. It's what friends are for, he said before giving a thumbs up. He turned to face Midnight who began to announce the next event. Congratulations. The first 42 of you are going through to the next round. This year it will be a cavalry battle. You will choose teams and then compete to steal the points of your competition. The points will be displayed on headbands. Oh and by the way your rankings in the last event will denote the points you have, she explained before clicking a button. A leaderboard appeared with the names of each person who finished the obstacle. Goku's name had 750 points next to his name but it was the name above that concerned him. He looked over at Deku who was visibly panicking at the prospect of the points he had. Deku had 10 million points. All participants gazed at him and he felt a target on his back. Goku looked determined to help his friend out. He walked over to Deku, placed his hand on his shoulder and gave Deku a warm smile. Don't worry. I've got your back. Author's note. Hi guys. Sorry about the wait. The sports festival has begun with this chapter but I've actually finished the whole arc. I'm currently on the hero killer arc but I'm taking a different approach to the arc which you'll see. Consider as somewhat original content that diverges from the normal My Hero Academia story. Also quick response to the guest who left a review regarding a certain item that Goku uses. All I can say is don't worry. It will show up. He will use it. As to when it will show up I guess I can let you in on a little secret. It will be given to him in this very season. That's all guys. Please leave a review. It helps me to know people are liking the story so far. Chapter 3. Teamwork makes the dream work. Deku let's team up. Beamed Uraraka. Deku's eyes went wide and filled with tears while Goku laughed about the whole situation. Uraraka. Are you sure? Why would you want to team up with me? I've got a massive bounty on my head. He cried while Goku crouched down and held his stomach while his laughter got harder and more painful. Of course I'm sure. Besides it's good to work with friends, right? She asked with the same smile on her face. Deku's face scrunched up as if someone had just tugged on his heartstrings. Uraraka looked concerned. Whoa Deku. Is your face okay? You look really ugly, Uraraka said with confusion on her face. Goku, who had stopped laughing, looked at the situation, saw Deku's face and then proceeded to laugh once more. Both of his friends looked at him before Uraraka joined in the laughter with a small chuckle and Deku wiped away his tears. Oh, that was perfect, Goku said as he calmed down and wiped away his tears that had appeared while he was laughing. I'm with you Deku. We just need one more person, he said as he scratched his chin. Suddenly 2 arms appeared behind him and started to massage his muscles. Goku looked down in confusion and awkwardness before his eyes opened and he started to freak out as did Deku and Uraraka. Wow, you've got big muscles. You've got to let me use you to make more beautiful babies. You've also got to let me team with you so I can advertise my babies. A pink-haired girl enthusiastically exclaimed before stepping away from Goku and taking her goggles off. Goku composed himself as did the other 2 members of his team. The girl turned to face Deku. I'm Mei Hatsume. I'm gonna be part of your team if you let me. The girl named Mei said as she introduced herself. Yeah sure. No worries. We could use the help, Deku said with unease but thankfulness. Okay. We've got our team. Me, Uraraka and Mei will be the carriers and you will be on the top Deku. So with the positioning out of the way, what's the plan? Asked Goku who smirked as Deku gave a confident smile. I'm glad you asked, came the calm reply. As Deku explained the plan the preparation time grew shorter and shorter until finally the cavalry battle was ready to begin. On your marks. Get set. Let the cavalry battle begin. Exclaimed Midnight. Almost instantly every single team in the event made a beeline for Goku, Deku, Uraraka and Mei. The reactions from the 4 were unsurprisingly different. Deku looked panicked. Mei seemed eager. Uraraka seemed determined. Goku had a smirk on his face. Since Goku was at the front of the carriers he was able to clearly see which 2 teams were the most concerning. On his right was Todoroki's team which consisted of half and half himself, Momo, Iida and Kaminari. On his left was Bakugo's team which consisted of him, Mina, Kirishima and another member of Class 1A called Hantashiro. Planting his feet firmly, Goku prepared for phase 1 of Deku's plan. You guys ready? He calmly asked. You bet. Let's do this, came Uraraka's reply. On cue the girl of gravity touched Goku's back and Mei's shoulder with her free hand. Okay Goku, Mei. I've used my quirk on you, she said with concentration. Anytime Goku, cried Deku. Goku smirked as he watched the 2 problem teams approach. He wanted to leave it as late as possible before fulfilling his part of the plan. Eventually he got his wish. And lift off. He yelled as he crouched his legs and leapt into the air with Uraraka holding onto his back and Mei using one of her many inventions to follow his upwards trajectory. All teams looked up in shock at what had just happened. Bakugo on the other hand. Get back here Deku. I'm not losing to a damn nerd. He screamed as his team immediately took off. From their vantage point in the air Goku could see all teams going after people for their points which were as explained on headbands. Alright Mei. Uraraka's quirk is keeping us up here but we will need to land before this is classed as cheating. Time to use it, yelled Deku with a fire burning in his eyes. Time to use my baby, beamed Mei before she pressed a button on the propulsion unit on her legs. The force pushed them forward albeit spinning and Goku held onto Deku extra tight as to make sure he didn't fall off. Deku on the other hand was more concerned about making sure the headband stayed on his head. Mei was laughing with pure ecstasy while Uraraka was trying not to throw up. Eventually the spinning stopped and the 4 of them were above a clear area in the arena. Uraraka deactivated her quirk and Goku made sure they landed safely. Woo, that was fun. We aren't out of the water yet though guys, exclaimed Goku as they turned to see Todoroki's team once more approaching them. Bakugo's team wasn't and it appeared that the explosion-loving madman was going after Monoma's team. Not that Goku was complaining. You won't get away again Midoriya, said Todoroki as he launched an ice wave towards his target. Goku, Mei and Uraraka jumped backwards slightly with Goku destroying the ice wave with a kick. Todoroki wasn't finished though as he kept launching ice wave after ice wave. Eventually Deku's team landed only to find that they had to move again as Todoroki continued his onslaught. However, as Mei attempted to jump she found herself unable to which caused the entire team to nearly fall apart. What the? She questioned as she looked down to see a purple ball stuck to the ground in the sole of her propulsion boot. A purple ball the residents of Class 1A knew all too well. Mineta, where? Asked Deku with nervousness as his eyes scanned the arena. His eyes widened and he barely managed to move his head put of the way as a pink tongue whipped towards the headbands on his head. It then whipped back with Deku following it to see it recede into a covered area which had been formed out of Shoji's arms. He then opened his eyes in shock as he saw the silhouette of Mineta and the frog-like girl from the USJ incident. Asui. He silently asked. Who's that? The frog girl? Asked Goku with a raised eyebrow. Deku nodded. Yes. Her name is Suyu Asui, he responded. Goku narrowed his eyes before signaling for Uraraka and Mei to take off with him. The 4 fled with the carriers running as fast as they could. Mineta's team followed only to get trapped in ice that was formed at their feet by Todoroki whose team was still as relentless as ever. This time though was different. Iida's engines on his calves lit up and he burst forward with the rest of his team being pushed forward since he was at the back.
Before even Goku could react, the headband on Deku's forehead had been ripped off by Todoroki, who then proceeded to tie it around his forehead. Deku went into panic mode, as did Goku, Uraraka and Mei. By this point Bakugo's team had dealt with Monoma and was making their way over to Todoroki. "I'm going in," cried Deku as he reached out his hand while Todoroki was busy preparing for Bakugo's inevitable arrival. Grabbing onto a headband he believed to be the 10 million points, he pulled his arm back to his chest. When he opened the palm of his hand, his eyes went wide in shock and panic. "I only got the 70 points. He cried out. Uraraka panicked. Mei didn't seem bothered. Goku fumbled to quickly hide something. "Give it here, icy hot," screamed Bakugo in rage as he launched off his carriers towards Todoroki. Deku's team lunged at Todoroki at the same time, with Deku prepping a punch with his quirk. Goku's eyes widened in shock as he saw flames appear around Todoroki's left hand, which was outstretched. Just as it all seemed like Deku and Bakugo would end up fighting for the 1 million points, a sound went off. A sound signifying the end of the cavalry battle. And that's time. Well done to all teams, and here is the leaderboard of who will go through to the final event. Announced Midnight as she raised her feather duster into the air. The audience went ballistic. Bakugo fell to the ground and faceplanted. Deku jumped off his carriers and looked despondent. Todoroki looked at his left hand and looked ashamed. Goku. Well, Goku just smiled and gave a small chuckle. Uraraka and Deku turned to look at him as the leaderboard appeared with the results. Team Todoroki was first, Team Bakugo second, and the team of a dark navy blue-haired boy, which included Tokiyami and Sparkle Boy, was in third place. "What are you laughing about, Goku? We lost," cried Deku. Goku turned to face him before holding up what appeared to be a headband. Deku's eyes went wide. "When did you grab that?" he asked with shock. Uraraka was equally surprised and Mei wasn't paying attention. Goku stuck his thumb up and pointed it behind him at the leaderboard. "When you grabbed the 70 points, I was going for the 10 million as well. Due to the timing, I grabbed this one without Todoroki noticing." "Not bad, right?" he confidently said as the 360 points on the headband became visible for his team. Deku then looked past him to see that in fourth place was the team name, Midoriya. "Waahhhhhh," he cried as water erupted from his eyes upwards and the ground beneath him slightly collapsed in comical style. Uraraka looked happy and smiled. Mei looked excited to show off her inventions, and Goku looked humble as always. "Alright, who is looking forward to the tournament?" asked Midnight. Miss. I don't want to participate in the tournament. That boy over there. I think it's something to do with his quirk, but I don't remember doing anything. I withdraw," asked the fourth member of the team Tokiyami belonged to. Midnight nodded her head and offered the place to someone from the fifth place team, which just so happened to be Kendo's team. "Nah, I'm done for today. Tetsu, you take the spot," she said with the boy in question looking shocked. "Really? You're the best, Kendo," he cried in appreciation as his name along with the names of the other contestants appearing on a tournament bracket. The first matches were as follows. Midoriya vs Shinso, who Goku assumed was the blue-haired boy. Todoroki vs Zero. Kaminari vs Goku. Iida vs Mei. Aoyama vs Mina, Aoyama being assumed to be Sparkle Boy. Tokiyami vs Momo. Kirishima vs Tetsu. Bakugo vs Uraraka. Before the first match there will be mini-games during the break in which the teams who didn't get through can earn bonus prizes. "See you soon," announced Midnight. The tournament contestants made their way to the waiting room. Goku was the last to leave, and as he looked at the leaderboard he had but one thought. This looks interesting. Time to get excited. Chapter 4. The fruits of your training. "Wow, this is boring," said Goku with a somber tone. The minigames had ended and he was currently watching Deku walk to the edge of the arena after being caught by this Shinso's quirk. Which would have been worrying had Goku not known about Deku's connection to All Might and his tenacity. Also, it was less of a fight and more of a mental battle which bored Goku out of his mind. Eventually Deku won the match and the next contestants prepared to duke it out. Those contestants being Todoroki and Zero. "That was anticlimactic," complained Goku once more before he stood up and made his way to the arena for his match with Kaminari, who showed visible nervousness. No one blamed him considering how his last match against Goku went. The two faced each other down with Goku twitching with anticipation and Kaminari crackling with electricity. The pair smiled at each other. "Alright, now we've got electric wave and spiky hair. You ready?" screamed present Mike from the commentator's booth. Goku and Kaminari rolled their eyes at the nicknames while the crowd cheered. "Ready. Begin," announced Midnight. Immediately a blast of electricity launched at Goku, who dodged out of the way before rushing forward towards Kaminari with a fist raised. The electric-powered boy responded in kind by crackling electricity around his hands and throwing his own punch with his right hand. The two fists collided with Goku wincing in pain as the electricity crackled around his fist. Yet he smirked at the same time. The two continued to trade blows while moving towards the center of the ring. "How is Kaminari going toe-to-toe with Goku when he couldn't even stand a chance with me against him in the battle simulation?" asked Jiro in shock. Everyone in Class 1A could see Kaminari standing his ground and they were shocked. "Perhaps he got some training," asked Mina. Nobody seemed to agree or disagree and instead watched the fight play out even more. Kaminari threw another electric-powered punch which Goku ducked under before elbowing Kaminari in the stomach, causing him to lurch backwards and spit out saliva in pain and shock. After being pushed back, Kaminari wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and gave a large grin. "You know, Goku, I really appreciate the training you've done with me. I'm much better at hand-to-hand combat than before. And I haven't fried my brain yet," he exclaimed with gratitude. Hey Goku. Wait up, yelled Kaminari from behind Goku who was making his way to the main gate. Goku turned around and saw his friend. What's up Kaminari? He asked with a small smile. Kaminari panted before standing up straight. Considering the upcoming sports festival and the possibility of me getting to the tournament section, I was wondering if you could maybe sort of give me training in close quarters combat. He nervously asked. Goku frowned. Why me? Can't you ask Mr. Aizawa if he could train you? He asked with confusion. He's injured remember dude, Kaminari replied. Oh yeah, haha, Goku chuckled while scratching the back of his head. Kaminari facepalmed before waiting for his friend's response. Sure I mean I'll help. Training is training and it's way more interesting to train against someone else, stated Goku at last with a smile. Kaminari comically jumped for joy before planting his feet on the ground and bowing his head. Thanks man, I appreciate it, he said before standing up straight. Glad I could help out, said Goku. Kaminari's eyes closed before giving a wicked smirk catching Goku off guard. You may have helped with hand-to-hand but I trained to direct my electricity with precision and while this move isn't perfect yet it is incredibly powerful, he explained before getting into a squat position, back up straight and both arms out with his hands open. Suddenly electricity crackled around both hands and the power output built up exponentially. Goku didn't react. Kaminari then swung his arms around to the front of his body with his hands cupped together but tensing as the electricity became more focused and more powerful. Oh, Goku finally stated as he realized the situation he was in. Kaminari's face showed determination and pure concentration. Goku got into a stance, the same one as when he fought Nomu, and began to charge his signature beam attack. Ka, me, ha, me, he chanted as the crowd quietened in anticipation. Not bad. But are you brave enough to take this one Goku? Yelled Kaminari as the electricity reached its breaking point. Final flash. He screamed as a massive yellow beam of electricity was blasted forward towards Goku whose eyes flashed the same blue as before. Ha! Screamed Goku as he thrust his hands forward and his beam of blue energy was blasted forward. The two beams collided with such force that the ring fractured from the collision. Both Goku and Kaminari showed determination on their faces as the constant battle between their two beam attacks intensified. RRRAAAGGGHHH. Growled Goku at the top of his lungs. Ha! Screamed Kaminari in response. You know I'm really impressed Kaminari. You've not only harnessed your electricity into one point but you've created a beam of electricity out of it, said Goku with his eyes closed and his head slightly bowed. Thanks. It's pretty powerful isn't it? Kaminari replied as his voice strained. It was clear that he was struggling to hold Goku's Kamehameha back. Yeah, but you forgot one thing, Goku said as he raised his head and his eyes opened with mischievous intent. Kaminari's eyes opened in shock and disbelief. No don't you dare, he cried. His efforts to hold back the Kamehameha were in vain as Goku uttered a single word. Kaioken, screamed the now red-covered boy. The Kamehameha grew larger with energy and power and easily overwhelmed Kaminari's final flash which dissipated in a crackle of electricity. Ah! Screamed Kaminari in pain as the Kamehameha enveloped him blasting him backwards out of the ring. As the dust cleared the audience could see Goku depowered standing up straight and Kaminari unconscious outside the ring. The crowd erupted into cheers and Goku shook the remaining blue key from his hands in victory. He then made his way over to Kaminari and saw his friend being taken to the infirmary. Goku wins! Screamed Present Mike as the cheers from the crowd grew louder. Goku breathed heavily before smiling. He made his way back to his seat up in the stands and proceeded to watch the next lot of matches. He was impressed by what he saw and felt anger when Bakugo brutally fought Uraraka. Suddenly someone sat down next to him and to his relief he turned and saw Kaminari fully healed with a few plasters on his arms and face. Sorry about that Kaminari, Goku apologized. His friend just waved his head in response and smiled at him. Don't worry about it. It was a fair match although I think you were holding back regardless of your Kaioken, his friend said. Yeah, if I'd gone full strength you'd be dead, Goku awkwardly stated while scratching the back of his head. Kaminari went eye-wide at that statement. Seriously. Thanks for not doing that, he quickly said. Goku laughed and the two friends shared a fist bump. They then turned back to watch the match between Deku and Todoroki which ended when Deku forced Todoroki to use his left side of his body, the fire side of his quirk, which half and half in response then used to beat Deku. The green-haired boy was taken away to the infirmary. Goku stood up to go see him when he remembered that he had a match against Iida. Due to unforeseen circumstances Tenya Iida has withdrawn from the sports festival. His match against Son Goku has therefore been cancelled with Goku going through to the next round against Todoroki. Sorry for the inconvenience, announced Midnight over the intercom. Goku's face morphed into one of annoyance and sadness. Yet he also felt concern for Iida who had mysteriously vanished. He sat back down and watched the next two matches. Once Tokiyami had beaten Mina and Bakugo had beaten Kirishima, he made his way to the ring to face Todoroki who looked unsure of himself. Goku decided to break the ice. Look, I can see you are contemplating whether you should use your fire or not. Let me get one thing straight. I will come at you at full force and I don't expect you to hold back. Even if you don't use your left side at least use your current full power of your ice got it? He challenged. Todoroki looked at him before closing his eyes in thought. Very well, was his simple reply. Let the match commence. Announced Midnight. Instantly Goku was encapsulated in a massive block of ice, around the same size that Zero was trapped in during his match against Todoroki earlier. The crowd looked on in shock and Todoroki simply sighed. Just as Midnight prepared to announce Todoroki as the victor a loud boom echoed around the stadium. Everyone looked at the ice and saw cracks start to form in the ice formation. Suddenly ice exploded everywhere as Goku burst out of it and lunged at Todoroki. Kaioken times 3. He yelled as he smashed through Todoroki's ice waves to grab the boy by his gym shirt. He then proceeded to lift Todoroki into the air and threw him over his shoulders and slammed him into the ground. Goku then held the palm of his hand out with a ki blast charging in it. He fired the blast and it blasted Todoroki backwards out of the ring. The crowd cheered but one person wasn't happy at all. Goku slammed his fist into the ground in anger and the earth cracked. Damn it, he growled. He marched over to where Todoroki was lying on the ground unconscious. Goku grabbed him by the shirt and lifted his upper body off the ground with rage in his eyes. Why didn't you go all out? Wake up and get back to fighting. He yelled at his opponent. He raised a fist and looked geared to throw a punch before losing the motivation and dropping his fist down to his side and letting Todoroki's shirt go. He then stood up and closed his eyes as he powered down to his base state. Go on. Say it, came his emotionless command to Midnight, who simply nodded and did as instructed. The winner is, Son Goku. She announced with the boy in question walking back to take his seat in the stands. He sat down in frustration and didn't react to anything anyone was saying. Once the match between Tokiyami and Bakugo had begun, Goku simply stood up and made his way to the waiting room where he sat down in silence. After a while the door slammed open and Goku looked up to see Bakugo standing in the doorway in confusion and annoyance. The hell are you doing in here? He questioned menacingly. Goku didn't react. This is my waiting room, he replied. Bakugo went to say some more when he suddenly noticed that he was indeed in the wrong waiting room. Not wanting to look like an idiot, he kicked a chair over and got in Goku's face. I want you to go all out against me, you got that? He threatened. Goku just looked him dead in the eyes. Likewise, was his reply. He didn't know why, but Goku's reply really pissed Bakugo off. He stormed out the room. A few moments later someone came to collect Goku and he made his way to the arena where he faced down Bakugo. To the audience the match appeared like it was going to progress like the others. Little did they know that something would happen that would change both contestants forever. Something that would change everything. Chapter 5. Fury of a Fighter. Unbridled Power Unleashed. Let the final match begin. Announced Midnight at the top of her lungs. Goku and Bakugo immediately used their quirks to launch themselves at each other. The impact from where their arms connected blew a massive gust of wind throughout the arena. Both combatants had looks of determination on their faces, with Bakugo's being the usual aggressive one. Yet for those who knew Goku they could tell something was off. His face while showing determination also showed an inner struggle. It was almost as if he was struggling to keep his anger from boiling over. Someone was more concerned than others. Guys, I'm worried about Goku, muttered Jiro loud enough for the members of her class that were present to hear. Yeah, come to think of it, he was fine up until Kacchan's fight with Uraraka. His personality shifted a whole 360 degrees after that, replied Midoriya, who was analyzing the quirks of both combatants and his friend's attitude. Goku's eyes showed pure anger where they once showed kindness and understanding. Something's up. Think he holds a grudge against Bakugo for almost killing you, Midoriya? Asked Kirishima. Maybe. Kacchan's most likely made a bad impression, came the response from the green-haired boy. All eyes were on the fight and it wasn't looking like the match would be one of comradeship. Kaioken! Screamed Goku before launching towards Bakugo at an even faster speed than before. He pulled his fist back to connect it with Bakugo's head. He threw it and hit, nothing. Bakugo had vanished. What the? Said Goku as an explosion went off in his face and he went flying. He backflipped, landed on his feet and looked up to see Bakugo with his hands smoldering and his face wearing a villainous grin. That won't work on me. So get on with it. Get stronger. I'm gonna beat you at the top of your game, goaded the explosion-loving teen. He placed his arms behind him with his palms open before setting of explosions, launching him forwards. Die, was all that was yelled as he closed the distance between him and Goku, who simply looked him dead in the eyes. The aura around him grew more ferocious before expanding into the air. Kaioken times 4, yelled Goku before moving to the side to dodge Bakugo and throwing a kick which connected this time. The impact threw Bakugo away, but he wasn't done yet and launched himself forward again with his explosions. This time as Goku dodged to the side, Bakugo tilted his body the same way, catching his opponent off guard with an explosion-powered punch from his left hand which he had thrown forward. Goku's face took the full brunt of the attack and he went spinning in the air before being caught in a barrage of explosions. Screamed Goku in pain as he was battered with burst explosions and the spectators could only watch as he held in pain. His class started to sweat and looked worried. Eventually Bakugo ended his assault and watched with a grin as Goku plummeted to the ground. The impact created a small crater. Goku barely managed to stand up before Bakugo came at him again. This time however Goku raised his right forearm to block the attack before returning in kind with a punch from his left hand to the gut of Bakugo. Bakugo winced and buckled in pain while Goku charged a massive ki blast in his left hand. He blasted Bakugo with it and while the teen was flying backwards Goku sped past him and kicked him in the back before speeding past him again and interlocked his fingers and raising his arms into the air. He then brought them down in a sledgehammer action, hitting Bakugo and slamming him to the ground. Goku then used his new flight ability to launch himself downwards with his right fist pulled back. He threw the punch only for Bakugo to block it and then swing his right leg up, catching Goku in the chin sending him spinning. Cute trick. Won't happen again though, admitted Bakugo as Goku stood up with the competitive fire in his eyes still very much burning. How the hell are you keeping up? Asked Goku as his body continued to strain under the pressure of Kaioken X4. Because I'm better than you. Gloated Bakugo. Goku's body tensed and he squatted into a familiar position. He started to growl and Jiro immediately realized what was happening. No. Goku, don't do it. You promised you wouldn't. It'll kill you. She screamed in despair. Her cries fell on deaf ears as Bakugo prepared to fight once more with him grinning at the circumstances. It's about time, he said under his breath. Goku launched his upper body backwards with his forearms raised and his fists clenched. Kaioken times 20. He screamed before the red aura burst into the air and momentarily blinded all present. The ground then cracked and Goku flew forwards with his fist connecting with Bakugo's chest, who went wide-eyed due to the impact. Goku kept up his assault and pummeled Bakugo with everything he had. He quickly hopped back before uppercutting Bakugo into the air. Goku then disappeared from view before appearing above Bakugo and began to machine punch Bakugo straight into the ground. After his opponent was laying on the ground, Goku stepped backwards and prepared himself for more fighting. Suddenly his face went wide in pain and he clenched his chest. Falling to one knee, Goku depowered back to his base state and began to breathe heavily. He looked up to see Bakugo slowly making his way back to his feet before turning to face him. Alright, now I'm pissed, yelled Bakugo, and Goku could do little to stop Bakugo from striding over to him and grabbing his hair before lifting him to eye contact. Goku winced in pain while Bakugo just gave an evil grin. You'll never beat me. Not even Deku could beat me in a one-on-one fight. So what chance did you think you had? He goaded before setting off explosions in the hand that held Goku's hair. Dag! Screamed his victim in pain and the audience looked on in horror, unable to do anything. Using all his strength, Bakugo slammed Goku's head into the ground face first. After that was done, he lifted him back up and saw that Goku's face was bloody but he was still conscious. Bakugo repeated the same attack but this time with even more force, and when he lifted Goku back up he let go of his hair and threw an uppercut to Goku's chest before letting of an explosion which launched the exhausted teen into the air. Ha ha ha. Time to end this, announced Bakugo before raising his hands into the air with explosions sparking in his palms. Die! Screamed Bakugo as a massive explosion ripped through the air towards Goku, who could do nothing but take the blast head on. He had no time to even scream in pain as the blast enveloped him entirely. An enormous plume of smoke covered the entire arena, and for the viewers at home all they could see was darkness. Bakugo smiled evilly and turned around triumphant. Ha ha. Told you I was going to win. No one can stop me. He yelled arrogantly with the audience not even sure whether to cheer or boo. Suddenly there was a loud crash and Bakugo turned around to see Goku on the ground. Still in bounds and most importantly still conscious. To say Bakugo was angry was an understatement. Bakugo was absolutely 100% livid. So livid that his eyes narrowed in anger, went pure red, and he gave off a villainous toothy grin. His right eye twitched slightly and he gave off an extremely villainous aura around him. For all onlookers it was if they were in the presence of the literal devil. Not enough, huh? Fine. You're gonna regret not passing out. He growled as he slowly stomped over to Goku, who was slowly starting to make his way to his feet. Bakugo's hands twitched with anticipation. Goku's tracksuit was singed and his entire gym shirt had been vaporized. He looked not only exhausted but also extremely in pain. Enough. Huh, you've got to be kidding me. I took on Nomu and survived. If I can't take on an explosion that large then I'm not much of a fighter, said Goku calmly with a confident smirk. That just seemed to piss Bakugo off even more. He launched himself at Goku, who dodged and prepared to power up to Kaioken. However, Bakugo didn't give him the chance and attacked him again and again. Goku's face twisted into one of frustration and anger. Speaking of anger, the anger from before was still very much present. He's getting angrier, said Momo quietly. Which one? Laughed Kaminari before Jiro smacked him on the head. Goku, obviously, you idiot. I just hope Bakugo doesn't say anything that will make Goku snap, she prayed. Unfortunately, considering the current situation, this outcome looked unlikely. Goku had just dodged another attack from Bakugo and turned 180 degrees clockwise to dodge an explosion. He was about to move again before he noticed that Bakugo had stopped attacking. You're too weak to stand against me now. No point in attacking you, is there? Kakarot, said Bakugo. That one word, that one name caused Goku to freeze in place. He stared down Bakugo in shock and anger. What did you say? He said, trembling with anger. Didn't you hear me the first time? What's the matter, Kakarot? You deaf or something? What a joke, scoffed Bakugo without realizing how dire the situation was. Goku's glare deepened and his rage boiled to new heights. Where did you hear that name? He questioned with rage in his voice. Bakugo just grinned. Oh, you know. Heard those extras that you call your friends say it. Figured it was a good prodding point, he admitted with evil intent. Why, you little, was all Goku could say before Bakugo held his finger to his mouth in a, be quiet, action. The evil grin still remained. Now if I'm not mistaken, I'm right in assuming that Kakarot is your given name, correct? He questioned. Goku remained still. What's it to you? Came Goku's question. It's just that if your mummy gave you that name then she must have been some stupid, weak, pathetic person. She may as well have died during birth than see the disappointment and weakling that you've become. I bet she's turning in her grave at that right now, was Bakugo's cruel reply. Considering how your entire family is dead, I can say but one thing. If I was their son, they wouldn't have died. They'd still be alive today. And they wouldn't have had to die knowing their son did nothing to help them. I bet they'd rather die than live knowing you're weak, continued Bakugo. That was it. The final straw. Goku's calm state literally snapped in half. His fists clenched and his head was lowered. His eyes had narrowed in anger. Bakugo stood still in confusion and also pride, not realizing what was about to happen. I can't believe Bakugo just said that, cried Jiro in anger. Her entire class was furious and ashamed of their classmate. Kachan, how could you? Muttered Deku as he tried to rack his brain around what had just been said. What's the matter? Did I hurt your feelings? Mocked Bakugo. Goku grew angrier with each word. How dare you? You consider yourself a hero? Snarled the furious teen. Tremors had begun to be felt by not just Bakugo, but everyone in the vicinity of the match. Present Mike, who had been silent a long time, was freaking out in the commentator's booth while Aizawa looked on in concern. Yeah, I do. I'll be number one. I'm better than all you pathetic extras. Exclaimed Bakugo, who couldn't sound more arrogant if he tried. Damn you. You heartless, ruthless, arrogant self-serving bastard. Growled Goku as the anger in his voice skyrocketed. His head lifted up, he snarled, and then his head dropped back down again. He did this twice in a row. Yet what was more peculiar was what was happening to his hair. His messy yet spiky black hair was standing up by itself and turning an iconic golden. Class 1A recognized this, or kind of recognized it. That's familiar. It looks almost like what happened to him when we were at the battle simulation. That golden aura is even flashing on and off again, announced Kirishima quietly for only his class to hear. They all looked at him in shock and worry. They turned back to the match and saw the ground start to fracture. Suddenly there was an almighty boom as there were multiple lightning strikes around the city. The damage caused was great but not unmanageable to deal with while the match was going on. RRRRRR. RRRRRRAAAAAAGGGGGGGHHHHHH. Screamed Goku as his pupils disappeared and he pulled his head back, his hair spiked up and the golden aura completely enveloped his body. The golden light that emanated from him blinded the entire stadium and went on to envelop the surrounding area around the stadium. When it began to die down, all present saw it recede around where Goku was standing, completely enveloped in the gold aura with only his eyes truly visible. The aura receded into him and his body became clearer to see. His tracksuit bottoms were still ripped, but besides the golden hue around him, what caught the eyes of everyone present was Goku's now greenish blue eyes and spiky golden blonde hair which was standing up. His body had slightly changed as well, with his muscles now being more defined. Bakugo looked shocked and slightly terrified at the figure before him. The audience felt fear as well but also awe. They had just been witness to Goku achieve a powerful new form. Goku moved slightly to glare at Bakugo, who stepped back in fear before clenching his fists and placing his right foot forward. You think changing your hair color will save you? You're wrong, he screamed. Goku didn't react and just continued glaring at Bakugo, who had placed his arms behind his back with his palms open. Time to die, yelled Bakugo as he launched himself forwards and then into the air using his explosions. Using the force from his explosions, he launched himself further into the air and forwards before using them to launch himself into a spin which turned into a giant corkscrew attack of explosions. The attack was heading straight for Goku, who still hadn't moved an inch. Bakugo uncurled from his spin and threw his right arm forward at Goku with his hand open and a massive explosion brewing. Howitzer impact, he screamed as the attack connected with Goku. The explosion ripped through the air and Jiro looked concerned for her friend. The smoke and dust that had been thrown into the air dissipated to reveal Bakugo in the air with his arm still out. He held a smug look on his face which turned into one of fear. His attack hadn't connected with Goku like everyone originally thought, in the way everyone thought. Instead, everyone could see that Goku had his right hand out and had caught Bakugo's hand, with the teen in question so caught up in beating Goku that he hadn't noticed. Goku was unscathed from the attack. Clenching down on his opponent's hand, Bakugo cried out in pain as his hand was being crushed from barely any effort from Goku. Goku then let go before performing a roundhouse kick to Bakugo's stomach, sending him flying. Goku flew past Bakugo and grabbed the back of his head in a firm grasp. He began to squeeze again and uppercutted Bakugo slightly into the air before appearing above him, placing his right hand on Bakugo's face and slamming him into the ground. This formed a massive crater. Goku stood up straight and brought Bakugo up to eye level like the latter had done before. Bakugo looked on the verge of passing out but still showed fear and frustration in his face. Say my name, said Goku with little emotion besides a hint of anger. Bakugo struggled to form words and instead spat blood in Goku's face, who remained unfazed. Go to hell, responded Bakugo. Goku's glare deepened. You first, he declared silently as he fired a massive ki blast from the hand holding Bakugo's head. The boy went flying out of bounds and into the wall of the stadium. He was unconscious and Goku had won the match. The winner is Son Goku, announced Midnight, but Goku wasn't done yet. RRAAAGGGHHH. He growled loudly before locking his eyes onto Bakugo. He lost control of his temper and his pupils completely disappeared. No, not disappeared. Literally shattered. He began to launch multiple powerful ki blasts at Bakugo, and each one hit with the unconscious teen slamming into the ground and then bouncing back up again. The audience grew scared and Midnight ripped off part of her clothing as a pink mist circled around Goku's face. His onslaught continued much to the shock of Midnight. My quirk isn't working. How? Asked a shocked Midnight. A slab on concrete appeared in front of Goku and the boy stopped his offensive attack on Bakugo. He turned his attention to the UA staff attempting to stop him and launched himself at them. He knocked the hero Smintoss away with a simple backhand before performing a roundhouse kick on Midnight, who had little time to react and was as a result sent flying. The audience had begun to panic. RRRAAAAGGGHHHH. Growled Goku in rage before he heard a crash behind him. He turned to see All Might in his muscular form crouched down. Stand down, young Goku. The match is over. Don't make me hurt you, boomed the pro hero before launching himself at Goku, who slightly dodged and threw a punch which connected with All Might's weak spot. The hero coughed up blood before clutching his only weakness. Deku's eyes opened in shock and fear. Ho! How? Ack! Sputtered All Might before barely blocking another punch from Goku. As the fight went on, it became clear who had the high ground. Goku was pummeling All Might in pure rage. All he saw was red. What he didn't realize due to his blind rage was that All Might had been analyzing his attacks. The pro hero uppercutted Goku, connecting his fist with his chest at such a force that Goku immediately depowered and was knocked unconscious. I'll admit, young Goku, you are very powerful in that form. However, to fully access that form's true power, you must first get your emotions under control. In your rage, your fighting style and cool-headedness behavior vanished. That slip-up gave me the opportunity to take you down, revealed All Might before turning to the audience. As a result of what has just transpired, the sports festival has been cancelled. We apologize for any concerns for safety. Please leave quickly and efficiently. Thank you for your time. Boomed the number one hero as the entire stadium began to empty, with all civilians leaving as fast as they could. Class 1A were the last of the spectators to leave. As they did, Jiro heard multiple people whispering amongst themselves. Did you see that? Asked a bystander to another. Yeah, that guy was a monster, was the answer. No, not a monster. More like a devil, was the reply. Jiro was in the frame of mind that walking up to them and punching them seemed like a reasonable thing to do. As she made her move, she felt a hand fall on her shoulder. She turned to see Kaminari shaking his head with a look of understanding plastered on his face. Can you tell me Goku's quirk again, Jiro? Came the voice of Aizawa from behind the violet-haired girl. She turned around quickly and went to bow in respect before Aizawa shook his head. She proceeded to instead face her homeroom teacher. It's ki manipulation, sir. Goku can use a type of energy called ki to fire energy blasts, power himself up and now fly. His main form of ki empowerment is Kaioken, although that may change now due to him finding a new means of using his ki to grow stronger, she explained. Aizawa remained motionless and expressionless. This unnerved Goku's three main friends. Momo broke the silence. Why do you ask, Mr. Aizawa? She asked with curiosity. Aizawa looked at the three before sighing. Because Yaoyorozu, that form wasn't a part of his quirk, he admitted. The three tilted their heads in confusion. Noticing this, Aizawa sighed once more. That form wasn't created at will. I doubt he even realizes that he powered up. It only manifested once his rage exploded, which means something else caused it, he explained. You mean Goku has another quirk? Asked Kaminari in shock. Perhaps. Or I could be wrong and it could just be that his quirk evolved in a certain way. Who knows? I doubt he'll let anyone run any tests on him. Although we may have to show him the footage so he knows what he can work towards now, he responded calmly. People think he's a freak and a monster. Bakugo's the reason that Goku reacted that way. They should be calling Bakugo the monster. Cried Jiro in anguish. Although they hated to admit it, Kaminari and Momo had to nod in agreement. Had Bakugo not made those comments about Goku's family, the whole situation wouldn't have happened. People can form their own opinions about whoever they want, and honestly I don't care. That kid's come too far and dealt with too much pain and loss to let a few comments get to him, said Aizawa with genuine compassion, shocking the three students standing before him. Although you three could do me a huge favor, he muttered. Anything, responded Jiro quickly. Momo and Kaminari agreed. Keep an eye on him. Make him feel wanted. Help him relax. Be his friends, commanded Aizawa with sincerity. Oh, and most importantly, don't let him anywhere near Bakugo. You got all that? He asked. Yes, sir, cried all three students in unison. Aizawa smirked. Good. Now get home. I'll see you tomorrow in class. I've got an important announcement to make, he commanded, and with that the three students went their separate ways. Aizawa suddenly got a buzzing in his pocket and using his free hand he took out his phone. His eyes widened at who was calling. What's up? He asked. His face morphed into one of surprise. No way. You want to train him. You want to help him harness his power. Yes, I know he's strong and prone to make rash decisions. The kid lacks common sense. Okay. Alright. Either two things will happen now. Either you'll be his only offer or he'll get others. Either way, the choice is his. Okay, I'll take this into consideration. Thank you. Oh, and one last thing. When you take him under your wing, do me a favor. Call him Goku and not Kakarot. That will raise flags that not even you can deal with. Got it. Good. Anything else I can help you with? Okay, thanks for calling. Be in touch soon, was the conversation from Aizawa's side. Aizawa ended the call and placed his phone back in his pocket. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Son Goku. The kid who keeps pushing his limits just got an offer from one of the best martial arts teachers around. If he says yes to the offer, then he gets a whole week to start the training to hone his new form. Why do I see this not ending well at all? Author's note, chapter 6. The name says it all. The sports festival was over. Goku had sort of won, but the festival was cancelled for some reason. A reason he didn't know about. He did notice that his classmates were acting differently around him, which was puzzling. Aizawa was in the process about discussing the results of the sports festival before catching everyone's attention with some important news. Today you will choose your hero names, he announced with the entire class erupting into chaos over the excitement. Aizawa didn't exactly see the funny side. Quiet. I wasn't finished, he commanded. The entire class froze in fear and then immediately sat down. As I was saying, each of you will choose a hero name. These don't have to be set in stone, but they will required for your next task, he explained. What do you mean, Mr. Aizawa? Asked Uraraka. The board behind his suddenly lit up and the names of several students appeared. Next to each name was a bar of varying lengths and next to the bar was a number. These are all the students that received offers from pro heroes to partake in an internship at their agency for a week. Those who didn't receive any offers will be given a random internship. You will be working alongside the hero whose offer you take. Your name will what you will be referred to while you do hero work, which is why it is important you get it somewhat right the first time. Pick something that says a lot about who you are, continued the underground pro. The class nodded but also looked on in interest at the offers on screen. Wow, Todoroki got the most. Really? Thought it would be Goku, you know. Kirishima asked with Goku's interest being piqued. They probably got scared and unsure after Goku went berserk, responded Toru Hagekure, the invisible girl. Goku's left eyebrow raised in confusion. What are you talking about? He asked with the two classmates in question looking at him in panic. Oh, nothing. Don't worry. Just pretend we didn't say anything, said Hagekure quickly while Kirishima attempted to calm himself down. Well, you kind of went all golden and your hair was blonde and standing up. Don't you remember? He asked curiously as Goku rubbed his chin in thought. Nope, nothing. I remember getting angry but that's about it, he shrugged. You mean you remember everything Bakugo said? Came the reply. At the mention of that name Goku's body tensed in anger and his eyes narrowed into a glare. You talking about me, stupid hair? Came a yell from the other side of the room. Kirishima looked behind Goku to see Bakugo standing up and showing his typical violent behavior. He walked over and noticed Goku not reacting at all. What's up, you idiot? I'll make you pay for what you did to me, he threatened. Aizawa observed what was happening. Goku's eyes flashed to the same greenish blue from before and he was enveloped in the same golden aura, his hair once again standing up in blonde. He stood up with his class showing fear. Turning to face Bakugo he simply glared. Back off now, he said. Bakugo was furious. Oh yeah, let's take this outside. I'll beat you this time, he yelled as he got in Goku's face. Aizawa watched the confrontation not with anger at it disrupting the lesson but instead with intrigue. So anger activates the form. Interesting, he closed his eyes in thought. When he opened them again he saw Bakugo on the ground against the wall. The class was in shock and fear while Bakugo appeared to be quiet due to what had happened. What confused Aizawa even more was the fact that Goku hadn't moved. However, it was clear to see that due to Goku's raised fist Bakugo had been punched with barely any effort. That's it. You're dead. You think you're cute, screamed Bakugo who jumped back to his feet. Goku simply looked at him. Nah, I'm adorable, he smirked before aiming his hand which was charging a ki blast directly at Bakugo. Just as he went to fire it, the blast disappeared and Goku reverted to normal. He looked around in confusion before realizing his quirk had been cancelled out. He slowly turned his head to see Aizawa with piercing red eyes. While I appreciate you sorting Bakugo out for me, I will not in any way condone more violence, he said with a serious tone. Goku, fearful for his well-being, nodded and immediately sat down. Time to quickly address the elephant in the room, Aizawa said as his eyes reverted to normal. Goku, this is footage from the sports festival that depicted you transforming and beating Bakugo into literal submission, he said with Bakugo flinching in anger. Goku's eyes widened in 3 different ways. Amazement, fear and horror. The video ended and Goku looked at his desk trying to contemplate what had happened. That was me. So when I got more powerful just now I transformed again, he muttered in self-disgust. Aizawa pitied the young hero in training. Yes, I can't say this lightly but you endangered every person present when you lost control over your newfound power. If All Might hadn't stepped in, well I don't even wish to discuss the worst case scenario, he admitted. Goku looked up again at the offer board before feeling tears well in his eyes. So that's why I don't have any offers. They see me as a dangerous burden, he felt tears fall. Jiro's heart began to break at her best friend's situation. Yes, the public is going to be wary of you now. The only thing you can do is regain their trust by harnessing that power and choosing a name that instills hope, explained their teacher. Goku looked up and wiped away his tears. He smiled and nodded at Aizawa who simply nodded in response. The door then opened as Midnight walked through with her mask off. She gave her signature seductive smile before her face morphed into one of maturity. Hey kids, I'm here to help you decide what your hero names will be, she said. Yeah, I'm going to sleep. Make them good, yawned Aizawa who laid down in his sleeping bag. Midnight turned to face the class. Alright, you've got 5 minutes to choose a name. Then you'll come up to the front and announce it. If it needs tweaking then you'll tweak it. Go, she cheerily said. The class got to work on their names. Well, most of the class that is. Goku was stumped. He had no clue what to go by. He wanted to get it right the first time. Son Goku. Not too bland. Kakarot. Hell no. Said I'd never use it. Damn, I'm lost, he muttered to himself. End time. Who wants to go first? Asked Midnight. Goku looked up in shock. 5 minutes is up already. Oh, I'm so screwed. I've got nothing, he thought in panic. Goku blanked out and focused on his name rather than those of his classmates. He still got nowhere. However, the name of his now most hated classmate caught his attention. King Explosion Murder, announced Bakugo with arrogance. Yeah, no. Too violent, sighed Midnight. What do you mean? Yelled Bakugo in response. She means you sound like a villain. Oh wait, you may as well be one, came Goku's snide remark as he smirked. Bakugo literally lost it and attempted to lunge at Goku but was held back by Midnight and forced to sit down. The naming process continued and Goku still had nothing. He figured maybe getting idea from his classmates would help. Jiro's suited her and Goku gave her a thumbs up. Momo looked as if she lacked confidence when revealing hers and Kaminari's sounded really cool. Yet none of those helped out Goku. That was until the teen with a habit for breaking his bones stepped up. I chose this name as it used to be a nickname that meant weak. But thanks to my friends I'm going to make it the name of a hero who doesn't give up. Triumphantly announced Deku as he flipped his board over to show his hero name as Deku. Huh, so mine and Chaco's nickname for him is his hero name. Neat. Wait, nickname. Thought Goku as a light bulb went off in his head. He quickly wrote down something on his board before once more scoffing at Bakugo simply changing his name to Lord Explosion Murder, which was once more denied. Goku was the last one to go. He made his way to the front before looking at his board. He nodded and smiled at his choice before looking up at the class. So I was given this nickname years ago. It was given to me by someone very dear to me. Someone who saw the good in everyone. He used to say that if everyone has some good in them then I must be the exception as my heart is pure. Which is what this name mean. Pure-hearted. I know I have to earn back the trust of the public and I hope you guys can look at me in the same light as before the sports festival. So yeah, without any further ado here it is. My hero name, monologued Goku before flipping his board around with the majority of the class's eyes lighting up and Jiro beaming for her friend. Call me Nimbus, said Goku with a heroic look plastered on his face. Midnight clapped her hands with joy. The class, minus Bakugo, Todoroki and strangely Iida, began to chant the name, Nimbus, over and over again. Goku smiled and thought about how proud his grandpa would be of him. Yet unknown to anyone in the room there was one person who had a small yet unnoticeable reaction. On the floor huddled into a sleeping bag was Aizawa. He had a small smile plastered on his face. Couldn't have put it better myself. You're going to like him a lot. Roshi, whispered the hero before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 7. Turtle Hermit's Training. This looks like the place. Not gonna lie, was expecting something more for someone who calls himself a one-of-a-kind martial artist. Guess the one-of-a-kind part is kinda accurate. This is certainly the strangest martial arts dojo I've ever seen, Goku said to himself. He was currently standing in front of a house which simply had the name, Kame House, plastered on the front of it. Didn't seem as if anyone was home. What was weirder was that to get to the house Goku had to go way out of his way. The house you see was on an island off the shore of Japan with literally no other signs of civilization in sight. Goku thought back to how this was to be his new internship home for the week. Goku, hang back a minute, said Aizawa without lifting his head from the position it was over his desk. Goku was in the process of walking out with Jiro when this was said. Sure sir. Go on ahead Jiro. I'll catch up with you, Goku suggested to his friend. Okay. See you in a bit Goku, she responded before going off to the canteen for lunch. Goku turned around to see Aizawa standing in front of him with a piece of paper in his hand. He offered it to Goku who nervously took it in confusion. What's this Mr. Aizawa? He asked. It's an offer for an internship obviously. You received it the same day as your, what should we call it, outburst, explained Aizawa with slight annoyance. Goku's eyes widened and he looked at the slip of paper again. That's so kind of you Mr. Aizawa. You didn't have to give me an offer out of pity. I would have been fine regardless, came Goku's naive reply. Aizawa's eye, his bad one mind you, began to twitch in annoyance. It's not from me. It's from an old hero who has retired. He was once cited and arguably still is a one-of-a-kind martial artist. His name is Mutant Roshi, came Aizawa's irritated reply. Goku rubbed his chin and raised his eyebrow in thought. Mutant Roshi. Mutant Roshi. Oh that's right. Never heard of him, he cheerfully exclaimed. Aizawa mentally facepalmed. Doesn't matter. He is your only offer so you best take it up if you want it, he said. Oh yeah, I'll take it. He's a martial artist right? What a better person to teach me then I guess. Goku responded while waving his hands as not to show ungratefulness. Good. Just so you know he lives on an island off the coast of Japan. Look for a single house that says Kame House on it. That's him, Aizawa finished. Goku nodded. They said their goodbyes and Goku made his way to the canteen where he gathered his usual amount of food and sat down next to Jiro. His friend smiled and her curiosity got the better of her. So what was that about? She asked. Oh you know I've got an offer for an internship. Looking forward to it, exclaimed Goku with mouthfuls of food which was dangerously close to going over Jiro. That's great but Goku please don't speak with your mouthful. Especially don't do it over me, she laughed. Goku swallowed his mouthful before giving an embarrassed smile. He then looked back at his meal and continued to eat. I've got a chance to get stronger. Best take it, he thought to himself as he imagined the training he would undertake. Let's just say that he was feeling rather disappointed at the moment. Guess I'd better knock then, he finally decided. Goku, with his costume suitcase and backpack in hand, walked up to the door and knocked on it 3 times. When no one answered Goku tried to search for his new mentor's key. He felt nothing. Goku immediately went into panic mode and kicked down the door only to find an old man sitting down on a sofa. A very much alive old man. Hey what was that for? Cried the old man while swinging his walking cane out in front of him. Sorry. I thought you were dead, replied a flabbergasted Goku. And what made you think that huh? Cried the old man once more. Well I couldn't sense your key. And that usually means you've passed away, Goku shrugged. The old man suddenly stopped, composed himself and then gave a small chuckle. Oh you must be Son Goku then. I knew your grandfather, the old man said. You knew Grandpa Gohan? Cried Goku in shock. Yes I did. I was his teacher as I am now yours. I am Mutant Roshi, the man now identified as Roshi said. Goku looked ecstatic at being taught by his grandfather's teacher. He immediately remembered his martial arts training and instructions. It is nice to finally make your acquaintance, Master Roshi, he declared as he bowed. Roshi simply smirked. Hee hee. Guess Gohan taught you some things already, huh? He chuckled. Goku raised his head and smiled. Okay then, we're going to have a sparring match. Get into your costume and meet me outside, Roshi commanded. Goku complied and within no time he was outside in his hero costume. Show me what you've got, Roshi commanded as he threw his walking cane to the side and got into a fighting stance. Goku entered his own fighting stance. The two launched at each other with multiple blows connecting. Goku's blood was pumping incredibly fast. He'd never gone up against someone that lasted longer than a few moments before. Nomu didn't count. After what felt like hours, the two stopped to take a break. Roshi was impressed with his new pupil. Wow, you really know how to get an old man's bones moving, he admitted with a joyful tone. Goku was panting and simply gave a weak thumbs up. Thank you, he smiled. Roshi picked up his walking cane and proceeded to guide Goku over to a massive boulder. That beam attack you used in the festival. Use it on this boulder, he said with Goku looking at him in surprise. Oh okay sure, he complied and cupped his hands together at his hip. The same blue ball of ki from the times before appeared. Ka, me, ha, he screamed as he launched the beam forward. It tore straight through the boulder and Roshi had to be careful not to fall over. The beam dissipated once Goku had completed his task. He turned to find Roshi shaken by what had happened. How did you know my ultimate technique? He questioned sporadically. Your technique. I invented the Kamehameha, Goku responded with a puzzled look on his face. No you didn't. I did. Wait, did your grandpa ever tell you about the technique? Asked Roshi. Goku scratched his head before realizing something. Yeah, he said an ancient warrior invented the technique centuries ago. I wanted to bring that legend to life. He responded. Roshi looked irritated by his comment. He called me centuries old, huh? Why that cheeky so-and-so, he muttered under his breath although Goku heard him. Why do you ask? Was his question. Because I'm that warrior. I invented the Kamehameha and if you've demonstrated it before at that power then you are incredibly good at learning techniques, he explained. Goku's eyes widened in shock. Does that mean you defeated the ancient villain King Piccolo? That's one of my favorite tales. The now excited teen shouted as his face came right up to Roshi's. Roshi stepped back in unease before giving a massive arrogant grin. Yep, that was me. All the tales you've heard are true, Goku. He exclaimed with pride. Goku's eyes showed a sparkle in them. He was being taught by the Master Roshi. He may not have heard his name before but he most definitely knew about the man's exploits in heroics. Anyway, enough about me. Show me that golden form, Roshi said out of the blue. Goku suddenly snapped back to reality and looked unsure of himself. You sure? I lose control easily apparently, he replied nervously. You want to get stronger and protect people, right? Don't forget you've also got to earn the public's trust after what happened, said Roshi in annoyance. Goku had to admit the old man was right. That was his aim. Okay. Don't say I didn't warn you, he announced before letting the anger he felt about Bakugo and those who harmed his friends take a hold. He transformed and Roshi looked mesmerized by the form. Goku's entire posture had changed from relaxed to tense. His face had darkened as well. So Eraserhead told me about this form. He had a theory about it. How did you transform just now? Asked Roshi. Well, you know, I felt a tingle in my lower back and used that, he shrugged. His voice now that he was speaking out loud was lower than it usually was. Really? Asked Roshi in amazement. Nah, of course not. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Goku smirked. Roshi felt like a massive idiot and turned away so that Goku couldn't see the humiliation from believing such a ridiculous thing. So the form also makes you a smartass. Nice to know, Roshi snidely remarked. Goku just smirked more. I think this form has something to do with my emotions. I only powered up when I felt anger. Maybe that's why. I mean my first time transforming was. When that Bakugo kid said all those things about your family, interrupted Roshi. Goku simply grunted at the sound of Bakugo's name. So he's got a vendetta against that Bakugo. Don't blame him. We best get some sort of control over this form then. I have an idea but it won't be very safe. Here goes, Roshi thought to himself. Goku looked at him curiously. Is something wrong, Master Roshi? He asked. What happened next caught Goku off guard completely. Yes, I was just thinking about how useless you truly are. Your grandfather disappointed me when it came to your training. You couldn't even beat Bakugo in a fight without powering up and he was weaker than you. You're a waste of my time. Get off my island now, Roshi said with disdain. Goku's blood began to boil. You dare speak about my grandpa like that? And how dare you compare me to that bastard Bakugo? I'm more of a hero than he will ever be. He shouted as his aura grew higher and he was at his breaking point. He was dangerously close to losing control again. This is my chance, Roshi thought before he spun around to face his protege. Goku's power was rising higher with each passing second and Roshi had to act fast to get this to work. Good work. Now hold that power in one place, he commanded. Goku looked at him with confusion before understanding what Roshi had done. He had deliberately pissed Goku off to help him harness his newfound power. RRRAAAAGGGHHH. Goku screamed as he tried to get his power under control. It wasn't working and he felt himself losing the battle against his anger. I can't do it, he cried in desperation and fear. Roshi wasn't about to give up just yet. Yes, you can. You control your emotions. They don't control you. Think about something to help you control that pure rage. Only then can you harness that power to its full extent. He commanded while supporting his pupil. Goku tried to think of anything that would calm him down. His eyes opened in the struggle and he looked up at the clouds. Something about them felt comforting. Damn it, cried a young Kakarot. His mother came into the room to see what all the fuss was about. Kakarot, what are you doing? She asked in anger. Kakarot had obliterated the entire sofa in anger. His aura was crackling. It's not fair. No matter how hard I try, I'll never be as strong as Dad. Or All Might. I'm a weakling. He yelled with tears falling down his face as he punched the wall. The impact from his fist caused it to go straight through the wall. His mother had had enough. Jine, what was that? Came a shout from upstairs. Kakarot's punched a hole in the wall and destroyed the sofa, she replied quickly. Right, I'm coming down, came the reply from who could only be assumed to be Kakarot's father. Don't worry, Bardock. I can deal with this, replied Jine. Whatever. If you need me, shout. Replied Bardock. Jine turned back to her son, walked up to him and immediately smacked the top of his head. Kakarot looked at her in shock. Stop acting like a child. Not everyone can be strong from the get-go. You need to earn and build your strength, she reprimanded. By this point Kakarot had calmed down and the tears began to stream down his face. But I can't. I'm not like you and Dad. I lose my temper easily. I can't control it, he sniffed with Jine bringing him in close for a hug. Oh my dearest Kakarot, your father and I were never able to control our tempers when we were your age. In fact, we still lose it sometimes. You just have to find a way to calm down, Jine consoled her son, who looked at her with tears in his eyes. You lose your temper, he whimpered. Jine nodded with a small smile on her face. Of course I do. You want to know how I calm down? She asked with Kakarot nodding. I think about you and your father. I think about how you were the best things to ever happen to me. In doing that I can think clearly and act rationally, she explained with her eyes showing love for her young son. But what if I can't do that? Asked Kakarot as he calmed down. You can. I know you can. If you ever find yourself about to lose control of your temper, remember these words. Family before frenzy. You got it? She asked as her smile grew bigger. Kakarot had composed himself by this point and looked around the room. Sorry about the wall and the sofa, he apologized, expecting his mother to scold him. Instead she laughed and held him closer. Forget about it. The wall can be easily fixed and the sofa needed to be replaced anyway, she soothed her young son. Kakarot laughed as well. He stood up to go get his father to help with clean up when he heard Jine call him. Oh, and Kakarot, what should you remember to say when you are angry? She asked with importance. Kakarot stood on one step and leaned over the banister. Family before frenzy, he replied with happiness. Correct. I love you, Kakarot, came the 100% genuine loving response from Jine. Love you too, Mum. Family before frenzy, Goku muttered to himself before closing his eyes and picturing all the people he considered family and cared about. His mum and dad, Grandpa Gohan, Deku, Uraraka, Kaminari and Momo. Jiro. In a way he even considered Aizawa sort of family. He dropped his head back down to normal level and opened his eyes to see Roshi looking impressed, although with the man's sunglasses on it was a little hard to tell what his eyes said. Goku raised his hand and saw the golden hue had died down, but he felt more powerful than when he had first transformed. He looked back to Roshi before giving a smirk. Congratulations. You have found a way to harness this new power of yours, and only on the first day of your internship. From your key reading I can tell that you are now super strong. Roshi commended his student and gave all the praise he could muster. Huh, that's a good name for this, isn't it? I like it. I'm going to call this my super state. Goku announced in heroic fashion. Roshi just smiled. Okay, that's enough for today. Get inside and go to sleep. We continue harnessing that power tomorrow. Oh, and because of how much you impressed me, I'll tell you about my quirk tomorrow as well, he cheerily said with Goku depowering and going inside Kame house. You trained him well, Gohan. Chapter 8. The Power of Life. The day started like any other. Goku woke up. That's where the similarities end. Everything after that was different. Instead of having a hefty breakfast, Goku was relegated to one bowl of food. Did I mention he was also woken up at 4 in the morning? To say he was miserable is an understatement. This had been going on for 4 days. Ha! Screamed Goku as he came to blows with Roshi while in his super state. Now that he had a better handle on his power, he was able to go all out. Well, mostly. Hold up, panted Goku as he depowered back to his base form. What's this about? Asked Roshi out of interest. Goku looked up at him. No clue. When I first powered up I felt fine, albeit hungry and tired, but not in a stamina way. My strength has just been completely sapped from me, he explained. Roshi played with his beard and began to consider possibilities as to why this was. Perhaps your new form drains stamina quickly. Although you may access it through anger, it may still require a constant flow of endurance to maintain for long periods of time. We have been sparring the most today compared to the rest of the week, he concluded. Goku looked dumbfounded. His mouth was slightly open. So the form is powerful only in short bursts. He sighed in sadness before standing up straight. Ho ho. At the moment. Doesn't mean you can't master it. You can do that another time though. I made you a promise last night and you could use the rest, Roshi stated. Goku smiled in relief. Finally. Also, you said you'd first tell me what your quirk was on my second day here. Goku stated in annoyance. I'm an old man, okay. You can't expect me to remember everything, retorted Roshi in defense. So am I going to find out today? Sighed Goku. Only if you do as told. Moaned Roshi. Goku, suddenly feeling lively, immediately rushed inside Kame house and sat down, eager for his sensei to tell him everything. Roshi sat down opposite the teen and prepared to tell Goku what he wanted to hear. Roshi cleared his throat before taking his sunglasses off and looking at Goku. My quirk is called Life Force. It allows me to channel the power of the planet and all its inhabitants before using that power to fight. I've created many techniques with this power, most notably the Kamehameha. Others include the Evil Containment Wave, the Afterimage Technique and Thunder Shock Surprise. I'd teach these to you, but considering your current power they may be deemed obsolete quickly, he explained. Goku listened with keen ears and open eyes. He took everything on board. One thing puzzled him though. Wait a sec, how did you hide your key signature from me? He asked. Oh, just a basic technique. By staying focused I can lower my power output so much that foes who have the ability to detect it only get a small reading. Never underestimate someone's skill, Goku, laughed Roshi with Goku joining in. You've got to teach me that one, Goku said as he composed himself. Yeah, I guess I can. So quickly and carefully raise your power to extreme heights. I'll teach it to you in your base form first and then you can apply it to your super state, Roshi commanded. Goku nodded and got off the couch. He then raised his power to its max in his base form with a whitish aura appearing. Impressive. Now I want you to concentrate. You have all that power. Now make the reading invisible. I don't want to detect any of it. Only a small fraction, Roshi explained with high expectations of his pupil. Goku complied and began to keep his power at the same level while dropping it at the same time. Eventually, after what felt like hours, his aura vanished. Wow, I feel just as strong as before. You can't tell, can you? He asked excitedly. Roshi's eyes widened in surprise. What? I can't even detect your energy, but you say you're just as powerful. You really are quick at picking this stuff up, aren't you? He asked. Goku scratched the back of his head and smiled in embarrassment. He then faced his teacher and kept his power where it was. No point in depowering his base form if he could hide his power indefinitely. Now was there. Sit down, I'm not done, Roshi commanded. Goku sat down. So you've got that one down. No more learning techniques today, please. I want to focus on your training, Roshi stated. Isn't learning techniques a part of training? Asked a puzzled Goku. Roshi opened his mouth to respond before closing it again in humiliation. That's twice now he's done that. This time he wasn't even transformed. I'm being shown up by a teenager. Roshi mentally complained. Oi, stop being cheeky. Didn't anyone ever teach you to respect and listen to your elders? Cried Roshi while jumping up and down and waving his arms around. Goku held his arms out as he smiled nervously. Sorry, I didn't mean to, he responded before bowing. Roshi stopped his drama queen act. He felt full of himself for tricking Goku like that. He proceeded to turn around and walk outside. Goku watched him go with intrigue before following himself. Once both of them were on the sandy area surrounding Kame house, they turned to face each other. Tell me, Goku. My quirk is called Life Force. So what do you think it allows me to do? Asked Roshi. Goku looked confused again. You told me earlier. You can use the life force of the planet to create attacks and enhance your strength. Was this a trick question? He responded before realizing Roshi was by the water's edge. How did you get there? Screamed Goku in shock. Roshi simply chuckled. Goku walked over to see what he was doing and noticed a turtle. Huh, he said out loud only to receive a smack on the head from Roshi. Quiet, he doesn't like loud noises, scolded Roshi. Sorry, Master Roshi. Why are you feeding a turtle? Also he, whispered Goku in response. Life Force, my student. If I'm to use the energy of the planet and all inhabitants, then I need to treat all lifeforms with care. I've raised this turtle from when he was but a newborn. It's why I'm nicknamed the Turtle Hermit. We've got a sort of bond, explained the old man before coughing heavily. Goku went to help his sensei, but the man held his hand out. It's nothing, he simply stated. Doesn't sound like nothing, came the sly reply. Roshi smirked before bidding farewell to his turtle friend and walking back to Kame house. Goku's gaze followed him curiously. Where are you going, Master Roshi? Aren't we supposed to be training? He questioned. I'm going for a lie down. You can do what you want for the rest of the day, came the weak response. Goku looked concerned. But it's still morning, he muttered before noticing the sun was high in the sky. No way. It's the afternoon. How long were we talking about his quirk? Better question is how long was I learning that power masking technique? He asked himself. When he looked back at the door he saw that Roshi had gone inside and from the looks of things his ki was calm. Goku sighed before sensing something. Something that just gave off evil. His eyes narrowed in the direction of the ki signature. Shigaraki, he growled under his breath. Then he noticed 4 more evil presences. 3 of which felt somewhat familiar. No way. 3 Nomus. There's more than one, he asked in shock. He shook his head before looking back at Kame house. I'm sure he won't mind if I check it out, he said. Goku let his ki flow around him before taking off in flight. He landed by a train station and purchased a ticket to the location of where the ki signatures were coming from. It feels like the situation has escalated in a bad way. I can't act without permission and it will be bad if I show up without Master Roshi. Damn, what do I do? He asked himself. Simple. I'm coming with you, responded the person who had just sat down next to Goku. Goku went wide-eyed after realizing it was Roshi, and as he went to apologize for leaving without permission, Roshi silenced him. Don't apologize. You left to go be a hero and I can't scold you for that. So to make sure you don't break the law, I'm going to help you out, he explained. Goku didn't even want to ask how he had caught up with him and instead nodded with a determined look on his face. He faced the seat in front of him. Okay then, Master Roshi. Next stop, Hosu. Chapter 9. A shining beacon, a final goodbye. The journey to Hosu was simple enough. Goku stayed silent the entire time while Roshi snored. The evil that Goku had felt from before was still very much there, and by the looks of things it seemed as if the worst-case scenario was panning out in their destination. Goku began to fidget with annoyance as their train began to pass through another city. Just as it looked like Goku may jump out the window and fly to Hosu, he noticed a massive explosion go off in the city. Then another. Then another. Explosions and fires were appearing throughout the entire city. People on the train began to panic. Goku began to look on in horror. Excuse me, is this Hosu? He asked another passenger in haste. The passenger looked at him before realizing he was a hero. Oh my god. Yes, it is. It's under attack. We're going to be killed by villains. He screamed in panic. Goku tried his best to calm him, but the passenger began to panic even more and ran off. Goku stared after him dumbfounded before shaking Roshi awake. Master Roshi. We're here. Hosu is under attack. Let's go. He explained quickly before rushing towards the door. Roshi watched him before standing up with a huff at having been woken up. He followed his student and watched as Goku opened the door. Goku took Roshi on his back and launched himself out of the train into the air, making his way toward the commotion. Hey, what are you doing? Don't just pick me up, screamed Roshi in annoyance and anger. He smacked Goku with his cane, but the boy didn't flinch and began to increase his speed. Dead set on being a hero. Eraser was definitely right when he said I'd like this kid. Roshi was impressed by Goku's behavior. He looked ahead to see a tall, beastly figure standing over what he could only assume to be either a fellow hero or a civilian. Goku, you'll be faster without me on your back. I'll catch you up, shouted Roshi with Goku giving a simple nod. With that confirmation, Roshi jumped off Goku's back and landed gracefully on the floor before sprinting in the direction Goku was heading. Goku's speed had increased after this and he closed the difference between him and this new Nomu. It looked different yet the same. No eyes. Yet it was still obvious it could tell where its victims were. Echolocation maybe. Goku didn't have time to decide as the Nomu lifted its arm up to strike the defenseless figure on the ground. The sound barrier broke as Goku pushed his speed to greater heights, and before anyone could acknowledge what was happening, Goku's fist connected with the Nomu's face, sending the creature spiraling into an already destroyed building, thus minimizing the damage. Goku stood ready for the beast to attack and gestured for someone to get the person on the ground out of the way. Another hero complied. Nice work, kid. Shouldn't you have a mentor here with you? Asked the hero as he picked the unconscious person up. Goku nearly panicked before hearing a familiar voice. Yes, Manuel. I'm here. The boy's with me, said Roshi, causing the hero Manuel to smile and nod. Niece. My intern's gone off somewhere. No clue where though. If you see him, can you get him back to me, please? He asked. Sure. What's his name? Asked Roshi in reply. Tenya Iida, the younger brother of Ingenium, responded Manuel. Goku's eyes went wide with shock. Iida's here. That idiot. He chose Hosu as his brother was attacked by the hero killer here. He's probably gone after him. I hope he doesn't try to fight him alone. I would help him out, but I've got to focus on the here and now, not be vengeful, thought Goku to himself as his brow furrowed. The Nomu had risen from the rubble and was sauntering his way. Master Roshi. Get everyone out of here. Now, he commanded, and Roshi smiled at how courageous and heroic his pupil was being. You heard the man. He may be young, but he's incredibly powerful. He'll be just fine, said Roshi to Manuel, the crowd and other heroes who had arrived to help. Some of the heroes looked uneasy but didn't want to answer back, so began to evacuate the pedestrians before anyone got injured or even worse, killed. Some people on the other hand didn't want to listen to Goku either because they didn't want a kid to boss them around or because they wanted to watch the fight. This pissed Goku off. You dumbasses. Get out of here now. He screamed in frustration. The crowd was taken aback. Did you just call us dumbasses? Cried one. Who do you think you are, kid? Cried another. This went on for a while before one comment caught Goku's ear. You're no hero. You're that devil from the sports festival. Came the comment from what appeared to be a middle-aged woman. Goku's body tensed in a mixture of anger, sadness and despair. Other members of the crowd joined in to torment him, and if he was going to lose control then he was doing a good job of hiding it. Roshi, however, had had enough of the verbal insults. Shut up all of you. He's just a kid. He loses his temper one time and he's a monster. Exclamation mark. A devil. Unless you haven't noticed, he's the only thing that's standing between you and that actual monster over there. So, if you want to live to see another day, let him do his job as a hero. Shouted Roshi at such a volume the entire crowd stopped and looked at him in disbelief. Goku closed his eyes and whispered a thank you to Roshi, which the old martial artist heard. Goku's eyes opened up again and he began his assault on the Nomu. The fight was going slightly differently than before. For one, this Nomu felt and recoiled from Goku's attacks. No shock absorption, huh? That's bad for you, remarked Goku in a snarky tone. The boy ducked a punch from the Nomu and elbowed the monster in its stomach area in response. The creature hunched over slightly, allowing Goku to grab its head and swing his right leg upwards. His foot connected with the Nomu's chin and its body snapped backwards in reaction. Goku then took the opportunity while still holding onto its head to perform a roundhouse kick with his left leg, stunning the Nomu once more but also sending it flying this time. All onlookers who were still evacuating looked on in shock at how a kid could do more damage to this monster than the pro heroes. Goku landed on the ground and taunted the Nomu by performing the "come at me" gesture with his hand. Come on, get serious already, he smirked before firing a number of key blasts with one hand. The yellow blasts connected with the Nomu's right arms which it had used to block the attack. Its arm was blown apart with blood spattering on the ground and up the wall behind it. Goku was about to make an arm joke when it suddenly grew back. Ah, well, good to see you still got regeneration. God damn it, he muttered before firing off a barrage of key blasts with both hands. The Nomu took the full force of the attack before picking up a piece of rubble and using it as a shield of sorts. The attack ended when it threw its shield towards Goku, who went wide-eyed and dodged out of the way into the air. However, this attack had given the Nomu the chance to close the gap between the two, and while Goku was in the air it grabbed his right leg. It began to spin him around in a helicopter rotor motion with Goku exclaiming at the motions he was experiencing. Suddenly the Nomu stopped spinning Goku and rose onto its left leg before slamming Goku down onto the ground. Goku screamed out in pain before being lifted back up into the air and slammed down again. This happened multiple times before the Nomu let go of Goku's leg midair and instead opted to grab his head. It began to run along the side of a damaged building and smashed Goku's head into the wall as it did so. Goku's right eye was closed and his screams of pain intensified. The Nomu finally released Goku and he went flying into the air before crashing down a few yards away. Ah, grunted Goku in pain. His GI top had been ripped as had his GI bottoms. He slowly made his way to his feet before gazing up at the Nomu, which was standing still and appeared to be observing him. He then gazed over to Roshi, who simply gave him a smile and a nod after taking off his sunglasses. Goku smiled in response. He looked back at the Nomu before ripping what remained of his GI top off with only his blue undershirt remaining underneath, although that was also tattered. Goku immediately began to growl and began to power up. RRRRR, RRRRRAAAAGGGGGHH. HRRR, HHHHRRRRAAAGGGGGHHHH. RRRRR, RA, RRRRRAAAAGGGGGHHHH. He screamed as his hair flashed from black to blonde and back again, with his aura's appearance fluctuating as well. He whipped his body back up as he exploded in gold energy. When his aura had died down slightly, his head was shown slightly lowered and his body slightly hunched. He almost immediately raised his head and his body posture to glare down Nomu. His eyes were as narrow as they should be in this form, his face had darkened in anger and he was completely in control. He had entered Super. Bring it, he said in his now lowered voice. The Nomu lunged towards him, but Goku simply batted its hand away and instantly punched it square in the face. The impact caved the Nomu's face in and blood splattered everywhere. Its body crumpled to the ground lifeless. Goku simply stared at it in disbelief before looking at his fist. Damn, didn't realize I was that strong, he muttered before looking surprisingly content with how the fight had concluded. Roshi on the other hand. Goku, it may regenerate, he warned nervously. Goku turned to him and gave a cocky smile. Nah, it won't. I destroyed its brain with that punch. No brain means no quirk activation, he explained. How do you know that? Asked Roshi. Simple. I've fought one of these before. The USJ incident, to be exact. The Kamehameha the first used there obliterated that Nomu's body, but the brain had survived, so it rebuilt itself cell by cell. Nothing I could do. Luckily All Might showed up. Considering this Nomu could regrow limbs, I decided the brain must be how it did it, continued Goku, who was quite pleased with his observation, as was Roshi. Suddenly the crowd, who had still not fully evacuated, erupted into mass panic. He transformed. We're all going to die. He's completely in control, finished Goku, much to the surprise of everyone, minus Roshi, present. The crowd seemed to trust him, more so out of fear than genuine trust and belief. The heroes were indifferent but took his word for it. Goku turned to find a new arrival. The number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. Well done, boy. Impressive work, but don't think you get off for humiliating me and my son at the sports festival, he threatened. Goku simply shrugged before making eye contact. Honestly, I don't care what I did to damage your representative. Your threat doesn't faze me in the slightest. Also, where is Todoroki? Asked Goku while still in his super state. Endeavor's face twitched in anger before he tried to compose himself. I have no idea. He ran off. I'll find him though, he stated before walking off. Goku watched him go before rolling his eyes. Stuck up prick, he thought before smirking. He liked his new form a lot. Not only was he way stronger, but he could badmouth people without a second thought. The pros definitely outweighed the one con at the moment. That con being the stamina drain. Not bad, Goku. Although I believe this form definitely affects your attitude to things, considering you just killed a living thing, reprimanded Roshi. Nothing more I could do. And let's be honest, me killing it is a mercy killing compared to what Endeavor would have done, he retorted. Fair point, agreed Roshi. The teacher and student laughed before Roshi began to cough again, collapsing to his knees. Goku crouched down to help him like before, and Roshi didn't argue this time. Master Roshi, please tell me what's wrong, begged Goku before feeling a hand on his face. He looked to see it was Roshi, without his sunglasses and a weak smile on his face. Simply put, Goku, my time is up. I've given this world everything I could give, he admitted. Goku's eyes began to brim with tears. No, you can't die, he gasped in sadness. All things die, Goku. It's the way of life. My quirk has allowed me to live for years longer than I was supposed to. I've borrowed from the world and now it's time I give that energy plus more back, he sighed. By this point Goku had tears streaming down his face. You've taught me so much. How can I ever thank you? He asked in sadness. Be a hero. And I never taught you anything. You did that by yourself. In fact, you taught me how to have fun again. Even if it was for only a week. Thank you Goku, said Roshi as his breathing grew gentler. Goku erupted into tears, unable to do anything to help his mentor. Please don't go. I'm not strong enough to go on knowing you'll never see me become a hero. Please don't leave me. He cried in despair only to have Roshi lift his chin and wipe away his tears. You're stronger than you think, and I don't mean power-wise. Now listen to me. Always remember these words, work hard. Study well, and eat and sleep plenty. That is the Turtle Hermit way. We must master the art of peace in addition to the art of war. The Turtle Hermit School will be with you always, he said softly before closing his eyes and his breathing stopped. Goku burst into tears and hugged his mentor's body tight while his peers gave him room. As Goku pulled his tear-soaked eyes away from his master's shirt he noticed a slip of paper in Roshi's pocket. He took the piece of paper and as he held it in his hands the body of mutant Roshi began to fade away. Goku gave a small smile. Manuel asked him where Roshi's body had disappeared to. He's gone home, was the soft reply. And where's that? Asked Manuel in confusion. All around us. He has joined all those before him in the planet he gave so much for. He's part of the Earth now. Goku raised his head to the sky and smiled. He wiped his eyes and stood up to face Manuel. Look, since my internship with Master Roshi has ended for obvious reasons, do you mind me being your intern temporarily so I can continue to help out? He asked Manuel sincerely. Sure kid. Can't turn you away after everything that's happened. Call it a last favor to your teacher, responded Manuel welcomingly. Goku smiled in appreciation before turning his gaze to the piece of paper he had in his hand. Holding it tight he placed it in his shoe before helping his fellow heroes with securing the area. Where's Endeavor and some of the heroes who were here earlier? He asked. Got a call about the hero killer. They've gone to intercept him, responded Manuel in worry. Oh okay, said Goku calmly. Despite him still being in his super state he could still be a polite and kind person. That was the one thing his new form would never take away from him. He also wanted to prove he was in control of it so people would begin to trust him again. You want to go help out? They may need the help, admitted Manuel but Goku waved the suggestion away. No, I think I'll stay here. These people need my help right now. Can't forget that, he responded. Manuel gave a confused look. Really? From your personality I figured you'd want to fight the hero killer. Why don't you? He asked once more. Goku simply smiled before looking up at the sky to see an image of a turtle flash in the darkness. He dropped his head before looking at Manuel. It's as you said. A last favor before the final goodbye. Author's note. Hi guys. Few things to run through quickly. Right, so you know I said I would only include only 2 characters other than Goku in the continuous story. Gohan, Bardock and Jine don't count. Right, well I was thinking it through and realized Goku is more interesting when we see his encounters with certain characters. So I've decided to introduce certain villains in the future that I will adapt to the My Hero Academia universe. One of them I will make a human and the other will be a self-aware and intelligent Nomu who doesn't take orders. The human one I know will be controversial because if he had undergone a mutation to look like he did in DB then I could argue that he became a villain due to being an outcast. However, if you know who I'm talking about then let's be honest he would be a villain regardless of what he looked like. Next thing is good. Season 2 is nearly complete. I'm on the final exam arc and after it's published there may be a delay while I write 2 heroes which I aim to make my longest chapter yet Heroes Rising will probably be longer and some of the overhaul arc will be longer chapters too. Finally you know the part where Goku is slammed on the ground and then thrown away by the Nomu before transforming into his super state. Yeah, just straight from DBS Brawly with his super transformation being when he turns blue in the film. Just thought I'd clear it up in case you were having a hard time imagining is all. That's all for now. Keep the reviews coming. Chapter 10. A familiar keepsake, a new bond. All 3 Nomus were dead. There were 0 civilian casualties. The hero killer, Stain had been taken into custody after being taken down by Endeavor. Shigaraki and the League of Villains were nowhere to be found. The internships had ended. Some students came away happy and content. Some came away furious believing they had wasted their entire week. Yet Goku felt immense sadness at the loss of his mentor. Roshi's death may have been peaceful but the effect it had on Goku was great. He already missed his mentor even though it had been a day since the attack on Hosu. People were moving on with their lives and rebuilding. Goku on the other hand had one last thing to settle. What did you want me to see Master Roshi? Goku asked quietly as he stood outside the front of Kame house. He held the piece of paper that he found in Roshi's pocket the night before in his left hand. He had already read the paper. It read. To Goku. If you are reading this then it means I passed away this week. Not surprising really all things considered. My quirk has enabled me to live way longer than I was supposed to so I guess it's only fitting it happens now. What can I say about my time training you really? It was better than I could have ever imagined. You were a fantastic pupil and the progress you made was more than I could have ever imagined. Your grandfather taught you well. Yet I have the feeling our relationship went a lot further than just a teacher and his student. You made me feel alive during our time together in a way I haven't felt in years. For that I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You gave this old man a purpose one last time. Truly thank you. Anyway, no more dopey stuff. I bet you are wondering why I decided to take you on as my pupil for the week. If not, I'm telling you anyway. You see, you weren't my first pick regardless of you being Gohan's grandson. I was actually going to train that Midoriya lad. Then your final fight commenced. I saw anger throughout your entire fight even before you transformed. When you did transform, my interest for you skyrocketed and I found myself wanting to help you harness that power. What really sealed the deal was the end of that fight. The moment when you lost control and went berserk. While others may have seen a monster, I saw something completely different. I saw a young man with a power he had no grasp on, controlling struggle to regain control over himself. Just before your pupils disappeared, I didn't see hatred or glee at hurting someone. I saw fear. The fear that you would kill Bakugo regardless of what he had said. The fear that you would lash out in such rage that you would potentially annihilate the entire city. That was when I knew you were the one. The only one. At the end of the day, I grew to see you as my closest friend, which is why I want you to know that I will watch over you forever. Before I forget, I want you to have something. I need you to go to Kame House and find a key which is in the drawer next to the television. Then go upstairs and look for the turtle school insignia on one of the floorboards in my bedroom. It's a faint outline, but with your young eyes I'm sure you'll be fine. Push the floorboard down and it should pop up, allowing you to remove it. You'll see a box underneath it and you will need to remove the box. Then using the key you will open the box and what is inside is yours to keep. I gave it to your grandfather after he finished his training and it was given back to me after his untimely demise. Look after it and use it well. That's all from me, Goku. Do me one last favor. Be the best hero you can be. That is the greatest gift that you, son Goku, will ever give the world. Yours truly, Mutant Roshi. Even rereading the letter now brought tears to Goku's eyes. He wiped them away before putting the letter in his pocket and slowly opening the door to Kame House. He entered and silently took in the inside of the house. Snapping out of his daydreaming, he made his way over to the drawer Roshi had mentioned and opened it to find the key awaiting him. He took the key, placing it in his other trouser pocket. Closing the drawer, Goku made his way upstairs to his late teacher's bedroom. His eyes opened in surprise when he saw it. Wow. For a guy with a personality such as his room sure is standard, he muttered. Goku smiled at that before noticing the turtle school insignia on a floorboard. Goku crouched down and immediately pushed the floorboard down slightly. Nothing happened. Goku looked puzzled and a few more moments passed before he leant over the floorboard to see if something was jammed. It suddenly sprung into the air and Goku's eyes opened in shock as he barely managed to dodge it. The board flew into the air and just as Goku breathed a sigh of relief, it crashed down on his head. Ow ow ow, he yelped in pain as he rubbed his head to numb the pain. The floorboard was on the floor next to him now and he made a mental note to be careful when placing it back in its position. Goku looked into the hole now created and barely made out what appeared to be a box. Reaching into the hole, he picked up the box in a firm grip and placed it on the floor next to him. Then slowly but carefully he placed the floorboard back in its original position, making sure not to activate the spring again. Once he was certain it was in securely, Goku picked up the box and carried it over to Roshi's bed, where he placed it. He pulled the key out of his pocket and placed it into the lock before turning it once to the right. The lid popped off slightly. Okay then, time to see what this is, Goku said as he lifted the lid and peered inside. What he saw caused him to open his eyes in joy and he gave a huge smile. He flung the lid back and immediately picked up the object, hold and all. Naibo. I thought this had been destroyed in that villain attack. What did I use to call it? Power pole, laughed Goku as he cradled his grandfather's heirloom. You know what? Naibo won't sound as good when I use it. Guess I'm calling it power pole. He announced to literally no one but the staff he now held. Goku closed the box, locked it and placed it under Roshi's bed before making his way outside. On his way out he put the key back in the drawer. He took one final look at the inside of Kame House before smiling and closing the door. The power pole was in its holder and strapped tight over Goku's chest with the staff itself on his back. Goku removed it, smiled and began to spin it in his hands before assuming a staff fighting posture. He swung his arms forward with the power pole firmly held by both hands. Power pole extend. He yelled triumphantly and instantaneously the staff extended to be about 6 foot long. Goku laughed before causing the staff to recede at will. If I remember correctly, the staff responds to its user's commands. Whoever created this thing is a genius. Goku exclaimed in excitement before placing it back in its hold. His right hand still held on it. He took one look at Kame House and smiled. Thanks Master Roshi. For everything, he gave thanks before letting a power pole and using his quirk, shot off in flight towards the train station that he had used to get to Hosu the night before. He promptly purchased a ticket back to Musudafu and got on the train heading there. The train journey was monotonous, although Goku did notice one change. You're that Nimbus, aren't you? You saved my parents from that creature. Thank you so much. You know I was wrong about you, kid. The sports festival showed you in a bad light and I think you're a decent kid. Can't wait to see you as a pro one day. You're so strong and awesome. Can I get your autograph? UA really chose the best this year, didn't they? You're so selfless. Nothing like that Bakugo kid. What a jerk. That last comment made Goku laugh. He was glad he wasn't alone in thinking that Bakugo was ruthless and arrogant. Goku liked the attention but for the good reasons. People had begun to warm up to him and this meant that he begun to regain the public's trust. You'd be so proud, Master Roshi, he smiled to himself before finding himself at the Musudafu stop. As he waved the crowds goodbye they began to cheer him on and chant, Nimbus, over and over again. The doors closed and Goku made his way to the exit of the station. He soon made his way back to Ua and found Jiro, Kaminari and Momo waiting for him. "Sup guys," he exclaimed cheerily. The three of them made their way over to him with Jiro hugging him and Kaminari simply giving him a fist bump. Momo looked distant but still smiled. "You had us worried. Going up against that Nomu by yourself," scolded Jiro, but Goku just laughed. The three looked confused before he was suddenly enveloped in a golden glow. "No way. You got it under control?" asked an ecstatic Kaminari. Goku smirked before dropping out of super. "I'm impressed. Although disappointed," admitted Momo. "Why's that?" asked a concerned Goku. While us three had a week of learning new skills, Yaomomo spent a week with Kendo being a part of many beauty advertisements, sighed Jiro while giving Momo a sympathetic glance. "It wasn't a complete waste of time. I learned some valuable presentation skills in oneself," she defended. "Momo, you haven't been the same since the sports festival. You've lost your confidence completely after you were beaten by Tokiyami, haven't you?" asked Goku sympathetically. "No, I haven't. I have not idea what you're talking about," sputtered his most intelligent friend. Goku pulled her into a hug, surprising his friends. Momo began to cry into Goku's shirt. "It's okay. Let it all out. You know I was there when my mentor passed away. I understand the emotions you're feeling way more than you think. You're not alone," he comforted as her crying increased. Jiro and Kaminari left the two to talk and made their way to their homeroom, but not before gesturing to Goku that they'd see him later. Goku gave a slight nod in response. "You okay?" he asked when Momo finally pulled her face away from him. Her face was wet from the tears and her makeup was coming off. She also looked slightly embarrassed. "Not really, but thanks," she sniffed before noticing the state of his shirt. Goku looked at where her gaze was focused. "Don't bother yourself about it. I've got another one in my bag," he laughed. He made eye contact with Momo. "Why you wearing makeup anyway?" he asked curiously. "Because it helps people notice you more," she confidently said, although the confidence was half-heartedly shown. Goku lifted her chin and gave a small smile as his eyes opened in surprise. "You don't need makeup to be noticed. You're already beautiful and intelligent enough," was all he needed to say for Momo to start crying again. Yet this time it was tears of appreciation. Goku offered her another hug and she took his offer, with the hug being shorter this time. When it eventually ended, they looked at each other and Goku decided on something that he never thought he would be doing ever. "Momo," he stated softly. She looked at him curiously. "What is it, Goku?" she asked. Goku kissed her forehead and crouched down to look her in the eyes. "Call me Kakarot," he smiled, genuinely catching Momo off guard completely. What? I thought you didn't want anyone to call you that," she was dumbfounded at Goku's suggestion. She was also blushing from the kiss he gave her on her forehead. It wasn't one of romantic affection. It was more like one that a caring brother gave his upset sister. The name was an even clearer sign of this. "I've not let anyone call me Kakarot willingly since my parents passed away. You're the first. You may as well be family. This is because you always know what to say and do. You're the brains and I'm the brawn. You remember the battle sim. You called the shots. I admire that about you," he explained as Momo listened in silence. "I made a promise to my parents that I would only ever let someone who I deemed family and worthy call me by my given name. Momo. You're that person. You will only ever be that person. Jiro may be my best friend, but I think she prefers Goku. So this is me asking you if you will call me by my given name," he finished, and Momo gave a small smile. "Sounds good to me, Kakarot," she finally said, and the pair of them smiled at each other. Goku, who would normally flinch at the mention of his given name, showed no resistance to her saying it. She may still lack confidence, but I can help her with that, Goku thought to himself as the pair of them made their way to the girls' bathroom so Momo could get herself cleaned up. They had their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders the entire time, and Goku was making Momo laugh to keep her spirits up. "Wait, what's that? I mean Kakarot. That's going to be weird to say," said Momo while gesturing to the power pole still on Goku's back. "Oh, that's Nibo. Or as I'm calling it, power pole. It's a staff that belonged to my grandfather and was given to my mentor, who gave it to me as a passing gift. I can make it extend and shorten at will," he explained. "Just make sure to keep it away and out of sight of Miss Midnight," Momo chuckled. Goku didn't get the innuendo. Why? What's wrong with her seeing it? His naivety showed itself once more. Momo just continued to laugh. "I'll tell you when you're older," she managed through laughs. "But you said that last time," whined Goku. The exchange continued like this for some time until they reached the girls' bathroom. Momo went in for a few minutes and came out looking fresh. Then, not wanting the topic to disappear, Goku asked her again what she meant, with her laughter ensuing once more. After what felt like hours, they arrived at their homeroom to see Aizawa waiting impatiently for them. "Hurry up, you two. You missed the curfew from homeroom 15 minutes ago. I didn't expect this from you, Yaoyorozu," he scolded. The two gave sheepish looks before apologizing and made their way to their seats. On their way in, Aizawa heard a very short exchange that made him give a pleased smirk. "Kakarot. Yeah, thanks for being my friend. Anytime, sis." Chapter 11. Gear up for final exams. Goku was currently blasting his way through a small obstacle course that All Might had Class 1A partake in. He hadn't even needed to go super. The race ended and Goku made his way back his homeroom with the rest of his class. To say life had become mundane was an understatement. After the high he was on after the Hosu attack, Goku was excited to get back into hero training at UA. Excitement that quickly diminished with 6 words. "Your final exams are coming up. Aizawa had said those words minutes after Goku and Momo had entered the classroom after Goku had given Momo his blessing to call him Kakarot. So, to say Goku was bored was incorrect. He was looking forward to the practical part of the exam. The written part on the other hand. Kakarot, why don't you come to mine to study? Came the sudden voice of one Momo Yaoyorozu. Goku perked up and looked in her direction as did the majority of the class. Huh, you mean it? Asked Goku with gratitude. Momo smiled and flicked a stand of hair behind her ear. Sure. In fact, we could set up a support group for the written exam, she suggested. Those of the class who were struggling academically immediately signed themselves up. Goku was pretty sure he had better things to do like train, but the thought of getting smarter was appealing. While everyone focused on what day to meet up at Momo's, there was one person who had noticed something about Momo's original suggestion. Goku, why'd Yaoyorozu call you by your real name? Came surprisingly from Todoroki. Goku looked at him in shock at the half-boy actually starting a conversation with him. Oh, you know, she's like family, and I said the only person I would ever let me call me by Kakarot is someone I consider true family. Also, I wanted to build trust between the two of us, he explained happily. Todoroki looked sad. It must be nice to have a true family, he finally said. Oh, let me guess. You and your father don't exactly see eye to eye, do you? Guessed Goku correctly. You're correct. He's not the greatest role model or father for that matter, came the response. Hey, at least you don't look exactly like your dad, albeit without his scar, laughed Goku with Todoroki giving a puzzled look. How is that even possible? You can't be the spitting image of a family member, he questioned. I don't get it either. I mean, what happened? Did they breed me in a capsule or something? Bahahaha. Goku laughed harder and Todoroki smiled at that joke. Goku calmed down and noticed the smile. Guess your fight with Deku changed something inside you, huh? He asked. Yes, I guess you could say that. I've accepted my fire side. Although I must apologize for not going all out in our fight, he admitted. Don't worry about it. My anger was all pent up. I took out on Bakugo, as you know, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I apologize for going a tad overboard. Goku returned the gesture. Todoroki smiled at him and Goku returned in kind. Apology accepted. Maybe after the final exams we can have a proper fight, he suggested, and Goku's eyes lit up. Hell yeah, let's see how well fire and ice hold up against my super form. Goku beamed and Todoroki closed his eyes in content. Oh, I forgot to mention, interrupted Aizawa. The class looked at him awaiting his announcement. Those who pass their final exam will be going on a summer training camp. There you will hone your quirks and learn new ways to use them. So make sure you pass, he explained before his signature evil grin appeared on his face. The class was unnerved by that. Alright, so, the support session at mine will take place after school today and for the next few days. If you want the help, please come to it. We'll all pass, announced Momo, although on her mention of the word pass, Goku sensed a lack of confidence. Damn, it's worse than I thought. Got to help her out soon, he made a mental note to himself. The good news was, although for Goku it was also boring, that in the practical exam they would be fighting robots. Kendo from Class 1B had told them this. However, the universe was once again against them, and by universe I mean Aizawa. One final thing, he started in the class side in annoyance. Aizawa decided to let that slide this time. The practical exam won't be against robots this time around. Instead, you will be split into teams of 2 and will be going up against the teachers at UA. You will pass by either capturing them or escaping, he explained, and everyone froze. Goku included. The teachers, whispered Mina in fear. The class went silent at the prospect except Bakugo, of course. He just scoffed confidently. You will be paired up with someone whose set of skills complements your own. Then the teacher you go up against will be someone who can easily exploit these weaknesses. Stay sharp in the exam, was Aizawa's last piece of information and advice. Goku scratched his chin and was genuinely intrigued in what his weakness was. He was pretty much unstoppable in combat and had a good grasp on his quirk. Maybe his weakness was teamwork. No, that couldn't be it, as he got on with everyone in his class. Minus Bakugo. Damn, I hope I don't get teamed with Bakugo. That won't go well. I'll probably kill him, Goku shrugged. I think the teachers are fully aware, Goku, smiled Jiro, with Goku agreeing. Anyway, it didn't matter as he had to focus on the written exam first, which he did. Some time had passed and the support sessions as Momos were over, with the written exam right around the corner. To say Goku felt prepared was absolutely incorrect. Goku was stressing out like nobody's business. Sure, he felt he would pass, but considering his academic history was mediocre, he wasn't holding his breath. Then the day of the written exam arrived and Goku was sure he had failed. The results were handed back to his class and Goku was biting his nails in anticipation. The class had done well overall. Momo had performed the best, with Iida coming in close second. Lowest scores included Kaminari and Mina. Then the time came for Goku to receive his result. Woohoo! First ever paper passed. Alright, he celebrated, abruptly catching everyone off guard. Jiro congratulated her friend, as did Kaminari. Goku, on the other hand, had something else on his agenda. Yo Momo, he called to his sister. Yes, Goku, I heard you passed. Then again, the way you announced it meant the whole class knows you. She was cut off by a hug from the spiky-haired boy in question. Momo, shocked at first, returned the hug. This is nice. I guess he wasn't joking when he said he viewed me as a sister, she thought as Goku pulled away and smiled at her. Thanks for everything, he simply stated. Momo looked embarrassed and went to respond that he had earned the grade when Aizawa made his presence clear again. Alright, congratulations, you all passed, he said in boredom as the class sat up straight in their seats and paid attention. However, you're not off the hook yet. It's time to reveal your partner for the practical exam and who you will be facing, he finished. He began to read out teams and opponents. Goku listened contently and was interested by some of them. Kaminari and Mina were going up against Principal Nezu. Strange. Iida and Todoroki would be going up against Power Loader, who was the head of the support class. Aoyama and Uraraka against 13. Jiro and Koda, the animal lover as Goku knew him, would face off against Present Mike. The next one was slightly worrying. Deku and Bakugo were to go up against All Might, which was scary in itself. The main problem with that was how much Bakugo despised Deku, so Goku wished them the best of luck. Finally, Goku received his teammate and opponent. Him and Momo would be working together, which pleased him. I can finally help her out with her confidence, Goku started in thought. You two are going up against me, interrupted Aizawa. Goku snapped out of his head and with eyes panicked looked at Momo, who had the same expression. He snapped his head back to face Aizawa, who smirked. Goku gulped. This was going to be more difficult than he thought. Chapter 12. Yaoyorozu. Rising. Yaoyorozu. Son Goku. Your exam commences now, came over the speaker in the duo's exam area. The two were in their hero costumes and appeared to be stationed in a small town. They immediately began to run. Looking for the exit was easier said than done. There were many alleyways and narrow roads meant they had very little room to move in. Goku was having a blast with the whole thing, whereas Momo was beginning to stress out. Aizawa was their opponent, and if she'd learned anything from his skill set, it was that he was very nimble and could always be watching even if you thought you were alone. Or he was asleep. Kakarot. We need to be careful, Momo stressed as Goku ran ahead only to skid to a halt. He turned and smiled at her. Oh, come on Momo. This is fun, he exclaimed with his love of hero work and fighting getting the better of him. Speaking of Goku, he had the power pole strapped to him, most likely to try it out in combat scenarios. He needed to practice with it after all. But Kakarot, it's Mr. Aizawa. Eraserhead. We really do need to be careful. Momo was panicking at the prospect of facing their homeroom teacher, and considering her lack of confidence lately, it was clear that she expected the pair of them to fail. Goku, who had promised to help her out, had completely forgotten the predicament Momo was in due to his own selfish needs, that being the desire to fight. We'll be fine Momo. I can take him, he confidently announced, the comment making Momo feel even more worthless. I've got an idea. I'll fly into the air and see if I can spot Mr. Aizawa and maybe even the exit. Suggested the overeager boy. Before Momo could even respond, she was hit with a gust of wind as Goku launched himself into the air and spied the exit. The disappointment of not seeing Aizawa definitely got to him, but he had the rest of the exam to go head to head with the pro. Goku went to fly forwards with Momo about to follow when something bad and strange happened. Goku's aura vanished instantly and he found himself comically trying to stay in the air before plummeting to the ground. Momo saw this and thinking quickly made something soft and bouncy for Goku to land on, which he did. He spun in the air before landing on his feet with his knees bent, his head lowered, and his right arm curled with his hand clenched in a fist. He bounced himself into the air with a massive grin plastered on his face and his body rocking back and forth in a battle-ready stance. Then his smile disappeared as he was hit by what had happened. My quirk was cancelled out. That means, I found you, came the sudden voice of Aizawa, who leapt at the pair and made sure wrap Goku up in his scarf. Goku struggled to break free and glanced briefly at Momo. Momo. Get out of here. I can take him, he commanded with Momo looking at him in shock before fleeing like her life depended on it. Goku turned back to face Aizawa and smirked only to find his captor had vanished. You only pass if both of you escape, right? Aizawa hoisted Goku up and left him hanging from a lamp post. Goku reached out for his quirk but found Aizawa was still cancelling it out. It's fine. Momo got away, he sighed in disappointment at himself. Yes, I saw how she complied with your order without much thought. I recall you wanted to help boost her confidence, don't you? Asked Aizawa in return. Goku's eyes went wide as he suddenly realized what his actions and thrill of the chase had done. Damn, I did say that. How could you tell? He asked. Aizawa didn't show any emotion. Your name. She calls you by Kakarot. Which means you trust her and want her to trust you. Also, the look in your eyes when you've spoken to her gave it away as well. Aizawa had analyzed everything that had happened between Goku and Momo recently and nailed the situation on the head. Goku lowered his head in shame. I'm supposed to be helping her but got too caught up in fighting you. Crap, he muttered. I best be off. Don't know where she could have gotten to. See you when you fail, was Aizawa's snide remark before he leapt from building to building. Goku could feel his quirk again and attempted to break free but found himself unable to. Whether this was due to his restraints or the feeling of letting his friend down, he didn't know. In this moment he didn't even feel like trying. They were both going to fail because of him. Not exactly something he wanted to have on his conscience. A few minutes had passed when Goku heard a familiar voice. Pissed. Kakarot. It's me Momo, whispered Goku's partner. Goku looked up and saw her working to release him of his restraints. She did just that and Goku landed on his feet after dropping down. He looked at her confused. Why didn't you escape? He asked curiously and Momo looked embarrassed. Well, I didn't want to abandon you and I didn't think it would be fair if you failed while I passed, she admitted humorously. Also, you never actually told me where the exit was, she chuckled and Goku facepalmed before laughing himself. The two looked at each other and smiled. Right, well then Momo. What's the plan? Goku asked and Momo looked at him in surprise. Why am I coming up with the plan? She asked in response. Goku just gave a small smile. You have the plan thing down better than me and I wouldn't trust anyone to lead me into heroic scenarios. So, with that said, what's the plan, Kriti? The use of Momo's hero name was what finalized it. She blushed slightly and gave a small smile. I made you an unspoken promise. I intend to keep my promise no matter what. Time for hero lesson number 1. Heroes are selfless, Goku thought to himself before paying attention to Momo's plan. Soon the pair began running towards where Goku had seen the exit. The biggest difference here was that Goku had powered up into Super and running alongside Momo as opposed to flying. This way they could stick together and not have to worry about Goku giving their position away. Although that being said, the golden glow emanating from him was still a massive hint. Momo was also using her quirk to make Russian dolls. It looked like things were going to go off without a hitch when suddenly Momo stopped producing the Russian dolls and Goku depowered. This wasn't a willing thing. He's here. I can't sense him but he's definitely here, Goku whispered to Momo, who gave a slight nod before the pair of them heard a small noise behind them. Aizawa was in the air behind them. Okay Kakarot, let's do this, Momo shouted as she threw the Russian dolls she held in her arms into the air. What the? Asked Aizawa before kicking one of the dolls. Its top half popped off and Aizawa came face to face with a flash grenade which went off at the same time the flash grenades in the other dolls went off. Aizawa had been momentarily blinded, disabling his ability to use his quirk. I love this plan, Goku cried in happiness as he felt his quirk and quickly swung his right arm around with a ki blast being charged. The blast was launched and Aizawa's vision became clear just in time for him to dodge. The two students weren't done yet though. Goku covered Momo with ki blasts before Aizawa cancelled his quirk again. You know what your weakness is, Goku. You're over-reliant on your quirk. That's why I requested you go up against me, Aizawa revealed, but Goku's response caught him off guard completely. Goku had a smug smile. I figured that out after you first captured me. Which is why I let the one person you can't defeat take command, he revealed, with Aizawa quickly looking to see Momo use a catapult to launch something at him. It appeared to be strips of a material, similar in look to Aizawa's scarf. In Aizawa's attempt to jump away, he had failed to notice Goku had launched himself with his power pole so that he was in the air behind Aizawa. He then retracted the staff and while still in the air swung it around to hit Aizawa in the back and towards the material. Unfortunately, Aizawa had caught the swinging movement in his peripheral vision and moved out of the way. Goku remained calm. Big mistake. Power pole extend, he yelled as the staff in question extended enough to reach Aizawa, who couldn't dodge this time. Goku hit him with all his strength and Aizawa went flying into the metal strips. Now Momo, yelled Goku. Momo pulled out what appeared to be a miniature flamethrower and let it rip. The flames weren't close enough to Aizawa to hit him, but they did have an interesting effect on the strips of the strange material he had collided with. It became softer and began to wrap around him due to the impact between it and Aizawa. It wrapped all the way around him, and he fell to the ground restrained. What is that stuff? Asked Goku as he waded over to their captive. The cloth is nitinol-shaped memory allow. When it's heated it returns to its original shape, she explained, but the information just went over Goku's head and he laughed nervously. Anyway, nice work Momo. Your plan worked really well. We wouldn't have passed without it, Goku congratulated his teammate, who simply went all gooey in embarrassment. He placed his power pole back in its hold. Oh well, it was nothing really. I'm sure we could have passed regardless, she blushed while putting herself down again. Goku placed his hand on her shoulder. No, I mean it. The plan was brilliant, and it was all you. I just followed your orders, master tactician, he joked while also being dead serious at the same time. As much as I find this adorable, I must agree with Goku. The plan went smoothly, and you caught me off guard. Well done Yaoyorozu, Aizawa also congratulated her. Well, it nearly failed. You moved out of the way of Kakarot's initial swing. He almost missed you as he extended his staff, Momo admitted nervously. No. He didn't almost miss. I failed to move, Aizawa stated, and Momo picked up on what he said. She began to cry and Goku, who had also noticed the implications of what Aizawa had said, moved to give her a hug. He smiled at Aizawa, who returned with a classic Aizawa smile. Momo cried into Goku's chest and he just hugged her back. Did we really pass? She sniffed. Yeah, we did. And it was all thanks to you, chapter 13. An encounter and an invitation. Let's go shopping. Exclaimed the pink girl that was Mina Ishido. Class 1A was up for it considering how the final exams had just gone. Pretty much everyone had passed minus Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro and another student called Sato. Yet once again in typical Aizawa fashion it turned out that the summer camp promised to those who passed was actually available to everyone regardless of passing or not. Only catch was that those who failed had to do extra support sessions while at the camp. Sure, it was a pain, but they weren't missing out on what their classmates were going to do. That's a really good idea. How about tomorrow? Asked Jiro and the class agreed. It sure was going to be interesting. Goku hated the idea of shopping but he was going to pass up on the chance to hang out with his class, Bakugo not included. The rest of the day proceeded as it usually did. Do work, some hero practice and then go home with breaks and food woven in. Not like life was getting any more exciting for Goku after all. The class who was going shopping arrived promptly and immediately got to laughing around with their friends. Curiously, Goku had yet to arrive. Hey guys, anyone heard from Goku? Asked Uraraka and her class shook their heads in response. He's not usually late. Maybe he just laid in longer than usual. Sounds like something he'd do, chuckled Jiro in response before her gaze landed on someone walking out of a shop. They were wearing casual attire, that being light greenish trousers and black trainers. They also wore a white shirt, and over that was a jacket with a color scheme of black and orange. It was the person's hair that was a dead giveaway to who it was. Goku was on time. He had just been roaming around the shopping center. Oh hey guys. What took you so long? I've been here almost an hour, he admitted with a grin. Goku, we said to meet up at 1 in the afternoon. Have you been here since 12? Asked Kaminari in confusion. Oh did we? Oh well. Gave me time to check stuff out, I guess. We ready to go? Goku chuckled in embarrassment with Jiro rolling her eyes, Kaminari sighing and Momo just smiling at her friend. I'm just glad that you are here, Kakarot. I like the get-up, by the way. The jacket is my favorite part. It suits you, she said finally, and Goku looked her way. Thanks. You look nice to Momo, he replied, and Momo blushed at the compliment. Goku still had failed to realize that he occasionally flirted with her. He just treated her how he'd expect to treat his sister. Nothing more to it. The class split up and said their goodbyes for the time being, with them planning to meet up again at about 3:30 p.m. Goku had gone off with Jiro and Momo. Kaminari had grouped up with Mineta and Sato, with his main aim to keep Mineta under control due to his tendencies. So, where to first, guys? Goku asked excitedly. How about the clothing shops? Asked Momo in response, but soon realized that Goku may not agree, but we don't have to if you don't want to, Kakarot. Nah, it's cool. Good to see what I'm missing when it comes to clothing styles, he shrugged, putting Momo's mind at ease. She had to admit that ever since the final exam, Goku had been letting her take the lead more and more. He would complain like a child occasionally, but he couldn't agree with everything she wanted to do. Well, you heard the man, Yao Momo. Lead the way, said Jiro, and Momo led the group to multiple stores. Goku, having literally no fashion knowledge, felt it would be fun to just try clothes on. The trio's venture led them to a martial arts store, and this was when Goku knew what to do. He led the three in and immediately got to work grabbing martial arts gear. He only grabbed one GI for himself, but the gear he handed Momo and Jiro was intriguing. The three went to the changing rooms and did a sort of catwalk. Goku went first, and when he showed off what he had selected, the two girls were in awe. Goku had chosen a light blue GI, which was basic as far as gis go. It looked like something you would find a young child in when they first began to train. Yet despite this, Goku looked really good in it. It showed off his body perfectly and, in a way, brought out his inner child. Goku liked it but felt he didn't need a new hero costume just yet, so changed back into his casual wear and gave the GI to the staff member at the changing rooms. Next was Jiro's turn. Wow, Jiro. Looking good, exclaimed Goku and Momo at the same time. Jiro personally felt awkward in what she was wearing, but her friend's compliments made her feel better about herself. Who are you kidding? I don't suit this, she complained. Jiro wore a long white shirt that went past her waist with tight black spandex compression shorts that reached her upper thigh. She also wore black gloves and green shoes. She lied. She did suit this outfit, but Goku and Momo chose not to argue with her. Finally, it was Momo's turn. Holy, was all Goku could manage as Momo walked out into clear view. To say she looked beautiful was a massive understatement. She looked like that all the time. No, here she looked absolutely 100% stunning. Her blue cheongsam with red pants, armband and shoes, white socks and a red sash blew everyone in the store away. Even those had no clue who she was. She looked like she was born for martial arts, even though she'd had not even a slither of training. Momo turned red at all the attention but somehow felt more confident in herself. She felt like this was the first time she could properly express herself the way she wanted, and she had Goku to thank for that. She could even thank Aizawa as well. She'll be taking that, please. Goku turned to a store clerk who nodded immediately with a smile and asked Momo if she could get changed so that they could take the outfit to the till. Kakarot, what are you doing? Asked Momo in shock. Goku didn't respond and instead just smiled. Momo did as requested and the clerk took the outfit to the till with Goku in tow. Is that everything for you today, sir? Asked the clerk. Yes, thanks. How much will that be? He asked in response. 3,500 yen, please, replied the clerk, and Momo's eyes went wide as she saw Goku hand over the requested amount. Kakarot, you don't have to pay for it. I can pay myself, she exclaimed, but Goku ignored as he took the outfit in its packaging, bid the clerk goodbye and made his way out of the shop where Jiro and Momo followed. Jiro just smiled at her best friend's gesture. That's Goku for you. Always thinking of others, she chuckled, and Goku just smiled. Momo kept reprimanding him for wasting his money on her but was silenced when Goku held out the bag to her. I didn't waste my money. You looked really good in it and I could tell you felt more confident. It doesn't have to be your hero costume, but it would be good for training, don't you agree? He asked with a smile. Momo looked at him in surprise while her heart warmed at his comment. Okay then, how can I ever pay you back? She reluctantly took the bag and Goku just sighed before giving a small laugh. Don't worry about paying me back. This was a gift. You could also say I owed you for you getting us through the exam, he said, and Momo sighed in defeat. She was being given a gift and she had to swallow her pride and accept it. Now that that's out of the way, let's move on to the next. Goku trailed out as he picked up on an energy level 2. In fact, this wasn't out of the ordinary, but they were both familiar and not for the right reasons. One was Deku, but he felt terrified. The other made Goku's eyes widen in fear. It was Shigaraki, and to make matters worse he was right next to Deku, which could mean only one thing. Goku, what's wrong? Asked Jiro in concern. Follow me now, Goku commanded silently, and his two friends were taken aback. Goku sprinted towards where he felt the presence of the leader of the League of Villains. Momo and Jiro looked at each other before flowing sweet, though not as fast. Come on, please make it in time. Goku pleaded with himself as he increased his speed. Soon the two people he was running towards came into view, but there was a third person there. One who must have only just arrived. Uraraka. Shigaraki, screamed Goku as he pushed past his limit to reach terminal velocity with the glass windows shattering around him. He flew past Uraraka, and Shigaraki could do nothing as he was tackled away from Deku, who immediately began to breathe in relief. Goku pinned Shigaraki to the ground. Shigaraki reached for the ground surrounding them and used his quirk to decay the ground, catching Goku off guard. He then kicked Goku off him and prepared to kill his new target. You kids, always getting in my way. You took out one of my Nomus like there were nothing. Where did that power come from? He screamed as he leapt at Goku, who managed to get his bearings just in time to dodge. He couldn't use his quirk lest he wanted to be arrested. The same couldn't be said for Shigaraki. Hey, he's using his quirk, cried a bystander, and a crowd of people began to crowd around. In the mad rush and confusion, Goku was knocked to the ground near Shigaraki and hit his head. A trickle of blood came from it, and Shigaraki gave a wicked smile. That could help me out. Thanks for your generous donation, he sarcastically remarked as he used a piece of shattered glass to carefully scrape the trickle of blood off Goku's face. Shigaraki then carefully placed the glass in the pocket of his hoodie before making his escape. When the police finally arrived, Shigaraki was long gone and Goku had no injuries besides the small cut on his head. What followed was a questioning of the witnesses in which Goku became agitated. The time they spent questioning him could have been spent going after Shigaraki. It appeared that their day out was officially at an end. Goku, are you okay? What happened, bro? Kakarot, what were you thinking? These were just some of the questions his class had for his actions regarding the ordeal. Deku, on the other hand, had a different view on it all. Goku, thanks, he simply said. No problem, Deku. We're friends and friends look out for each other. Not about to let some villain kill you, replied the boy in question. That's the thing. Had no one intervened, Shigaraki would have just left. I was simply delaying him, but you took action when I didn't. Deku looked depressed at his inability to help out. Forget about it. You did help. As you said, you delayed him. You gave me time to show up. You also saved lives. What I did in a few seconds was nothing compared to what you did for minutes. So, in that regard, I should be thanking you. Goku placed his hand on Deku's shoulder, who smiled and nodded in response. What did he want anyway? Asked Goku. He wanted to talk about why Stain got all the news coverage but not the League. I responded that while I don't agree with Stain's methods at all, at least he had a set goal, Deku explained, and Goku scratched his chin. He shrugged and the pair made their way home. It wasn't long before Goku had arrived home that he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to find a parcel on the ground. He raised his eyebrow in confusion before picking the parcel up and closing the door with his right foot. He placed the parcel on his table and opened it up. He didn't have a need for scissors or a box opener due to his strength. Inside was a small metal box. He took it out and pressed the button at the top of the box. It immediately opened up and a bright blue light momentarily blinded Goku, who on instinct covered his eyes. When he removed his hand, he saw a hologram of a man staring back at him. Of course, it's a hollow message. Goku rolled his eyes in amusement before pressing a new button that had become visible once the box had opened. The hologram immediately began to play. Son Goku, you are receiving this in regard to your performance at the UA Sports Festival. This may be delayed slightly due to postage, but regardless, the invitation still stands. In case you aren't aware, there is an upcoming exclusive exhibition on Island, the home to the greatest scientific advancements ever. Due to your quirk being intriguing, I have designed a gravity chamber for training the body and would like you to test it out for me. Now this won't all you'll be doing. You will be given a pass to the exclusive area of Island as mentioned before, which will open up to the public 2 days later. In other words, you get early access for 2 days. In case this doesn't interest you, may I refer you to one particular feature of Island. Quirk use is permitted at all times and you will have the chance to meet heroes from all over the world. There is also someone who wishes to meet you besides myself. This is your formal invitation and I look forward to seeing you at the expo. Kind regards. The message ended and the hologram of the elderly man disappeared with a hologram of the letter C inside a larger C. Goku was left to ponder whether he would accept the offer. May as well. Quirk use is permitted, which could be fun, and he wants me to try something out. I wonder who wants to meet me though. Oh well, I guess I'll just find out. Island, here I come. Author's note. And thus concludes Season 2. Next up is Two Heroes, where things will be going differently for our lovable Goku. You'll see what I mean. The delay for this chapter will be big as I've got to make it long. If you can find the callbacks to DB in this chapter, then let me know. You should be able to though. I don't think they are that hard to figure out what is referenced. By the way, a cheongsam is a Chinese dress. My Hero Academia, Two Heroes. Somewhere a plan was being finalized. A plan to infiltrate an incredible place. Island. The home for the greatest scientific inventions in all the world. The place where geniuses could let their minds run rampant and civilians could use their quirks with no repercussions. A place where heroes from all over the world would be present and civilians could meet their idols. A place which is said to be impenetrable with a security system even the best hackers couldn't crack or get past. Yes, boss. The plan is all set up and we are ready to go. We leave in the morning, said a tall, bulky man with dark red hair and yellow eyes. He was talking to a silhouetted figure over a video call. I just hope you are aware of All Might possibly being there as well as other heroes, replied the voice, but the first figure just grinned. Who cares about them? We're prepared for All Might. And if we're prepared for the number one hero, then we're prepared for those nobodies, he cockily declared, and the rest of his crew became visible to the figure on screen. If you say so. One last thing, Wolfram, he trailed off as the figure known as Wolfram gave him a somewhat quizzical look. What is it? He asked. Although the figure's face was hidden in shadow, Wolfram could make out a sadistic grin. I have received reports of a certain individual being on the island. He is a very powerful and dangerous adversary, so take care should you face him, he remarked. Wolfram scoffed. What, you think we can't take that kid you're so interested in? He's not who I'm talking about. This person is a villain and the son of one of the most powerful crime bosses ever. He takes pleasure in pain and will kill anyone because he feels like it, finished the figure. Wolfram's eyes narrowed in annoyance at the cryptic message. That person could have been anyone. That's all. I believe you have a boat to catch, finally said the figure, and the video call ended. Wolfram scowled and turned to his crew. This is it. Tomorrow morning, we make our way to Island. Nothing can stand in our way. He boomed before giving a maniacal laugh which the rest of his crew joined in with. This is gonna be good. One day later. Woohoo! Yelled Son Goku as he flew into the air at the Island Expo. No quirk regulations meant he was free to use his quirk however he wanted. He was zooming around the area at incredible speeds and the people watching him clapped and laughed in amusement. He felt like a little kid again. It was good to note that he was also in his hero costume. Oh, this is great. I feel free. Haha, he exclaimed with a massive smile planted on his face. He eventually landed, and the moment he did, he had people running up to him with questions and pieces of paper for him to sign. Clearly in his wild display he had failed to notice that he looked like a professional hero from a different country, and considering there were people of different nationalities on the island, they must have thought he was. Whoa, I'm not a pro. I'm just a hero in training. He waved his hands in embarrassment, but the crowd, instead of going away, got even more excited and he found himself swarmed by them. Goku just laughed and, regardless of whether he thought he should do it or not, began to sign some stuff for them. He must have been there 20 minutes when he suddenly noticed a familiar key signature. 2 in fact. Hey guys, the number 1 pro is over there. All Might. He yelled in excitement, which had the desired effect, and all people in the vicinity rushed over to the man in question. Goku followed suit and made his way there quicker due to his quirk. Yo All Might. Great to see you, he exclaimed with a wave. Good to see you too, young Goku. Now if you will excuse me, I may be a while, he responded before giving his signature laugh as he was swarmed by the same crowd Goku had dealt with earlier. Just behind All Might was Izuku Midoriya, or as a select few knew him, Deku. What's up, Deku? Asked Goku, and Deku smiled in response. All Might invited me here. It's pretty great, isn't it? What are you doing here if you don't mind me asking? Deku gave a confused look. Goku scratched the back of his head. Oh, you know, kinda won the sports festival and some old guy invited me here to test out a gravity chamber or something. He also said someone really wanted to meet me. The guy was American, so I'll be speaking to him in English quite a bit. That's great, Goku. Sounds like fun. Deku was loving every moment of his adventure to Island, and Goku could tell. His friend had a massive smile and his body language just screamed excitement and intrigue. The two boys talked a bit more before All Might made his way back over to them. Whoa, you okay, All Might? Asked Deku. To put things lightly, All Might looked visibly exhausted, whether from tiredness or the stress of all the autographs and photos he had to do. Goku didn't know. He knew All Might's secret but had yet to talk to Deku about it, even though the emerald-haired boy also knew. Although there was something else Goku didn't quite know but had made a note of. Deku's quirk was eerily similar to All Might's. The attack names. The quirk's whole power set. Whatever it was, Goku knew something was up. He shrugged and pushed the thought aside. He was here on request and to enjoy himself. He aimed to do just that. Uncle Might, cried a new voice. All Might smiled and turned to face a blonde-haired girl with glasses and blue eyes coming towards them on a pogo stick. Melissa, it's so good to see you, boomed All Might before laughing. The girl, now identified as Melissa, leapt into All Might's open arms and the two shared a big hug. It was clear they hadn't seen each other for a while now. Dad's gonna be so happy when he sees you, she exclaimed. This was a great idea, Melissa. He'll never see it coming. Oh, where are my manners? Melissa, meet Izuku Midoriya and Son Goku, All Might introduced the pair of boys. Melissa strode over to them with a friendly smile on her face and shook their hands. Nice to meet you. I'm Melissa Shield. My father and All Might have been best friends for years, she said, and Goku replied with a smile of his own. Deku, on the other hand, was freaking out over taking to this incredibly attractive girl. Melissa seemed confused by his behavior and Goku just facepalmed while laughing. Hi, I'm Goku. Nice to meet you too. This here is, he pointed at Deku with his thumb. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, whimpered Deku before his eyes opened in surprise. Wait, did you say your surname was Shield? As in David Shield? Yep, you heard of him, smiled Melissa. Deku began to geek out and Goku began to feel like the third wheel. This continued for a while. Due to their passes to the expo, they were able to enter the main exhibit early, although All Might, Melissa and Deku went off to meet David Shield first. Goku bid them farewell and he and Deku promised to meet up again later. Goku entered the expo and gasped in awe. Wow, this place is incredible, he shouted, causing looks from others. Sorry, he apologized before making his way to each invention that interested him. He saw one that allowed one to improve their strength exponentially, another that allowed someone to go to great depths in the ocean without having to deal with being crushed by water pressure, and finally he came across a virtual reality headset which had access to all cameras on the island. "Hey Goku," came an all too familiar voice, and Goku turned to find Kyoka Jiro and Momo Yaoyorozu as well as Ochako Uraraka struggling to hide their amusement at Goku's antics whilst in VR. "Oh, hi guys. Jiro, Momo and of course Chako. What are you guys doing here?" he asked. "Well, due to my family I got exclusive tickets to this expo and had 2 spare ones. So, I decided on a ladies' day out. The other girls played for them and these 2 won," Momo explained, and Jiro smirked while Uraraka tilted her head and gave a small smile. "Yeah, this place sure is great, isn't it Goku? How'd you get a pass?" asked Uraraka in her typical bubbly voice. "One sports festival. Got offer from some scientist to test something out and meet someone. That's it really," he shrugged. Jiro rolled her eyes. "Any clue who this person that wants to meet you is?" "Nope. Although you may want to know, All Might and Deku are here." On the mention of Deku's name, Uraraka began to blush intensely and did her best to hide it. She didn't do it well enough, and Goku gave a sly smile after noticing. He decided to leave that there. "Anyway, I'll leave you guys to it. I've got to go fulfill this request," he said. He began to walk away and turned to wave at them. "See you later GU, off." He had bumped into someone and immediately caught this person. Jiro, Momo and Uraraka ran over to see if they were okay. "You okay Kakarot?" asked Momo, and Goku stood up. He gave a small nod, but all 3 girls noticed something different about his face. He was blushing. Something he rarely did. Goku turned his body slightly and all 3 girls saw that he was helping up the person he had bumped into. One thought entered their minds all at the same time: girl. "You okay, miss?" Goku asked apologetically. The girl stood up straight and looked him up and down before giving a seductive smile. "I am now handsome," she said in perfect English, and Goku's blood rushed to his face and he went red. This was completely new for him. "You okay Goku?" asked a concerned Jiro, but Goku didn't respond. He was fixated on the girl. When it came to the girl, there was no other way to describe her. Her attractiveness was out of this world. She beauty was unrivaled. Even Momo was nothing compared to her, and Goku hated to admit that. This girl had blue shoulder-length hair and blue eyes. She was currently wearing a red tank top, a somewhat small orange jacket, white trousers with a red belt, and a pair of red and white shoes with white socks. Her frame complemented her very well. She looked into Goku's eyes and gave a smile. Goku's heart began to hammer in his chest, which only got worse when she got closer to him with her body pushed against his. "Ooh, you work out a lot, don't you?" "I like that," she whispered in his ear. She had gone onto her toes to do this, and as soon as she had said it, she dropped back down to her normal height. Goku was for the first time in forever, speechless. "Oh, thank you," Goku stammered, and this girl just giggled. Momo found the situation somewhat humorous. Uraraka laughed slightly. Jiro glared at this girl. Something about her didn't seem right. "What's your name, good looking?" flirted the girl once more. Goku. Goku managed, and the girl gave a small laugh. "As in Son Goku, the one who won the sports festival?" she asked. Goku gave a small nod. The girl smiled. "Great. I wanted to meet you. How great is this? You met my dad yet?" she asked, and Goku was taken aback. He scratched his head. No. Was I supposed to?" he asked nervously. The girl stopped and gave a playful pout. "Obviously. He invited you here," she cried before laughing. Jiro stepped forward to deal with her but was held back by Momo. "What are you doing?" "She's laughing at Goku's lack of knowledge," Momo muttered, and Momo just gave a small smile. "Kakarot can handle himself. Besides, this girl has done the impossible," came Momo's reply. Jiro looked confused. "And what's that?" Figured out Kakarot's personality instantly, Momo revealed, and Jiro huffed. She still didn't like this, but maybe she was being too quick to judge. Goku didn't seem insulted, so she'd leave it for now. "Oh shoot. I completely forgot. You said you were his daughter, so lead the way," laughed Goku with urgency. The girl calmed down and smiled at him. "Sure. As long as it's just you and me. He wanted to see just you, not you and them." She gestured to Momo, Jiro, and Uraraka. Jiro felt anger once more, but Momo waved them away. "No worries. Goku was saying goodbye to us before he met you. We'll see you later," she cried as both her and Uraraka began to drag a furious Jiro away. The girl smirked. "Okay then, let's go. Lead the way." What was your name?" Goku asked. "I'm Bulma. Bulma Briefs," she revealed. She latched onto Goku's right arm and began to take him to her father. The flirting continued on the way. Something was off, however, and for a first Goku had failed to notice it. Someone had been watching them from a distance. Ho ho. What's this? That guy looks familiar. Haven't I killed him before? Oh well, no harm in doing it again. The girl will be fun to kill as well. Guess I'll wait for those idiots that are working for the League to launch their attack. Then you're all mine, said the figure. He gave a wicked smile and his eyes showed glee in killing. He shrunk away into the crowds and began to abide his time. Elsewhere. Preparations are ready. All is going to plan, came the voice of one of Wolfram's subordinates. The villain grinned and proceeded to put on his mask before a door opened. Alright then, let's do this. Capsule Corporation exhibit. Wait your Bulma briefs. As in the air to Capsule Corporation. Cried Goku and Bulma covered her mouth with her hand as she gave a small laugh. Of course. Wasn't that obvious? She asked with a glint in her eyes. She was still holding onto Goku's arm and had grown closer to him. Goku didn't seem to mind anymore, which she liked. Good to see it's working, she thought to herself while Goku looked on in surprise. He turned his head and looked down at her with excitement in his eyes. So, you ready? Asked Bulma, and Goku quickly nodded. They entered the exhibit and Bulma led Goku through all the crowds until she came across the person they wanted to see. Dad, I've got a visitor for you, remarked Bulma, and her father turned around quickly. He locked his eyes on his daughter and then followed the arm she was attached to all the way up to Goku's face. Ah, son Goku. So glad you accepted my invitation. It's good to finally meet you. He extended his hand, which Goku instinctively took. No worries. Thanks for the invite. This place is great, exclaimed the spiky-haired boy, and Bulma's father laughed before puffing on his cigarette. You are most welcome, young man. I see you've met my daughter Bulma. She's the one who wanted to meet you, as you may or may not already be aware. As for me, simply call me Dr. Briefs. He introduced himself and Bulma instinctively held Goku tighter, unwilling to part from the boy. Dr. Briefs sighed. Come on Bulma. You have to let him go at some point. He came here on my invitation to test out the gravity chamber, remember? He slightly scolded, which made Bulma pout in frustration. But he's mine. I saw him first, so I get dibs. She complained, but Dr. Briefs was having none of it. This gravity chamber test will take about 10 minutes. After that you can have him all to yourself. He compromised with her and her eyes lit up. Really? You mean it? She cried in excitement as she let go of Goku's arm. Dr. Briefs nodded and Bulma cheered before agreeing with the compromise. Deal, she stated, and Goku was led by Dr. Briefs to the gravity chamber in question with Bulma walking alongside him. The trip there wasn't particularly a long one, but for Goku he wished it could have lasted longer. He was in awe at everything. The tech was incredible, and it was hard to believe he had been asked to test something out with arguably the most intelligent people in the world, period. I see you are impressed. I may have set up this company and have an incredible IQ, but Bulma here is far smarter than me, Dr. Briefs admitted with a proud smile on his face. Goku was more than excited now. Eventually the three of them arrived at a door which opened automatically. So cool, Goku thought as he was instructed to walk through. As soon as he did, the doors closed behind him and the interior of the room lit up. It was nothing special, but Goku immediately felt a strain on his body. The chamber must have been activated. Okay then Goku. You did me a huge favor by coming in your hero costume, which means we can get straight into this. The way this chamber works is that you will be fighting mechs while the gravity will be increased. The main idea is that the higher the gravity, the more strain your body will be put under and the harder it will be to move. However, by the end of your training your body will have strengthened greatly, in which case begins the process of rinse and repeat. You ready to begin? Came Dr. Brief's voice over the intercom. Hell yeah, cried Goku, and the training begun. Okay, the gravity is going to its max at the moment, which is 20 times the normal gravity of the Earth. Good luck. Dr. Briefs wished Goku well and spun the dial for the gravity from 0x to 20x. Goku gasped in pain and his body began to be dragged to the ground. Then the walls opened up and multiple bots came out. Some were on the ground and others were in the air shooting lasers. Goku mustered all the strength he could to move out of the way, but found his movement impeded by the gravity change. Think he'll be okay, Dad? Asked Bulma curiously. Of course. You saw him in the sports festival. He's powerful. Dr. Briefs had total faith in Goku's ability and continued to watch the test. Phew. This is hard. It's got my blood pumping. Goku smirked and began to fight back. It appeared he was getting a grip on his new situation and his movements were becoming more fluid. Then he had an idea. May as well. Here goes. Kaioken times 4. He yelled, and the interior of the gravity chamber was engulfed by his red aura. He had begun to move faster, and the robots were being taken out quicker than they could be released. He seemed unstoppable for the time being. Okay then. Time for the final test, Dr. Brief said as he pressed a button to release a robot that was bigger than the others. Goku's eyes gleamed and he charged at it. The robot grabbed him, however, and he found himself pinned to the ground almost instantly. Not one to give up, Goku used his right leg to kick the mech away before jumping to his feet. He smiled before beginning to power up further. Kaioken times 10. He screamed, and the robot was obliterated in the blink of an eye. However, there was one major side effect. Goku had overloaded the chamber and it was going out of control. That's not good. Goku winced in embarrassment before powering down to his base form and dodging out of the way of the pieces of metal and machinery that were now spraying everywhere. Shut it down, shouted Dr. Briefs to Bulma, who nodded and immediately ran for the emergency shutdown lever. She pulled it and within seconds the chamber made a noise before going pitch black. Goku couldn't be seen and that worried the two Briefs. They didn't have to remain worried for long as they saw a bright yellow light materialize and Goku began to wave up at them with a ki blast in his hand. He seemed completely unfazed by what had happened. Bulma was relieved but then had a sneaky thought go through her head. Oh Dad, the test is done, so can I spend some time with Goku now? She asked snidely, and Dr. Briefs sighed in defeat. Yes, I'd just like to talk to him quickly. It's almost the evening after all and I'm sure he would like to get changed for the party, he replied quickly, and Bulma sighed in annoyance before making her way to the entrance of the Capsule Corporation exhibit. Dr. Briefs on the other hand met Goku at the door of the gravity chamber. I have to admit I didn't expect you to pretty much wreck the chamber. But what can I expect with your quirk? He was impressed and Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry about that. I'll help with repairs, he offered, but Dr. Briefs waved his offer away. Don't worry about it. It was a prototype designed for people with powerful quirks like yourself. You've helped me find any faults with the power output, he explained. This put Goku at ease and he smiled before looking around for Bulma. Where's Bulma? He asked, and Dr. Briefs smiled at him. She's at the entrance of the exhibit. She's waiting for you. You two need to get ready for the part later, he explained and Goku nodded. He turned to leave but was stopped. Goku, one last thing, said Dr. Briefs. Yes. What is it, Dr. Briefs? Goku asked. It's about Bulma, came the response and Goku gave his full undivided attention. She likes to have her way with boys. She's your age but she can be very outgoing when it comes to dating. You're the first person she's ever shown a genuine interest in, which is intriguing for me. However, she thinks you won't return her affection, so she's been using her quirk on you, he explained. Goku was puzzled and a little shocked. Has she? He asked quickly. Dr. Briefs nodded. Yes. Her quirk is pheromones. She can seduce a person just by releasing pheromones from her body in the form of an invisible and unnoticeable gas. That person becomes obsessed with her and will do what she wants them to. The catch is that she has to be within 5 yards for utmost efficiency. The further away she is, the harder it is for her quirk to work. She probably began using it the moment she realized who you were. Goku was at a loss for words. He had been used by her. But if that was the case, then why did he not show obsessive behavior earlier? Something didn't add up. I think I'm immune to her quirk, Goku finally said, catching Dr. Briefs off guard. He stumbled back before regaining his balance. What? How can you be immune? He asked in shock. Well, I don't know exactly, but I have 3 possibilities. The first is that she wasn't using her quirk on me. The second is that it wasn't working because I have genuine feelings for her, which is a bit crazy considering I've only just met her and never really had these feelings before. The third possibility is that my quirk makes me immune. Maybe some sort of filter. Goku considered and Dr. Briefs rubbed his chin. The second one is likely as is the third. Trust me boy, if you don't feel like you've been manipulated whatsoever, then your feelings are genuine. You most likely return her feelings even though you've only known her a few hours. Bulma has that effect, but this time is said something's changed. She seems determined to end up with you, but in a far more subtle way. She talks about your good traits and generally admires you, revealed the old scientist. Goku was thinking about what had been said. Maybe I should go along for the time being. I don't want to hurt her feelings, he thought to himself. Anyway, you best go. She'll be getting impatient, chuckled Dr. Briefs and Goku shuddered at what she would say to him for being late. Yeah, alright, I'm off. See you later, Dr. Briefs. He called as he made his way to the front entrance. Only come face to face with an annoyed Bulma, who immediately stormed up to him and latched onto his right arm once more. You took your time. You ready to go? She asked and Goku nodded. If she was using her quirk, he really couldn't tell. That same feeling from earlier had returned when she made skin contact, but this time Goku didn't flinch. Damn, this is weird, he trailed off in thought as Bulma led him to her accommodation. She noticed this. What's wrong? She asked and Goku snapped out of his haze. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about what to wear for this party, you know. He lied, hoping he was successful in doing so. Bulma looked unimpressed but shrugged and continued on. They eventually arrived at one of the hotels, an expensive-looking one at that. Goku looked on in awe before realizing that Bulma had detached herself from his arm. He hurriedly followed after her and the pair entered a lift. Since Capsule Corp is so successful, we get pretty good bonuses like this. Top-notch hotels and other exclusive bonuses. Pretty great, huh? Bulma asked with a hint of gloating. In fairness, Goku couldn't blame her. She was rich, beautiful, incredibly intelligent, and her quirk allowed her to make people do what she wants. She was kind of allowed to feel a little full of herself. Yeah, it's really nice. I just live in a normal house by myself, but I get by, Goku admitted, and Bulma tilted her head in curiosity. Goku sighed before looking off. When I was young, a villain killed my parents. I don't know who it was, but they were very powerful. I was adopted by my grandpa Gohan and lived with him until I was about 12. Then he was killed by a different villain. I've been living alone ever since. I don't tend to get attached to people too often as they may be put in danger, Goku explained with a sad face, and Bulma listened intensely. Then she did something he didn't expect. She hugged him. Not seductively but with the intent to comfort. I'm sorry to hear that. Must have been hard, she muttered, and Goku sighed before hugging her back. This was new for both but mostly Bulma. When she hugged someone, she did it to get something. Something had changed in her and it was all due to that sports festival. Wow. Dad, look at that Todoroki kid. He's so good looking, exclaimed Bulma. She was in the process of watching the sports festival, albeit tuning in late. Even though she lived in the USA, she had heard of the event and decided to mod her TV so that she could tune into the live broadcast. There you go again, looking at one's appearance rather than looking deeper, her father replied in annoyance. Bulma gave him a small glare before returning her eyes to the screen. Sure, personality was great, but she needed someone with looks if she wanted her older sister Tights to be jealous as well as her classmates. The festival was rather interesting. So many quirks meant so many support items could be made. She was feeling all gooey over Todoroki until her eyes locked on someone. Whoa, who's he? She muttered as Goku began his fight with Bakugo. She had been so busy waiting for more Todoroki that she hadn't paid any attention to any of the other contestants. Once Todoroki had been knocked out of the tournament, she had lost interest. But then Goku went all out. That had piqued her interest, and for different reasons to what you'd think. His eyes. They screamed pain and loss. They screamed anger and despair. Sure, he was a sight to look at, but she was reading him like a book. Impressive. I could create a training room based off his quirk, her father suddenly said. He too had been impressed by Goku. Dad, you've got to invite him here to test it out. I want to meet him, exclaimed Bulma, and Dr. Brief saw a different look in her eyes. One of wonder, admiration, sympathy, and of course affection. Can't see why not, he shrugged, and Bulma beamed before the TV began to short-circuit out. Something had interfered with the signal. All Bulma could glimpse before the screen went black was a hint of gold. Both her and father gaped in astonishment before looking at each other. Guess I better get to it, he said, and Bulma nodded excitedly. I'll help you, she cried, and Dr. Briefs chuckled. Time for some interesting tests. The lift jolted and came to a stop. The doors opened and the duo walked out with Bulma leading the way to her room. She pulled out her keycard and slid it through the lock mechanism with a click sounding and the door becoming unlocked. She opened the door and beckoned Goku to follow. He did as instructed. Wow, you sure like inventing, don't you? He chuckled, and Bulma blushed slightly before composing herself. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really up for being a pro hero, but my gadgets can help people out. That's my long-term goal, she declared with a fist in the air. Goku admired her for that. Since he knew her quirk, he knew she couldn't really fight, but if she wanted to help people with technology, then she already had the heart of a hero. You want to help people with your inventions, and here I am just wanting to get stronger so I can stop powerful villains and save people, Goku admitted nervously. Don't put yourself down, you hear. Bulma was having none of his self-doubt and whacked him over the head. Goku actually flinched from it. What the heck, Bulma? Why is your smack so strong? He yelped in pain. While he rubbed his head, Bulma smirked and blew smoke off her hand. My secret, and I'll never tell, she teased, and Goku stood up straight with a small smile. His head still hurt slightly, but he had been hit harder. This was a new kind of blow which he suspected would become a regular occurrence. Alright, that's enough. I'm going to get ready for tonight, as should you. I had Dad get some clothes for you and they are in that wardrobe over there, she pointed to a wardrobe just behind Goku. The boy proceeded to open it, and when he turned back to Bulma, she had vanished. Huh, must have had her own changing room. I'll just use the bathroom, Goku said before grabbing some clothes and doing just that. When he was finished changing, he looked like a different person. He was dressed in navy blue trousers with a white shirt, an orange tie, and brown shoes. He proceeded to roll the sleeves up on his shirt and applied some deodorant and aftershave that he found. He then used some hair gel to slick his hair back. When he had finished that, he straightened the tie. Unfortunately, his hair immediately returned back to its usual style. God damn it. Why'd I have to get hair like yours, Dad? He chuckled before opening the door of the bathroom and walking out. He turned to face the direction Bulma was at originally, and his mouth dropped at the sight that awaited him. Bulma was standing in front of him with a red sleeveless dress and gold shoes on. She also had a yellow kerchief around her neck and golden earrings. So, what do you think? She asked seductively, and Goku struggled to form words. Yo, you look, Bo, he trailed off, and Bulma just giggled. It was obvious what he was going to say, and she silenced him by walking up to him and placing a finger on his lips. I know. You look really handsome yourself, she said, and Goku blushed. Really? I'm not really one for parties and this sort of clothing, he stumbled, and Bulma just giggled again. Goku breathed in to compose himself before smiling at her. He offered her a clear path to the door, and she took it. The door opened, the pair walked out, and the door closed again. Goku then surprised himself by offering his right arm. What a gentleman, Bulma teased, and Goku laughed nervously. Bulma linked her left arm with his right and melted into his side. The two made their way downstairs and left the hotel. They made their way to where the party was being held. The night was going to be perfect. Then it happened. Alarms blared through the island, security systems activated, and shutters closed, locking those inside the building in and those outside out. Goku and Bulma were left outside with concern and confusion on their faces. The hell? Goku muttered before feeling Bulma leave his side. The blue-haired girl was trying to find a way inside and trying to figure out what was happening. She then came to a conclusion and turned to face Goku with fear on her face. You don't think, she said, and Goku realized what she was implying. Villains here. No other reason this is happening, he agreed with her and began to charge a key blast to blow a hole through one of the shutters when he stopped. Bulma had frozen in fear and was looking past him. Then he felt it. Someone's behind me, he thought, and immediately swung his body around to come face to face with the mysterious figure that had been observing the two earlier. It's about time they started. Greetings, you insect, the figure said. His key signature was pure evil and all over the place. Then he stepped into the light. Goku's body tensed and he signaled Bulma to back up. Oh, isn't that adorable? Don't bother. She'll die alongside you, the figure began to smile, and Goku felt fear. Who are you? He asked, trying to muster all the courage he felt at this moment. You with the other villains. Those idiots. No, I'm not. I can't believe you would assume, he sighed before giving a small chuckle. You didn't answer my first question, Goku replied, and the figure opened his eyes. He was fairly light-skinned, and his hair was a darkish purple. His eyes were the color of blood, and he had a purple line going down his face from the bottom of each eye. He wore a sort of skin-tight battle armor. He was definitely human, but something was off about him. His overall power was undetectable, but it felt like it was being hidden. Ah yes. My apologies. I am your superior in every way. Power, speed, agility, you name it, I'm better than you. I'm known by many names. Monster. Tyrant. You may call me by my true name. I am Frieza, the figure gave a gleeful smile before a purple aura erupted around him. Goku didn't have time to react before he was launched backwards into the building he and Bulma were desperately trying to get into. After moving the rubble off himself, he pushed himself up using his arm before looking to Bulma, who was looking at him in fear. Get out of here. I'll deal with him, Goku commanded before standing up and preparing himself. But Goku, started Bulma before the laughter of the one known as Frieza overshadowed her. Ho ho ho. Interesting name. Well then Goku, are you ready? He gleefully asked. For what? Responded Goku. Frieza's aura reappeared and he gave a wicked smile. To die, he stated before blasting towards Goku, who dodged before swinging his leg around to kick Frieza in the back. The villain caught his leg with his back still turned and using his right hand blasted Goku back with an energy blast of some sort. Goku flipped in midair, landed on his feet and launched forward. He threw a punch which Frieza caught again before throwing his own punch. Goku barely caught it and the two locked eyes. There was no good in Frieza and Goku knew this wouldn't be an easy battle. Frieza had already demonstrated that. Goku headbutted Frieza, who flinched back before being spun around and thrown into an already damaged building. Goku's hands lit up with ki blasts and he began to launch them at his opponent. Frieza simply laughed maniacally before knocking the blasts away. Some began to spiral towards Goku, whose eyes widened. Crap, he shouted as he began to dodge his returned ki blasts and then Frieza's own energy blasts. Dance monkey, cried Frieza before using his quirk to blast the ground in front of him. He began to throw the debris at Goku. Goku had no time to dodge and could only block as he was met with the full force. His arms were being bruised and his skin began to tear. When the onslaught ended, Goku dropped his arms, which were now battered and bruised with trickles of blood flowing down them. He was panting heavily. I'm impressed. However, you won't hold out much longer, shrugged Frieza before he squatted down and his aura grew larger. Goku's eyes widened in shock. Frieza's aura vanished, but his power had increased immensely. His physical appearance hadn't changed at all. Tell me, Goku, how old are you? He asked, surprising Goku. 15, he responded bluntly. Ooh, you'll be the youngest person I've ever killed then. I'm 18 in case you cared, he revealed and Goku's eyes narrowed. You want to get stronger, fine by me. I'll return in kind, he said before squatting down himself and powering up. Frieza was curious by this display of power, although his still trumped Goku's. Goku was coated in the red aura of Kaioken and it appeared as if he had skipped straight to X3. Kaioken times 3. He screamed before blasting towards Frieza, who stood still. Goku swung his fist forward and Frieza dodged. What Frieza didn't expect, however, was that Goku would almost instantly throw another punch that would connect with Frieza's forearm when the villain blocked. He winced in pain and Goku gave a smirk. The fight continued with Bulma watching from a distance. I wish I could help Goku, but my quirk probably won't work. I'll need to get close, and even then, he seems too powerful for it to work, she sighed and began to feel useless. Why don't we raise the stakes? Fight me while I try to kill your girlfriend, Frieza declared before breaking off from Goku and making his watt towards Bulma, who hadn't noticed. Quote exclamation mark. Don't lay a finger on her. Goku screamed in rage before powering up further. Kaioken times 4. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. By this point Frieza was nearly upon Bulma, who had now noticed the danger she was in. Frieza held out his right hand, prepared to strike the killing blow on the girl when he noticed two ki blasts appear below him, which he dodged with ease. However, he wasn't quick enough to notice Goku performing a dive kick with both feet which connected with his head. He went crashing to the ground and bounced a couple of meters away. Goku didn't let him get the chance to get back up and continued to pelt him with Kaioken X4 powered punches. Every single one of them connected with Frieza before a final one was thrown. Goku pulled his arm back before throwing his fist forward. It connected with Frieza's face. Got to copy your move, Deku, Goku thought before using all his strength to knock Frieza away and into a wall which collapsed on top of him. SMMMAASSSHHH. Screamed Goku as the attack was carried out. When the dust cleared, he was standing on his right leg and his arm had swung down. Goku dropped his raised leg and straightened up with the aura of Kaioken dissipating. He breathed out heavily before refilling his lungs with oxygen. He focused his eyeline on where Frieza was laying, with every part of him praying it had been enough. Luck was not on his side, however, as a purple light emanated from the rubble and Frieza rose. He wiped the blood from his face and smiled at Goku. I have to say that caught me off guard. You look just like your father, you know, he said, and Goku's focus disappeared. What did you say? He asked in surprise and Frieza's eyes gleamed with evil humor. Oh, you didn't know. No surprise really. Your father was a criminal and worked for my father, the villain and crime boss known as Cold. He did a ton of jobs for us. He even killed who we told him to, Frieza gleefully revealed, and Goku's eyes became blurred with tears. No, you're lying. My dad wasn't a villain, he retorted, but deep down he knew. His father would disappear sometimes and wouldn't be back for days. Jine would say that it was due to work and Goku would believe her, but then again, he was young, so it was easy to lie to him. I mean, sure, we had to blackmail him to help us by threatening you and your mum, Frieza finished, and Goku saw red. You blackmailed my dad into helping you kill people and other illegal activities. What kind of monster are you? He growled and Frieza chuckled. The worst kind, he grinned, and his purple aura returned, although larger this time. He had powered up when he blasted through the rubble he had been trapped under. Well, not really trapped. Goku snarled and his red aura reappeared. He pushed it higher until it reached its limit. Kaioken times 20. He screamed as the ground around him cracked and Frieza stood unimpressed. Really? You want to try a more powerful version of that pathetic power multiplier? Very well. You've become an annoying gnat that I wish to dispose of quickly. Get ready, because I'm skipping this level of power and going straight to my final form. He screeched as he began to power up. While Goku was aware of the power increase, he reeled back as Frieza's physical appearance finally took on a change. His hair began to glow purple, a lighter purple than what it usually was. Yet was most alarming was his skin and fingernails were changing. His fingernails had turned purple and his skin had turned white. Yet it appeared to resemble the skin of a reptile. Frieza's eyes glowed a piercing red and he gave an insane smile before an explosion erupted from him. Goku immediately appeared besides Bulma, took her in his arms which elicited a yelp from her and barely got out of the blast radius. What was left was the biggest crater Goku had ever seen with Frieza in the center of it, unharmed. His transformation was complete, and he looked more monstrous than ever. Goku had but one question. What the hell happened to you? He asked more out of curiosity than need. Frieza closed his eyes and gave a small smile which unnerved Goku and Bulma to no end. I have multiple quirks. You see, in a way I'm a clone of my father. Our quirks are very similar, Goku, but I have one quirk unique to me. It's called cold-blooded. I can lower my heart rate to increase my power and focus my attacks more efficiently. The side effect is what you see before you. This is me at my true power. The power I was born with. You can't win, he sneered. Maybe not, but I'll try, Goku responded confidently. Yeah, that's right. Goku's gonna kick your ass. Joined in Bulma and Goku gave a smile. Apart from a few bumps and some dirt, Bulma was relatively unscathed and still looked as beautiful as ever. That was when he pushed her out of the way. Goku had barely managed to notice a beam of energy coming from Frieza's finger and it had been headed for Bulma. While she had been saved, Goku had not been as lucky. The beam pierced his right arm and he cried out in pain that he had never felt before. Ho ho. Seems my death beams are still as powerful as ever, chuckled Frieza before appearing next to Goku and batting him away. Bulma scurried back as fast as she could but was not Frieza's target this time. Goku, even in Kaioken X20, was struggling to keep up with Frieza's movements, but he wouldn't give up just yet. He launched himself towards Frieza and punched the villain who, although stumbling back ever so slightly, barely flinched and in return grinned. Goku's eyes went wide as he blocked every single attack that came his way. Eventually he found himself below Frieza, who swung his leg down to kick him, which knocked Goku downwards. Frieza raised his right arm above his head with his index finger stretched out. A small ball of purple energy that formed there soon turned into a larger ball of energy. I'll reduce you and this entire island to dust, screamed Frieza as he swung his arm along with the ball of energy down towards Goku, who looked up just in time to be hit. The pain was immeasurable. Ah! Was echoed throughout the surrounding area and possibly the entire island. When the dust cleared, Goku was barely struggling to stand up and Frieza floated down to the ground in front of him. He held his hands palm forward to his sides and had his right leg in front of his left. He showed no expressions on his face and no intention of mercy. Well, I would kill you, but I think I'll make you watch while I torture that poor defenseless little girl over there, he said. He flew over to Bulma and Goku could do nothing but watch as he began to drop in and out of consciousness. Frieza landed just behind Bulma, who was huddled down with her back to him and appeared to be crying. Oh, don't worry, my dear. I'll make this as painful as possible, Frieza laughed and began to approach Bulma. Suddenly she turned around and blasted Frieza with something. Frieza went flying backwards and began to glare at the young woman. She held a gun which looked totaled. It was smoking and fell apart. When did you get that? Asked Frieza menacingly, but to his surprise Bulma didn't show fear. I built it whilst you two were fighting. My quirk may not be good for combat, but I won't let some villain take me for some weak girl. Besides, you ruined my date with Goku. She reprimanded, her temper and iron will showing. Frieza was taken aback by that and didn't know how to respond. Eventually he grew bored and decided to kill her with an energy blast. Oh, you wouldn't kill me. If you let me live you can have a peek, she suggested with all the seductiveness she could muster. She was slightly lifting her dress with a clear implication of what she meant. Frieza didn't react. Oh well, I tried. All yours, honey. She mischievously cried and Frieza suddenly realized she had been stalling. He felt an impact in his back and winced in pain. He slightly turned his head to see a red aura and immediately knew that Goku had regained his bearings. Thanks, dear, said Goku as he went along with Bulma's roleplay. He opened the palm of the hand that was planted on Frieza's back, let rip a massive ki blast. Frieza flew forwards and Goku zoomed past him to plant a kick to his chest which sent him flying back the way he just came. Goku zoomed past again but this time cupped his hands to his sides. Bulma took point and got to cover. A familiar blue orb appeared between Goku's hands. Ka, me, ha, me, he chanted the name of his ultimate attack and Frieza moved too little too late. Ha! Roared Goku as he threw his arms forward and the blue beam rocketed towards Frieza. Curse you, Goku! He screamed, and the Kamehameha grew larger with Frieza being engulfed. The beam dissipated and Goku dropped his hands to his sides before dropping to the ground. He landed with a thud and Bulma rushed to his side. His clothes were completely ripped, and his shirt was in rags. His tie must have been completely destroyed as it was no longer around his neck. He opened his eyes to see her and smiled. I've got something to tell you. Your quirk doesn't work on me, he admitted. Bulma reeled back in shock but instead of the reaction Goku expected she instead smiled. You're definitely the one, she said before planting a kiss on Goku's forehead. He gave a confused look. What do you mean? He asked. Bulma flicked her hair back and tears appeared in her eyes. The doctor who told me about my quirk said that the only person who could ever be immune to my quirk's effects would have to return my feelings for them. All other boys before fell under my quirk's effects instantly but you didn't. You're the one, she explained before the tears began to fall. Goku slowly sat up and wiped her tears away. He gave her a smile and pulled her into a hug. She began to cry into his chest and Goku just hugged her tight. Once she had finished crying, she wiped away her tears and helped Goku stand up. He wrapped his arm over the top of her back, and she began to lead him out of the crater. All was good. Then Goku's eyes changed from a look of happiness to a look of fear. I advise against placing too much stock in your escape, though if you like I can bring you closer to home. Came the menacing voice of a bloodied and battered Frieza. His left index finger was pointing straight at Bulma. A blast of energy was shot towards her and Goku barely managed to cover her. The pair went flying forwards and Bulma slipped from Goku's grasp. She skidded off away from him and hit her head against something with a trickle of blood coming from the top of her head. Goku saw this and his anger began to boil over. Why? Why me? What did I ever do to you? He screamed at Frieza, who simply glared. It's not what you did. It's what your dear daddy did, he stated, and Goku turned to glare at him. What do you mean? He asked. He betrayed us to the heroes. So, we made good on our threat. We attacked your home. I'm sure you remember. You were there after all. Your father attacked my father and somehow managed to kill him. So, I returned the favor twice-fold. I blew your father apart. Your dear mummy begged for me to spare you, but I refused. She got in my way and I put a death beam straight through her heart. I turned to end you, but you were gone, and those annoying heroes were on their way. He revealed and Goku's anger reached its limit. It was you. All this time. It was you. You killed my mum and dad. You were 8 at the time, you bastard. My parents were murdered by a spoilt brat. Roared Goku in rage as his pupils disappeared and he was coated in a golden aura. His hair stood up, went blonde and his eyes turned a greenish blue. What happened to you? Yelled Frieza. Goku was standing up and glaring at him now. What is this feeling? Am I afraid? Frieza asked himself. Goku grit his teeth in fury. Not only did you kill my parents, but you attacked Bulma just to get back at me. So, this is for all the people my father killed in your name. Frieza, I'll never forgive you, shouted Goku only to receive a death beam to the face. His head snapped back and Frieza snarled in anger. Goku's head moved back to face Frieza and the anger on his face had increased immensely. Frieza, now I'm mad. He roared before his golden aura roared to life and he blasted towards his parents' murderer. Frieza couldn't comprehend what happened next. Goku had closed the gap between them within seconds and had already begun to pummel Frieza. The first hit came from Goku punching Frieza in the chest and instead of letting the villain fly away Goku opted to instead launch Frieza into the air and then sledgehammer him towards the ground. Frieza was bombarded by ki blasts from the furious teen. I'll send you to hell, screamed Goku as Frieza yelled out in agony. He was being beaten and he hated that. WWRRRRRRAAAGGGGHHHHH. Screeched Frieza as his purple aura sprung to life. Goku, using his immense speed, appeared in the air a fair's way from where Frieza rose to. How? What happened to you? What are you? Frieza demanded to know everything and Goku through his rage gave a cocky smirk. I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am protector of the innocent. I am the light in the darkness. I am truth. Ally to good. Nightmare to you. I am Son Goku, the hero Nimbus. Declared Goku as his aura roared to life and his power soared. Frieza began to grit his teeth in anger before an idea popped into his head. Ho, very impressive. You're still a miserable insect, but I'll give you props for making this worthwhile. Now how's this sound? I'll power up to 100% and then we can have a proper fight. Deal. He snidely suggested. Goku's eyes narrowed. No way. Not about to let that happen, came the response and Frieza looked slightly shocked but quickly composed himself. Doesn't matter what you think. It's already done, he shrugged callously. His aura exploded and his upper body began to enlarge. Goku's eyes opened in shock before narrowing in frustration. Damn it. He was stalling, he reprimanded himself before preparing for the final battle. Frieza glared at him and did the same thing. The two rushed at each other and their initial blows collided, creating a seismic wave that caused the surrounding area to tremble. Frieza had definitely grown much stronger, that much was clear, and Goku was being forced to raise his own power just to properly keep up. A punch from Frieza connected with Goku's face and the teen was slightly pushed back. He shook his head and then felt two arms wrapped around his body from behind. Frieza had gotten behind him and was in the process of crushing Goku's body. Ah! Screamed Goku in pain before his rage increased and he used his strength to blast Frieza off him. Goku immediately turned around and blasted Frieza at point blank. You bastard! Die! Screamed Frieza and he prepared to perform the same orb attack from before. The ball of energy was larger this time and Goku was quick to deduce that it was therefore more powerful. He blasted towards Frieza, determination in his eyes. Oh no you don't! He shouted and broke Frieza's guard with a flurry of blows. The villain was reeling from the attack and didn't have time to block Goku's next strike. Take this! Yelled Goku as he threw an uppercut which connected with Frieza's gut. The villain hunched over and the force of the impact caused him to throw up. Goku was not eager to get covered in that and ducked to the side before rising up to be slightly above Frieza. He raised his right hand above his head. I'm gonna slap some sense into you, he said and began to whack Frieza's face on both sides so that the villain's face was snapped both ways. Goku eventually grabbed Frieza's face and blasted himself down to the ground to smash Frieza into the ground. Gouge! Cried Frieza in pain and Goku lifted him up, swung him around and threw him into the side of a building. Frieza struggled to stand and looked up to see what he originally thought would be easy prey walking towards him menacingly. Frieza lost all sense of sanity and formed two discs of energy with one in each hand. I dare you to try and dodge these. He goaded and threw them at Goku, who immediately moved out of the way. Frieza grinned and made hand movements which immediately made the discs change their direction and once more fly towards Goku. What the? Gasped Goku, and he increased his speed to outrun them. The strategy proved to be sound at first, but Frieza began to cut off Goku's escape routes. One disc he could deal with. Two was a different story. It's over, hero. I guess you'll never avenge the girl and your parents, mocked Frieza, and Goku began to growl at the back of his throat. Then an idea popped into his head. He dropped his flight aura midair and began to fall to the ground. Then just before he hit it, he somersaulted in the air so that he faced Frieza, reactivated his flight and rocketed towards the madman. Incoming. Goku called, and Frieza's eyes opened in surprise. As Goku neared him, Frieza ducked down and turned around to see Goku flying off into the air. That's it. You're dead. He screamed and prepared to blast Goku out of the sky. Goku turned to grin but realized that what he had intended had been completely unacknowledged. Get down, Frieza. He warned, but Frieza ignored him, and just as his death beam neared maximum power, his energy discs approached him from behind and cleaved him in half. Frieza's right arm was cut in half and his torso came apart. The cut was so clean and the blades so hot that his wounds had been cauterized as quickly as they had formed, but there was still a large amount of blood. Frieza fell to the ground, exhausted, in extreme pain and clearly defeated. The energy discs dissipated instantly. Goku made his way over to his opponent and hovered just in front of him before dropping to the ground. It's over. You've lost, Goku declared as he looked down on the fallen villain. Then Frieza did the one thing Goku would have never expected. He began to beg. Page, please, mercy, he begged, and Goku looked on in shock before his blood began to boil. How many people beg you for mercy, huh? Hundreds. Thousands. What makes you think you deserve any, especially from me? He scolded in anger. Frieza moaned in pain and Goku couldn't think of a single reason to help him. But watching this person suffering in front of him unnerved him. Regardless of what Frieza had done, he didn't deserve this. Fine. This should be enough to get you out of here so you can seek help. I don't want to see you ever again. Goku relented but gave Frieza a warning at the same time. He pushed a yellow ball of ki from his right palm into Frieza, and the villain suddenly felt slightly energized. Using all the strength he could muster, he hovered in the air with his head lowered. Goku scoffed and flew away towards where Bulma had been. How dare you? You filth, Frieza muttered under his breath before glancing up at Goku. I own you. I own your family. You dare mock me. You must, die by my hand, he declared in rage and arrogance. Using his only arm, Frieza shot a beam of energy straight from his palm towards Goku. Goku slightly turned his upper body to the left and saw the approaching attack. Goku's rage took a hold once more and he turned his entire body with his right elbow bent and raised, his eyes bursting with fury and his teeth baring. He launched his right arm towards Frieza's final attack. You fool! He roared as a yellow beam of ki shot from his hand and completely overwhelmed Frieza's attack. The tyrant could only look on in horror as Goku's attack neared him. No! Ah! He screamed as he was enveloped. Goku's attack tore into the ground and debris was thrown into the air. When Goku ended the attack, his arm dropped to his side and he looked down at where his greatest adversary had once been. Nothing remained. Goku gave a small sigh of relief, for he couldn't sense that same evil presence that he had been fighting. The villain Frieza had been completely obliterated. I've got to get to Bulma, and fast, Goku determined and turned around. He looked down at the ground and skimmed over the area. Then his eyes locked on a lock of blue hair covered under some rubble. Goku wasted no time in zooming over there and landed as soon as he did. He didn't even bother dropping out of his super state. Something else was at stake. Come on, Bulma. Hang in there. Goku pleaded and began to carefully and efficiently remove the rubble covering his friend. He soon removed the last piece and picked Bulma up off the ground bridal style before making his way to a safer area. Goku sat down and cradled Bulma in his arms, all the while fighting back the tears that were appearing in his eyes. Come on, Bulma. Please, stay with me. Goku's cries fell on deaf ears. Above him were sounds of fighting, but Goku cared little for that right now. He was desperately trying to wake the girl in his arms up. What felt like hours was actually minutes, and Goku buried his face in Bulma's neck and finally let his tears fall. Why me? Why is it always me? Came his muffled sobs, and he pulled his face away, took a deep breath and looked down at Bulma's face. She still looked beautiful. She looked at peace. Goku didn't want to, but he had to accept that she was probably gone. He brushed any loose strands of her hair behind her ears, gave a small smile and said one thing he hadn't said to anyone other than his parents and grandpa. I love you, he started. You know that, right? I don't understand love and probably never will. Yet in the span of a day I met someone who changed that. But I made a mistake. I got too attached and you paid the price. I'm so sorry, Bulma. Please don't hate me. Goku's tears began to fall again and he closed his eyes in sadness and shame at not being able to save someone. I broke my promise, Mom and Dad. I failed to save someone. I'm sorry, Goku whispered. He was alone again. Why would I hate you, handsome? Came a weak voice. Goku's eyes snapped open and he glanced down to see an awake Bulma. She had a weak smile on her face and weakly managed to raise her right hand. She placed it on Goku's face and caressed it. Goku melted into it and the tears began to flow. Yet through it all the pair kept eye contact and smiled. I love you too, said Bulma before she did something not even Goku expected. Using all the strength she could muster, she lifted herself up, leant in and kissed Goku on the lips. The kiss lasted but a few seconds, and when she pulled away, she had a look of content on her face. Then she laughed. What's so funny? Asked an embarrassed Goku. He was as bright as a tomato and his eyes were wide. He was speechless, which seemed to be a running trend when he was around her. Bulma calmed down and began to admire Goku. So, what's this power? She asked, her interest piqued. Oh, this is my super state. It manifested for the first time at the sports festival. Did you not see it? Goku was completely lost. He thought everyone had seen it. Your power output short-circuited our TV, which I had modified to watch the festival. Me and my dad did catch a glimpse of it though. It's warm. She snuggled into Goku's bare chest and he just chuckled. That's a surprise. I access it through anger, he admitted, but Bulma didn't care. She was comfortable and Goku couldn't argue with her. He was happy. What neither of them noticed was a very subtle change to Goku. His aura slightly flickered red for about 3 seconds before a massive explosion was heard above. The two sprung to life and looked up. I've got to get up there, Goku firmly stated. Not without me you're not, Bulma responded, and Goku looked at her in surprise. His facial expressions may have darkened due to super, but he could still make ones that didn't involve anger. It's gonna be dangerous, he warned, and Bulma gave a cocky smile. Well, I signed on for that the moment I took an interest in you, she teased, and Goku shrugged in agreement. Then he gave a mischievous grin and quickly picked Bulma up bridal style once more. She yelped in alarm. Well, if that's the case, best hold on tight, he exclaimed and rocketed skyward. Now hold on 1 min, cried Bulma, and she held onto Goku's chest for dear life. The ascent was a quick one, and upon reaching the top of the building Goku landed. Bulma jumped out of his arms, gave a quick glare and proceeded to smack him over the head. Ow! Yelped Goku as he frantically rubbed his head. Seriously, what's your secret? HMPH. Next time a little warning beforehand would be nice, Bulma reprimanded. Goku nodded. Okay, geez. I'm sorry, he apologized, and Bulma's quick to appear smile proved that she accepted the apology. Goku stood up straight and was greeted by a powered-up Wolfram crushing All Might in metal. Goku glanced to see Deku with some sort of red gauntlet on his right arm rushing at All Might's cage. Several members of Class 1A were doing their best to combat the onslaught but appeared to be struggling. Bulma noticed, gave a small nod, and Goku blasted forward. Bulma held her dress in place due to the gust of wind created and laughed. Yo Momo. Look out! Cried Jiro in panic as Momo was about to be crushed by one of Wolfram's attacks. Momo raised her arms on instinct, but in a flash of gold the attack was destroyed. Everyone glanced to see where the rescuer was and laid their eyes on Goku, whose back was to them. He turned around, gave a thumb up and smirked. Sorry I'm late guys. Was dealing with some family business, Goku commented as Bulma ran up alongside him. Great to see you, bud, and who are you, pretty girl? Asked Kaminari, who must have met the others earlier in the day. To Goku's chagrin, 2 others were present as well. Wow, you're a beauty. Just one peek, came the perverted voice of Mineta, who was immediately silenced by a kick to the chest by none other than Bulma. Back off, you creep. As for you, she directed at Kaminari, who stepped back in fear. I'm Bulma and my heart belongs to only Goku. Isn't that right? Oh, yeah. What she said. Goku wasn't paying attention. He was too busy having a glare contest with one Katsuki Bakugo. The sound of ice broke the two out of their deadlock, and they looked to see Todoroki providing cover for Deku and All Might, who were back up. Goku made his way over to them. Hi, you two. What's the situation? He asked enthusiastically. That villain is using a quirk enhancement device invented by David Shield. Its original purpose was to help me keep being a hero, All Might explained. It's cause you gave your quirk to Deku, isn't it? Goku said, bluntly, catching the pair off guard. Oh, how did you? No, that's not right at all. Deku stuttered, but All Might rested his hand on his pupil's shoulder. He knows my secret, young Midoriya. He figured it out rather quickly. I trust him, All Might comforted. Goku nodded in agreement. Long story short, my quirk is called One for All, and it is an inherited power. It can be passed on, and each time it is that person makes the quirk their own. It gets stronger as a result, and then the cycle repeats. I chose young Midoriya here to succeed me. All Might gave a brief rundown of his and Midoriya's shared quirk. Oh, so that's why your quirk breaks your bones if you go full power, Goku realized, and Deku nodded. Correct. At the moment I can only use 5% before maxing out, he finished, and Goku nodded. Alright, well, let's do this. This is your fight. I arrived late, so you take the lead. I'll provide covering fire and keep the others out of harm's way as best I can, Goku decided. Thank you, young Goku. It's time to end this, All Might agreed, as did Deku, and all three burst out from behind their cover. Goku immediately made his way over to the others whilst Deku and All Might charged at Wolfram. You can't beat me. Now stand still and die. He shouted as he threw more metal at the dual quirk users. Momo, Todoroki, Kirishima. Get ready to shield, Goku said as he prepared to fulfill his role in the fight. Right, understood, you got it, bro. Were all said at the same time by the respective students. Momo got to work building barriers, Todoroki prepared to create ice walls, and Kirishima hardened his skin to its current max. What about me, Goku? Asked Bulma. Goku smiled at her. Just stay back. You're capable, but this time you need to stay out of the crossfire, Goku commanded gently. Bulma simply nodded and ran behind the shielders. You better win, she cried, and Goku nodded. It was time. His aura grew and he stretched his arms out in front of him. The palms of his hands opened, and he placed them next to each other. Ha! Yelled Goku as he launched a barrage of ki blasts straight at Wolfram and his pillars of metal. Wolfram's gaze turned to face Goku and he began to throw attacks back at the teen. Goku increased the amount of ki blasts and the power that he was outputting and was successful in repelling the majority of Wolfram's assault. However, due to the quirk enhancement device that Wolfram was wearing, the attacks kept on coming and eventually Goku found his ki blasts overpowered. His eyes went wide as the supercharged pillars of metal rapidly approached. Goku jumped out of the way just in time and on cue Todoroki created the largest and strongest ice wall he could. The metal slammed into it and there was clear strain on Todoroki's face as he held. "Hold on Todoroki," yelled Goku, who was still doing his best to dodge Wolfram's onslaught. The villain was also dealing with All Might and Deku, who were smashing through the villain's defenses. "That's it, kid. You've pissed me off," shouted Wolfram, and he focused all his power on taking out Goku. This time Goku couldn't keep up and he took the entire attack headfirst. One blow caught him in his face. All Might and Deku looked over in panic, fear and fury. Goku fell to the ground and Wolfram did the unexpected. He used his quirks to throw himself at the present Class 1A students. He rocketed past Deku and All Might, who skidded to a halt before rushing after him. "Time to die," laughed Wolfram. His power had gone straight to his head and it looked as if he would kill all the students present. "RRRRAAAAGGGGHHHH," roared Goku as he blasted towards Wolfram, his energy and stamina depleted. His eyes and hair kept alternating between his base form and his super state. He landed in front of the ice wall and faced Wolfram, who didn't stop. Goku's hair eventually changed back to his base form, yet he still had all the rage required for his super state. As Wolfram neared, two things became obvious. Firstly, Goku had his right arm out in front of him, bent at the elbow, and his hand balled into a fist. He was holding his forearm with his left hand and his right hand was brimming with energy. The second thing was Goku's face. On his left cheek was a X-shaped cut which was slightly bleeding, most likely received from the blow to his face earlier. Goku had determination written all over his face. "Bring it on," he growled, and his feet left the ground as he launched himself forward. He let go of his right arm, swung it back and then proceeded to swing it upwards and forwards. Wolfram failed to react and Goku's fist collided with his gut. Goku used the force of the punch to launch Wolfram back the way he just came before pulling his right arm back, palm open this time with a blue ball of ki hovering in it. "This one's for you, Dad," Goku thought before throwing the ball of ki at Wolfram. "Riot Javelin." Damn it, you little," muttered Wolfram before the attack hit him and sent him spiraling into the air. This gave Deku and All Might the opening they needed. Class 1A, cheer them on. "All Might, Midoriya, do it," yelled Goku. All Might and Deku dodged the attacks Wolfram was desperately throwing out and within seconds both of them were in the air, side by side. Deku's right arm pulled back next to All Might, who had done the same with his left arm. The two threw their combined punch and Wolfram could do nothing as his constructed barrier was obliterated and he was hit. There was a massive explosion in the air and the next thing everyone knew was that Wolfram had been defeated, the quirk enhancement device was destroyed, and the battle was finally over. They had won. Later. "Bulma, my dear girl, you're alright," cried Dr. Briefs in relief. He had been in a bunker at the Capsule Corporation exhibit and had begun to fear the worst. He immediately hugged Bulma, who wasn't too thrilled. "Dad, get off. I'm fine. Just a few cuts and bruises. Besides that, I'm okay," she whined, and Dr. Briefs let her go. He composed himself. "Oh right, of course. My mistake." He attempted to act brave, but deep down both he and Bulma knew he was terrified. "Do you happen to know where Goku is by any chance?" Oh yeah. He was getting patched up. He took quite a beating." Goku placed a finger on her chin before standing up. She led her father to the direction of her, Goku, who was having a laugh with Kaminari, Jiro, Kirishima, Momo and even Todoroki. He noticed their approach. "Oh, hey Bulma." Dr. Briefs, Goku greeted the pair and Bulma latched onto his arm. Jiro made a move, but all others present held her back. "Ah Goku. Good to see you're still standing. I have to thank you for keeping my daughter safe throughout recent events," thanked Dr. Briefs, and Goku smiled. "No problem. Least I could do. Besides, I think she was more than capable of defending herself," he chuckled and Bulma playfully glared at him. "Alright, that's enough," announced Jiro and all eyes fell on her. "Goku, she's just using you. It's so obvious." "What are you talking about, Jiro?" Goku blinked in confusion and Jiro's anger soared. "She doesn't care about you. It's clear that she doesn't see you as anything more than an easy target," Jiro continued. Bulma let go of Goku's arm and walked over to Jiro so that she was directly opposite her. Then she smiled. "It's not like that really. I genuinely care for Goku and I personally think you should just apologize to me as I haven't done anything wrong," Bulma innocently said, and Jiro didn't like that one bit. "Why you?" she retorted, but her face suddenly changed and became a lot calmer. It was if she was being mind-controlled. "So, are you going to apologize?" asked Bulma, and Jiro nodded. "I'm sorry Bulma. You're truly perfect for Goku," she said in a daze. Bulma smiled and everyone looked shocked at the encounter. Bulma walked back to Goku's side and he looked at her in confusion. She smiled. "Still got it," she said before Jiro suddenly snapped out of that state. She whipped her head around quickly, unsure of what had happened. Goku's eyes opened. "Oh, so that's for the effects of your quirk look like," he suddenly realized before laughing, which was joined in by all but Jiro, who had a sheepish look on her face. All annoyance had disappeared from her. "Anyway, Goku, it's time you and your friends made your way back to Japan. Come on Bulma, we have to go home," Dr. Briefs said once the laughter had died down. Bulma's grip on Goku's arm tightened and he looked at her with a smile. "Dad, I don't want to go home," she muttered, and Dr. Briefs gave a questionable look. "What do you mean?" he asked, and Bulma turned to face him. She was looking down at the ground and appeared nervous. Well, I feel like my place is with Goku at UA. Don't get me wrong, I love Capsule Corp and my school back home, but I want to get out and explore the world. I'm not exactly your little girl anymore, she muttered loud enough for her father to hear. His face showed surprise but then softened. He bent down to his daughter's eye level. If that's truly what you want. I've seen how you've been around Goku and how you've changed for the better. He's a keeper this time and I can't keep you two apart. Ooh, it is, he whispered in Bulma's ear and she reeled back in shock before wrapping her arms around him. He returned the gesture and stood up straight once the hug ended. Alright then, I'll sort something out in regard to accommodation. You'll need somewhere to stay out there. It won't be the same as back home, but I'll make it as good as I can, he said and Bulma nodded. I think I may have an idea, Goku interrupted. You can always come live with me. Considering I used to live with my grandpa, there's a spare room. It's yours if you want to. Really? You'd do that? Asked Dr. Briefs, pleased with the kind suggestion. Bulma seemed excited about it. Yeah, of course. It'll be fun. Goku gave a goofy grin and Bulma hugged him, an action he returned. Dr. Briefs placed his hand on Goku's shoulder and looked at him. You're a good person, Goku. Just like your father, he said and Goku's eyes widened in surprise. See you later. Bulma's got money for her ticket to Japan. I'll deal with the paperwork, he said as he walked away and waved goodbye. Bulma waved and slowly so did Goku. He placed his hand on his face where his cut was and felt the incision. The wound was still relatively fresh and most likely wouldn't scar, but right now in that moment Goku felt closer to his dad than ever before. In the midst of everything he could have sworn he heard Bardock's voice. Nice work, kid. I'm proud of ya. Goku smiled and turned to his friends with Bulma now in tow. They made their way to the ship which had come to collect them after the alert had gone out. Like Dr. Briefs had said, Bulma did have money for her ticket and even bought the tickets for everyone in Class 1A whether they had been a part of the battle or not. As the ship left Island, Goku turned to face it and saw the sun rising in the distance. Bulma walked over to him as did Jiro, Momo and Kaminari. He smiled at them and pulled them into a group hug which Jiro disapproved of. The group laughed although it was clear Bulma and Jiro had unfinished business. But that could wait. Right now, they wanted to relax and enjoy the peace and quiet. Eventually the only people who remained in that spot were Goku and Bulma. The pair looked at each other and smiled. They placed their foreheads together before turning back out to face the sea. Goku wrapped his arm around Bulma and she rested her head on his chest. The same sparks of red that had been present earlier around Goku appeared, but this time flashed in his eyes. Neither of the duo noticed and was just happy to be in the embrace of the other. No matter what would come they would get through it. They had each other and that was enough.